1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello everyone and welcome to this Gameday live episode featuring RegensCon, just held in Germany and has wrapped up earlier today or yesterday, depending on where you're watching from. I have an amazing crew of analysts here with me today, and most noticeably, we have Michalis, the most recent World DipCon champion. How's it feel, Michalis, holding the belt?
Well, it's funny you should mention the belt. So I made sure to wear it just for this occasion. Yeah, that feels right. It's been nice to sit back and bask in the glory for a little bit, but today we're here to talk about other people. So it doesn't need to be all about me.
Brilliant. Ed, Brandon, how's things going over your end of town?
I'm just saying Michalis turned into Jamal all of a sudden. But it's sad. I'm doing great. We got World Cup in Houston, so you might hear fans marching down the street with their songs, but it's all good.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, things are fine in Chicago. Yeah, it's summer. Ready to call some diplomacy. But Michalis, this is the first time I think I've seen you face to face since you have won that belt. Congratulations, man. All of DBN is happy for you.
Yes, yeah, it's I haven't done much DBN this year. I was quite deep in my sort of assignment gulag, running through my dissertation and stuff in the build up to Greece. So it's looking forward to being back on and just hanging out.
Was it extra sweet winning the title in Greece, your nation of birth?
So because I was in this sort of assignment hell that I was in, it was like the light at the end of the tunnel for me for quite a long time. I submitted my dissertation the night before I flew out, so I'd been not really focusing or thinking about the tournament so much. It was just, this is something nice that's going to happen down the road. And then, yeah, it was an amazing experience and obviously capped off in the perfect manner.
Maybe that's the secret to success, is not thinking about it too much ahead of time.
I think it helped me.
Okay, beautiful. Well, we've got a wonderful tournament ahead of us that we will cover today, but we also have some other events coming up that we will get out of the way before we get into it. Our next noticeable event is the Sydney Cup, which will be held here in Australia. That's coming up on the weekend of July the 4th and 5th. There's absolutely nothing else going on around the world on that weekend, so what you should do is tune in to watch that stream. Sydney Cup's been held for a couple of years now, and we should be looking at 3 rounds of some pretty good diplomacy there. Otherwise, coming up on the schedule, I believe we have a tournament coming up in New York. Brandon, if you know something about that.
Yeah, this is being put on by the New York club, who go by the name the Diplo Rats, I think in honor of the local fauna in New York City that roams the streets. They are calling this tournament the Mischief, and this takes place July 10th to the 12th, so in just a few weeks. And it's taking place at the Polanski Shakespeare Center, which is in Brooklyn. To find out more about this, you should register for the NADF Discord server, which if we can get the NADF, there we go. In the upper right corner, yeah, go ahead and scan that QR code and join the Discord server, and you'll be directed to a chat room where you can learn all about this tournament and find the website and register. And the New York Club is relatively new. It was put together by Johnny Gillum over the last few years, and it's thriving. And this tournament will be really fun. So it's great to have New York on the circuit. So don't miss this tournament in a few weeks.
Beautiful. After that, I think there's an event you know a little bit about, Michalis.
Yep. So if traveling to New York is slightly out of budget or time issues for you, but you want to play some diplomacy in the middle of summer, on the VWDC Discord server, which there is a different QR code, which might appear in a second, I run the Summer Classic, which is a virtual tournament that will be taking place over the weekend of July 17th to 19th this year. There are rounds aimed at every single time zone around the world. So this year I've put 8 rounds up. Obviously, no one plays all 8, capped at 4, but this has rounds that are designed for Australian-based players, European and American-based players. So you can find some rounds that hopefully work around your schedule and get to play some diplomacy at home. And quite a lot of people in the hobby get into face-to-face through virtual, and it obviously it all started off during the pandemic, but it's still going strong, and hope to see some more people there.
Beautiful. And then there is another event just to cap off July. It's a really full month. That is North American DipCon at Armada Regatta. Ed or Brandon, do you know much about that one going on?
Well, I do happen to be a 2-time champion of that event, so I think I could talk about Armada. Manus Hand, a diplomacy hobby legend. Wow.
Spotlight.
I got it all to myself. This is what I need. Manus Hand in Denver, Colorado has started a tournament, and he's got Emmett Wainwright roped in along with a lot of other great people in the Denver area. It's a fantastic tournament. It's going to be North American DipCon. Denver's easy to get to from anywhere in the United States, maybe even easier than Chicago. But those are the 2 easiest cities to get to. Come to Denver at the end of July. The weather's great. The diplomacy is even better.
Beautiful. Thanks for that, Ed. We have a lot more events coming up this year as well. You can check them all out on diplobn.com/schedule. Yep, Brandon, go.
I would be chastised by my local organizers if I didn't take this chance to plug Chicago's tournament, the Windy City Weasel Moot in early October. So like Ed said, Denver's easy to get to. Chicago might or might not be easier to get to, but this is happening in the first weekend of October. Exact dates are October 2nd to 4th. If you go to moot.windycityweasels.org, you can find out more information. This is one of the longest running, continuously running tournaments in North America now, and the world. Again, you can go to the NADF server, join our Discord community, and you can find out more information about Weasel Moot and other tournaments.
And as Brandon has mentioned that tournament, on the same weekend, if you are not based in America, if you are based in Europe, or if you are based in America and just think that Europe's cooler, the European Championships are this year being hosted in the UK for the first time in quite a few years. We're excited to have it back. This will be based in Chesterfield, which is just south of Sheffield, sort of slap bang in the middle of England. And more information about that can be found at diplomacy.co.uk or by contacting Bradley Grace or Conrad Woodring or myself. We're happy to point you in any direction that you need to find more information about it. it's great to have the scene in the UK thriving again. It went through a bit of a down period, but has come on very, very strong in the last couple of years. Comrade, Chris Walgar, and everyone in the organising team have put in so much work to get it off the ground here again, and EDC will be a fantastic experience.
Beautiful. I'm seeing a few people are tuning in as well. Don't forget, you can comment in the comment section, and we would absolutely love it if you like and subscribe. It does help the channel, and it makes us feel special. So,
And happy American Father's Day. Only to the American fathers.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Alrighty. So getting into it. This is a tournament that's obviously just been held in Europe, in Germany. I'm not sure if we know too much of the history on this tournament. Michaelis, this is over on your end of town. Are you able to give us a couple of deets about who's running it and the rounds and such?
So I haven't been myself, but I know that it's based in Regensburg, which is in sort of southern Germany. Robert Schupper sort of put it together so that there was a second German tournament. Normally, he's already got his Heckstetten going in Dresden for a couple of years, but last year was the first RegensCon, and it seemed to be pretty popular. It's a cool historic city, and at some point I am going to get out there and go to this tournament because I would love to visit Regensburg. But yeah, Robert has been building the scene up in Germany for a few years now, and it seems to put on some pretty decent tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like they had a bit of a slog too. From what I hear, there's a bit of a heat wave coming through Europe at the moment. So one thing Robert mentioned to me was that the players were slogging it out, battling the heat a little bit with some of the games, but everyone pushed through and has done really well in the end. So without further ado, what I'll do is I will use my amazing tech skills to do this correctly and pull up our top 10 by DBN players. So these stuff, are there any names here that stand out to any of you? Should be one or two.
I don't recognize any of these names. Do you guys?
I feel like there's a lot of organisers here. I mean, I see Spiros, Yelta, Robert, who organise a lot of tournaments, Christoph as well. This guy at the top, it rings a slight bell, but I just can't remember where I know him from.
There are so many Peters on the tour, it's really hard to keep them all straight. So he could be a brand new player, although he has a DBNI rank. So I guess he played last year. I don't remember him though at the actual invitational. For any new players who are joining in, we are being as facetious as we can be. Peter McNamara has been one of the top players in the tour over the virtual era and before. He's won the invitational twice, the only person to do that. And generally, he strikes fear in people when his name is called on the board with them.
Beautiful.
He's got a good track record in Europe as well. I believe he is. He comes to quite a few tournaments here, despite being an Australian. So good to see him at another one. Should also give a shout out. Simon Wesendrup has won the 7 Years' War twice and is a very accomplished player on the European circuit. Christoph, long-time Swiss-based player. And Christopher Ward has made the trip over from Britain. So big up, Wardy.
Robert Schupa is the tournament director, by the way. His score shouldn't count, so we'll fix that in the database.
In a world of many enticing French accents, Christopher Borja has the best accent of all the people playing. I expect him to charm people just with his voice. And of course, Spiros getting to play. He didn't get to play at WDC, so the other Greek had to win. Spiros is in this one. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so let's get into it. We have 3 rounds and 3 boards each round. Round 1, board 1, I believe, was a rookie was a rookie board as well, all new players, or some new to the face-to-face scene as well. Some had done a little bit of press. But yeah, I think we will kick off with that one. I'll keep two of you on. Is there anyone who wants to take a break first?
I'll take a break.
Beautiful. All right, we'll see you shortly. Okay, so here's our board. Round one, board A. Yes, as mentioned, we have a lot of new names to the face-to-face scene, especially. I think there was majority of these players, this was their first face-to-face tournament. One had been to one previously, but this should be fairly exciting to see how it goes. Alrighty. Carlos, since I have you on top, do you want to take us through Spring 01?
Sure. So I is immediately drawn to a bouncing English channel. Looks like France in particular was opening quite anti-England, and maybe England sniffed this out. So you see Picardy and Brest, DMZ and Burgundy, not things that England usually likes to see. England didn't go to Wales, so maybe wasn't quite as committed to a France attack. Maybe this was a sort of defensive block, having sensed what was about to happen. Elsewhere on the board, you see a bouncing Galicia, bouncing Black Sea, the more traditional, old-fashioned, whatever you want to call it, Turkish opening, where Smyrna follows to Constantinople. And Italy somewhat unusually puts Rome to Naples rather than to Apulia, which 99% of the time makes no difference if you're in a convoy. It's the 1% of the time where Austria attacks you off the gate, you find yourself unable to defend Venice. It's the sort of thing that happens to you once and you never make this opening again. But it's not really going to make much of a difference in this case, I don't think.
I have to say the bounce in the English Channel is very uncommon, but there's a theory that it should be more common, and some people even argue that it should be as common as the bounce in the Black Sea is between Russia and Turkey. And it's a kind of classic prisoner's dilemma type setup where if one player, if neither of them go, it's fine for both of them. If one of them goes and the other one doesn't, it's great for the one who gets in and really bad for the one who doesn't. And then this is kind of bad for both of them. But for whatever reason, England's and France's have tended to agree that the risk profile lies on the side of not going. So I think it's kind of cool to see this happen. And, it may be the sort of, if this could become part of the meta, then it would go some way to making Leviathans, the England-France alliances, less powerful.
I actually have a theory that this is not good for Germany a lot of the time, that when both England and France go to the channel, the obvious response is, oh, Germany is benefiting because they're fighting. But actually, when neither of them gets the jump on the other, I think it's quite easy for them to both go, well, this hasn't really worked. Let's just kill them instead and disengage, because you don't get locked into anything. With the units bounced where they are, but by the fall, France probably puts Brest to mid-Atlantic, which isn't necessarily particularly bad for England anyway, and Germany is sort of left looking as maybe a bit more of a juicy target if you can't get any traction anywhere else.
That's it.
It's a reasonable analysis. Yeah.
More bounces in English Channel. That's what we're saying. I like it. All right, Michaelis, you want to finish off this year for fall?
Sure. So in this case, England does go to the channel again, which I would say is significantly better for Germany. So you see a bounce in Belgium. France is only building one. This hasn't gone great for Stefan. This is now looking quite good for EG. Do see Russia getting Sweden, and the North Sea is open. So England's position is unusual, but not awful. Italy, unfortunately, looks like, well, they did still take Tunis. They just moved both units there. Maybe they meant to convoy, and we know this is a newer game and it was potentially written incorrectly. So maybe that's what happened there, but at least they still get the build. That's what really matters. And Turkey now gets into Black Sea. So that's promising for Gabriel.
So these two curiosities that McCullough has
Daniel,
pointed out
sorry.
in 1901, one of them, focused on Italy first, is the opening from Rome to Naples, has now created a situation in which Italy cannot build in Naples, has to build in Rome. This may not have any long-term consequences, but it may also get them thinking about moving west in a way that they might not have otherwise, which is interesting. And the other one is that England has moved York into London, and so they also cannot build a fleet where it would be natural to build one here. So it's possible that this might encourage Alexandra to build a fleet in Liverpool, which may be what she wanted to do anyway, but or he or she may be what they wanted to do anyway, but it may also have sort of directed them to do it.
Yeah,
And if there's an EG attack on if there's an EG attack on France, then Italy going west is quite promising as well. So that sort of being lured west, Turkey hasn't shifted a fleet into the Med. You've got space to do it, so it's potentially a promising option for a lesser.
Yeah, and both things are spooking France a little bit as well. And because of that bounce in English Channel, that means they're only picking up Portugal and not Portugal and Spain. So that army is sort of going to get tied up, probably capturing Spain next year and not being able to go further north and possibly defend if they have to as well.
Yeah, it's worth just talking about this a little bit longer. Traditionally, the worry with the bounce in the English Channel is that it's particularly bad for England. And this is a case in which that's not true. I think, as McCullough has pointed out, England gets into the English Channel, has Germany appearing to slow down France, and maybe now finding it interesting to tactically set up to move against France. So this is a case where that bounce in spring of 01 in the English Channel may actually really work to England's benefit.
We should also, given that this is a newer game, we should really shout out actually that Stefan moved Spain to Portugal there. And these are newer players, but if you're only taking one of the Iberian dots and it's with an army, but really in either case, you really want it to be Portugal in 1901, because that means that in 02, when you're taking Spain, your army is moving back in the direction where the action is really happening. Rather than having to move Spain to Portugal, sitting in Portugal. 1903, it's then spent moving all the way back to Gascony anyway. So you sort of lose that army for several years if you do it the other way around. So this was well done by Stefan to take Portugal first and not Spain.
Yeah, with one caveat. In general, that would be true if you were getting a second build. In this case, with only one build and with an apparently hostile Germany here, I think you actually want that unit closer to your home centers to be used for defense rather than for growth. But if Stefan can pull off a diplomatic coup here and get Germany on side, or England, either one, then that will pay big dividends. But otherwise, the vulnerability at home is the biggest problem.
This is true. I'm just assuming they build an army. If it's a fleet, then yeah, the army being further away is very dangerous.
Let's see.
All right, let's have a look at these builds.
Yep.
Okay. That's nice for Gregory. Let's see what he does with this position. This is a killer German position for 1901.
Beautiful.
Brandon, do you want to call this out, or shall we? Just
no, you go for it. You go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the eye catchers are in the west. We've got fleet in Liverpool from England and fleet in Brest from France. And this is a Germany's dream. I agree with McCullough. You've got England and France pointed at each other and committed against each other in a way that prevents either of them from coming after you. So you have your pick. And Gregory has done, I think, the most ambiguous possible builds here. Fleet in Kiel, not in Berlin, and an army in Munich. If you're England, you're fully committed now. You really have to ride with Germany. But that creates a situation where Germany holds all the cards. On the other hand, they can walk into Burgundy here with, they can guarantee getting in. Elsewhere, we've got the other interesting builds here are Army Ankara, which suggests that that Turkey wants to go against Russia here. And we do have that fleet in Rome, as we knew it was likely to be. And that just potentially suggests to Alessa that they could go west.
Yeah, and with the army in Ankara, this is a very pro-IT move from Daniel. And this is the sort of I'm going anti-Russia. I'm hopefully going to get Austria on board to do it with me, but either way, I won't be doing anything against the Italian anytime soon. So Alessa has a lot of space for going west here.
Cool. All right. Well, let's see what they do with it. Brandon, do you want to walk us through Spring 02?
Yeah, thank you for letting us luxuriate in that 01 a little bit, but we can definitely pick up the pace from here.
Yeah.
Okay, so my eye is immediately drawn to Alessa in Italy. They do indeed go west. So Tunis goes to Western Med, Rome goes to Tyrrhenian Sea, and we have Venice to Piedmont as well. So that's going to set up a fun guess over Marseille. Likely a guess. It could be that that Burgundy is free to go to Marseille, but even then, possible self-bounce creates an opportunity for mischief and unwelcome support from Piedmont. Elsewhere, let's see, we've got, we'll stick in the west here where the English Channel goes to Belgium. Very interesting, because it's clearly not coordinated with Germany. You would think England and Germany, if they were together, would be on the same page here. So France may have done the thing that they needed to do, which is to get Germany on side. Burgundy is left open. The other clue here that may be the case is that Germany has gone to Skagerrak here, not Baltic, which sets up a possible attack on the North Sea here. Elsewhere, England at least gets the good fortune of not having Russia attack them right away. Russia moves to armies south, does not attack Norway. So Sweden and Norway holding here is interesting, and it's if the two of them wanted to do something together here, they definitely should have should have bounced each other in Skagerrak and at least kept this from happening. So I don't think either one will be happy at seeing Germany advance in the way that they have. And in the south, we have exactly what Michalis suggested might happen here, which is that Austria and Turkey team up against Russia. Neither of them has to worry about Italy coming underneath. So I think we can call this an AIT. And that's all I see.
Okay, beautiful. Paul.
Oh, still me?
Yes, yeah.
You're at a time. All right, so here we have, it'll stay in the east, continued cooperation between Austria and Turkey, the Austro-Turk alliance, as David Hood likes to call it. This nets both Austria and Turkey a center as Turkey takes Sevastopol, which was guaranteed thanks to Galicia tapping Ukraine. And then Austria pulls in behind, and Austria gets to keep Galicia here. This is not the set of tactics that you would want from Russia if Russia was accepting that they had been outflanked. I think you want to just take Galicia, accept that you're losing Sevastopol, make sure you get Galicia back here. Let's see. Elsewhere, Italy does not guess right, and it turns out there wasn't a guess because France supported themselves into Marseille, but Italy is in position now to attack France next turn. They do cooperate with England to get England into the mid-Atlantic, while Germany, very interestingly, switches directions now, gets into Burgundy, and moves into Helgoland and Denmark. So still potentially anti-English, but not as anti-English as it could have been. North Sea support holds Belgium here, which is very interesting. So signs of cooperation between E and G. It is possible that that move to the Helgoland Bight is meant to be defensive, but you shouldn't be happy about it if you are England. And that's what I got.
I wonder if England and Germany got on the same page quite late in the turn. So Germany sort of changed their orders, and that's why the fleets aren't really looking particularly pro-English, but the armies are. You put in the important moves first. So if it's a late decision to work together, I'm going to force Burgundy. Oh, I don't have time to rewrite all my orders. These are the ones that matter, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's plausible. I mean, you would think that an EG would be putting England into Sweden here, or at least one of them taking it. But
although when there's an AT, I don't hate not doing that, right? Like slowing the AT down by not killing Russia, not a bad thing for you at all. So
I agree with them.
I think I'm not sure if we mentioned it earlier as well, but these games are also capped at 07 at the end of 07. So that's something to weigh up with how the game progresses as well. Builds, what do you think we're going to see here?
German build's actually a bit interesting here.
If it's a fleet.
And you can make a decent case for it in your EG here. Like, oh, I need to go to Baltic Sea. Oh,
If you're not attacking Russia, there's no justification for it. And even then, it's minimal because you don't really need another fleet up there.
Just talk your way into it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's got to be an army. Yeah, I think it's going to be armies actually from everybody, including Turkey.
Okay.
Oh, spoke too soon.
There we go. Alrighty. Michalis, if you want to take us through 03, kick us off with Spring.
this is the moment of danger for Italy. As soon as that fleet comes down and you're not in a position to do anything about Ionian Sea, you have to be looking about, is this what's about to drop on me? And in this case, that does appear to be what's happening. So Austria and Turkey are deciding that AIT is not going to cut it. We're not going to make any further progress against Russia anytime soon. They have the defensive line around Ukraine. So let's go and move on Italy, who is heavily committed to the West. And it's a decent stab from them to do that here. Austria will have Venice and Naples guaranteed. Can probably give Turkey Greece to balance things out, and everyone will be happy and copacetic going forward. Not all catastrophic for Alessa, though, because they are gaining Marseille and Spain. They have support of the English, and pretty decent chance that they hold both as well. So Germany is taking Picardy and Burgundy, which means they'll be focused on Paris. There's not going to be any units that can really attack Marseille then, which means that it's only Spain you actually have to be concerned about. And it seems unlikely that England would do something like put France back into Spain here. This is a pretty good turn for the EGI, and killing France very quickly. Really, it means that Italy is now basically looking to replace France and be the new France from this game.
This is a perfect example of how a three-way alliance needs to be a three-way alliance. So it really was AT with I doing something independent, just with a lack of any aggression between them, a non-aggression pact, if you will. But this is very well timed by AT. If they consider themselves primary allies, they've created a whole new growth path for themselves.
Alrighty. Let's see where that path goes. We've got 4. Michalis.
All right, in full, Italy is confident enough in their relationship with England to not keep Leon there and gets to send it back, which is nice. And England gets Portugal out of this, which is quite important, I think, for them. There was a real danger that Germany and Italy would get all of France and England would get nothing. And instead, England's got Portugal, and France has done the correct moves to defend Paris perfectly. So they cut both armies. There was no way for Paris to fall there. That's just very good play from Stefan. Tactically astute. Elsewhere, Germany is following the Austrian down into Tyrolia, which probably is anti-Austrian. It's probably looking to continue this relationship with Italy that they have going here and slow the AT down again. Again, this is also why Sweden is still there and still Russian, I suspect. So, sensible strategic thinking from EG. Russia gets into Lycia, and Austria decides to bounce Greece. And it's hard to believe that that's an agreed bounce, because Turkey could have backfilled Ionian and moved Bulgaria to Greece, or done a bounce in that direction. And Turkey didn't backfill Ionian, which is not really what you're doing in an AT. So the assumption would be that they were promised Greece and didn't get it.
Yeah, and Bulgaria could have supported this move. I mean, personally, I would have, if I'm Turkey, I would like to be an Ionian here and actually taking Romania with a fleet. That feels like the sort of cleanest way to do the AT from here. But this is maybe too greedy by Austria here. There's also a tactical error here, disbanding Galicia rather than retreating it. Why is that a tactical error? Well, Austria has picked up 2 dots here, and only has 2 home centers open for builds. So by disbanding Galicia rather than retreating it, they now have the opportunity to put 3 units down. They're 3 units short, but only 2 home centers open. So they're going to be playing 1 short here.
Yeah, and given that Germany is in Tyrolia, I think you being in Bohemia from a retreat is no bad thing. Germany's not even building, so a retreat to Silesia would have actually had a walk to Berlin, although whether you can keep it is a different matter. But yeah, I don't love it in this position.
I mean, even worse, it's worth saying if this is a real betrayal, then you have lost the capital of your ally, and you've got people all around you who want to fight you. So an Austria in this situation with no allies will not last very long.
So Austria's builds are pretty straightforward. We've got poor Stefan in France has to pull 1, and England gets a build. What do you think we will see happen there? Austria's pretty straightforward, but
I mean, Austria waving would be hilarious, but no, probably not the right play here. England, I think they want another fleet. You've still got 1 army on the homeland. You don't want to be putting the 2nd army down, and there's not really good convoy options either, so fleet's important.
Yep. Cool. Liverpool, in this case, likely.
There's an argument for London as well.
It was a good argument. I thought they were a little trustworthy. I thought they were very trusting of Germany. So, but they did the right thing, which is London.
Yeah, I think London was the better build.
I agree.
All right, Brando, do you want to take us through 04 starting in spring?
All right. Well, let's focus on the East here. My suggestion last time was that Austria would be the one in a difficult situation here, presuming that Russia would be attacking Austria here. But I suppose they wanted Sevastopol back first, and maybe they'll go after Romania here. We do have Turkey supporting themselves into Greece, first time here. What we don't have is Austria really defending themselves properly. Let's see, Romania is supporting Moscow into Sevastopol, I believe. So
Ukraine, right? That's why it's a red support.
Oh, I see. Ukraine. Yes, Ukraine and Sevastopol. Okay. Well, either way, Austria was looking for Russian cooperation because Russia didn't make Ukraine the mover and is still in Galicia. I suspect that this is just a prelude to a move on Romania. We do have, let's see, elsewhere we have an unsuccessful Austrian attack on Rome. A little bit too bad here that Rome doesn't support Tyrolia into Venice, because that would have worked. And in the west, we have a bunch of fleet movements. Oh, but in the north, we have fun stuff happening where there's a little bit of dipsy doodle here. Norway, England moves into St. Petersburg. Sweden moves into Norway, so Russia and England swap. But Germany comes up ahead here by taking Sweden. So, yeah.
I think
the real
sort
winner
of,
there is Germany.
Yeah, this sort of movement of fleets. If England was putting London to North Sea, all makes complete sense and is all absolutely fine, because then you just support yourself back to Norway in full, and you've got Russia in a position where they can't retreat to Baltic, which is probably what Germany was concerned about. So everything would have been most likely fine. But by doing it this way, actually, you can't really kick the Russians out of Norway, and then next year they're going to have dangerous positions that fleet can move to. So this is a really, really good turn, I'd say, for Adam in Russia. Turkey's left the Black Sea as well. You've got real promising chance at an RT position against Austria.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that England had a different option here, which was to support Portugal into the mid-Atlantic, leave English Channel there, use it for support, and then move London to the North Sea. That would be a more efficient use of their units. They don't really need a unit in Portugal unless they want to attack Spain.
And when Brest is still there, you probably don't want to attack Spain yet.
Yes, that's a worthy codicil to that.
Alrighty, full.
Still me. So yes, we do now have England and Germany cooperating to put England into Brest. That's good. We do have the unit leaving Portugal here. So France will be eliminated this turn. We do have something that I think any German would be happy to have, which is one of their own fleets now getting into the North Sea, likely by invitation in order to protect the North Sea. This would be even better if England weren't getting a build here. So that's the one hitch in a secret German plan to make a stab next. I think there's still stab possibilities coming up, but Germany is in the North Sea. They're also in Bohemia here. In the east, we don't have a whole lot happening, except that there is an attack on Romania, which is improperly executed, we should say here. Galicia is used for supporting the move, whereas it should be tapping Budapest to cut the support. And then in combination with Bulgaria's support, that would have guaranteed that this would work. So that does not go, and that is good for Austria, unfortunate for Russia, who's now going to be even rather than building. And we have
No,
Turkey
they're still
getting,
plus. Oh, yeah, no, they are. They lost Sweden and Spain. Never mind.
we do have Turkey getting into the Ionian, however. So Turkey's also even. Austria is going down one. So the net of all of this, I believe, is that Austria is transferring a unit to Germany by way of Turkey and Russia.
Basically,
Yeah.
And England. Yep.
I'd like to think here as well, Germany offered England support into Brest from English Channel, just so that they would know that English fleet wasn't going to go to North. But we'll see how it plays out. So what do you think? Another fleet for England, and Germany can sort of just do whatever they want. Hey,
It's a big moment for Germany here. Do they drop 2 armies and try to go through the east? Do they drop a fleet now that they're in the North Sea and just try to dominate the north? I don't know.
I think that if you look at the east, you see a massive blob of Austrian armies that's going to be quite hard to get a good share of yourself. Russia, potentially, you could get Warsaw. But they seem to be working with the Turk, which means that they're unlikely to be threatened on other fronts, so you're not sort of guaranteed anything. Italy, Marseille is quite viable if the EG continues going, so you can go and carve up those Italian dots there. But really, the easy dots are in Scandinavia or in England. And, I'd be very tempted to be looking in that direction and working with what's left of Italy to help you do so.
So that would be Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin in that case?
I think so, yeah. Or even potentially the other way around. If you want to get an army in position to convoy.
Oh, I see. Although I suppose you could send Burgundy to Belgium and Munich. I mean, honestly, there's an argument for 2 fleets if if you really want to go for it.
I feel like that's a little too risky for my thing. I think I'd be looking at Fleet Berlin, sending it to Baltic and doing Sweden to Skagerrak, something like that, so you can get it, get the fleets in position that way, and get armies where you want them quicker.
cool.
Yeah, it's one or the other. You're squeezing water into one side of the balloon or the other. Yep.
We do say goodbye to Stefan in France as well, as they've lost their last 2 centers. They made it through to the end of 04, so that's just over halfway. Good game. But now we're
some good
on...
tactics on the way, but unfortunate.
That's true. All right, so builds.
All right, Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin. We also have a fleet in Caen and the fleet in Edinburgh. So the interesting thing here is, does England react to Germany's fleet build, or is Germany able to sell it and keep them from reacting to it?
Yep,
definitely. Alrighty, Michalis, 05.
All right, spring of 05, and everything is peaceful in the west. So Germany is sending those armies eastward. They are looking at the Russian dots. Russia and Turkey have correctly worked out how to take Romania, which of course just means that Warsaw is actually more vulnerable. So again, much like we saw with Italy getting into dots right as AT dropped the hammer, this time Russia is getting into dots right as EG dropped the hammer. So not a good turn for Russia in that regard. EG do inexplicably not send Sweden to Bothnia or Finland, though. So this is oh, I guess actually, because the units are reversed, you don't need to do that. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, they're just going to take Norway in full, so they don't have to deal with the retreat. Fair enough. Bit risky for England, given that Germany will definitely be going up, and you are hoping that they help you go up, but not too bad. And Germany's also moved Paris down to Gascony, and looks like they're lining up an attack on the Italians. Although England going to Western Med rather than Portugal means that taking Spain is quite dubious, because there's now a retreat to Portugal. So that is potentially a problem for England, and also means that Germany can very easily still decide not to do anything that they've agreed to in spring and make a pretty good full stab for places like Brest and Edinburgh.
Yes, there is a massive stab opportunity here for Germany. Can you move forward here and show us the board? It's just worth going through here. So Warsaw is guaranteed. Marseille or Brest is guaranteed. Brest is not guaranteed. You have to assume that Spain is being attacked here. So presuming that England thinks that you're on side, let's go with that presumption. And England is hitting Spain here. You could either take Marseille, you could take a swipe at Brest, and Edinburgh. I mean, the presumption here is that Norwegian is going to Norway. So you could potentially
which
pick
you can
up,
defend.
yes, which you could defend. I think you would have to send Baltic into Denmark here, start going east or start going west there. But so this is potentially a pickup of, let's see, 3. Yeah, 3. England. Actually, you know what you could do if you really wanted to do it? You get Italy involved, have them swipe Portugal while you support them into you support Marseille into Spain, and then you're forcing a disband. I think that would be better than getting an extra build, given the tactical situation.
Maybe. But it is an 07 game. There's only be 2 years left. Putting the units down now is very handy for making sure nothing gets taken off of you and you hold on to the top. So
yeah, it's a good argument. That's also an argument actually for sending Baltic up to Bothnia, so you can take a swipe at St. Petersburg rather than sending it west. But I'd rather
prefer sending it west.
Yeah, you want to get into north as quickly as possible. Yep, I'm with you on that. All right, let's see what happens.
Well,
Michaelis, yeah.
It's not a stab. I'm not sure what it is, because somehow Germany is the one getting Norway out of this arrangement. So maybe this was England's way of, oh, you don't need to stab me. Look, I'll give you Norway. We can make this all peaceful. So if so, some smart thinking from the English, but they have dodged the worst of the bullet, that's for sure. Germany has also passed up on the guarantee of Warsaw, and instead decided to shift all of their armies across. Now, this does put them in a better position for taking Moscow, but given that Russia, yeah, they've lost Romania, but they're rebuilding. Oh, they're not rebuilding because they didn't pull Norway off the board. They could have rebuilt, but chose not to. So actually this has worked out okay for Germany, but mostly because Turkey has flipped again and has put the Austrian back into Romania. Meanwhile, Austria is finishing the Italian off by agreement, potentially, in Italy, as Italy walks out of Naples to Tuscany, giving Naples back to Austria, and Austria gets Rome as well, while Turkey gets Tunis and England gets Spain. But Italy is not dead yet, as they are still just about alive in Marseille. Sorry, Alessa, that is rough.
Yeah, we'd have needed to walk out into Piedmont. Well done, Austria, for turning this around. Austria is now a real legitimate threat to top this board, whereas it seemed like they might just collapse really quickly. And well done, England, for keeping Germany on side. it'll be interesting to see if Germany's still able to top or if they've passed up the chance for a big score.
I mean, given that Norway is England's problem now, and you're still building from Norway this year, you've still got Warsaw, St. Petersburg, Moscow as plausible pickups. So I don't think this is bad for Gregory. The top is still very doable.
There is in the scoring system a virtue to winning by more than one significant virtue. So by 2 is quite good, and by 3 is a little bit better. But getting a gap of 2 gets you a significant bonus here.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, bit of an ouch turn for Italy, down to 1, losing 3. Austria doing well. Turkey just plodding along as well, gets another build. Walk us through what we see here for those, if there's anything of note.
Army Liverpool.
Liverpool. Yeah. I mean, Russia, because they didn't have a disband, Norwegian is still there, so you've still got a problem to deal with that. And now, once again, the only person who can cover North Sea is Germany. So, back in you go, Gregory. Great news for him.
Yep.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Brandon, if you want to take us through 06.
Yeah. So, Gregory is the one that I want to look at, and it's interesting. This has been a very interesting game for Gregory. Really lovely job here of holding all of the cards. And the key here is keeping England moving away. So England has now committed fully to the south, while Germany, Gregory, is not just in North Sea, but in Norwegian as well, in Warsaw. And he will have a stab still coming up in the fall if he wants, in next year if he wants. So really, really well done. Picking up Marseille here as well. Turkey goes back against Russia here. We can talk about the virtues of that flip-flop. But the main thing is that England has continued to move away from Germany, and Germany is getting in position to do big things.
Yeah, and Moscow is quite plausible here as well, right? Because Turkey is almost certainly about to hit Sevastopol. So it's possible you gain there too.
Yep. Oh, and Austria, worth pointing out, Austria has moved all their units towards Bulgaria and Greece with their erstwhile ally for the moment. Erstwhile, once again, ally, Turkey.
I mean, they'll get Greece here. It is guaranteeable. And you can defend Romania while doing it. Budapest supports Galicia to Romania. Rum cuts ball. You can make a good attack that way. Or you could try for Bulgaria. There's a few different ways of going about it here, but
there's a guess here. It depends on what Serbia does.
Yeah.
Yep. All
right, cool. Let's see what happens. Brandon.
It turns out there was no guess because Bulgaria didn't do anything. So this is a nice move set. This I think you probably want to see Rum tapping Bulgaria if you're going to take the chance here. But anyway, Austria gets away with it, so it is +1 for Austria, but plus a lot more than that in sort of growth potential. Elsewhere, we do have Germany taking Moscow. We also have Germany retreating from the North Sea and Norwegian. That's going into the Barents in order to blow up that fleet, the Russian fleet. And in the south, we have England doing a failed convoy into North Africa, which, fine, they'll be able to do that next time and probably pick up Tunis. And that's about it. Germany has gone +3 here, so up to 12 with a gap of 3 over Austria with 9. It's a great way to get your score without having to stab your ally. So well done, Germany.
This might even draw here as well.
All right, let's just push through a little bit. Pretty straightforward. Army builds. Spring 07, Michalis.
game does not draw, so Germany is going for all the dots in the final year. They're in Piedmont, Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Silesia, just pouring over the line. They also take St. Petersburg by blowing it up. They've moved back to North Sea for the third time this game as Germany. Unfortunately, England didn't commit any more units south, so we'll actually be able to defend Edinburgh and London. But aside from that, this is all Germans in all places. And Austria does get into Bulgaria, which maybe they can compete for the top. But because they haven't backfilled Serbia, this is actually a very difficult to hold dot in the final turn, and they also have their problems with the Germans as well.
Yeah, Germany made a mistake here, though. Ruhr went to Munich rather than to Burgundy, so Marseille is vulnerable here.
There's only one next to it, though, because Portugal didn't go to Spain.
Oh, you're right.
It would have been nice if Marseille had gone to Gascony, though. But then England's still in mid-Atlantic, so it's also possible that St. Petersburg was by agreement. That they just asked and said, yeah, sure.
That is possible.
Doesn't hurt to ask. All right. Final turn.
Final turn. Germany gets Sevastopol, and Turkey loses that because they decided to not defend Sev in case Austria. And this is a pretty reasonable decision to make either way. They have recaptured Greece from the Austrians, guaranteed. Well, it could have been braced, I suppose, but either way, some nice tactics from Turkey to punish the person who stabbed them rather than the board topper, and England gets Tunis for their troubles. Well done, Germany.
Yeah, really well done, Germany.
We have in the chat, someone mentioned as well that St. Pete and North were arranged.
Yep.
Oh, great. So this is a bit of a diplomacy masterclass then by Gregory, who managed to get one of the biggest possible scores in the scoring system without having to betray his primary ally. Clearly did some other betrayals along the way, but formed a good relationship with England. Did some things that looked to us like things that would stress an alliance, and I don't think from the moves anyway, it ever looked like the alliance experienced the stress.
I think there's someone in the chat is Germany looking at their username, so well done.
Awesome. Okay, so moving on to our next board. I've noticed Ed has just disappeared from
Ed
existence 2 seconds before we were ready to swap. So
do you want me to be Ed? Do you want me to be Ed? Let me get let me get a cigar. Hold on.
That would be amazing.
Bourbon. Cigar.
Brilliant. Alrighty. Let's talk about the players on this second board. One thing of note as well is Simon was double boarding for this round. But I'll get you guys to Brandon if you want to go through the players on this board.
Yeah, sure. Ed's just popped back in, by the way.
Beautiful. I will bring him to the stage.
And I'll take a break here.
All right. Welcome back, Ed. We'll see you in a minute, Brandon.
I guess that drew.
No, yeah. So the other one wrapped up in 07, which was the end year.
Got it. 7. It ends in 07. Things I should know.
European tournament. Yeah.
Um,
All right. Well, going through these players, this is for an incredibly multicultural board for a tournament in the middle of summer, shortly after Worlds. So Robert has done an incredible job of getting a lot of people to show up from afar here. So you have Toby Harris, British player, former world champion. You have Liam Horn, who I've met before at NDC in the Netherlands. Had fun working with him. Simon, who is one of the best young players in Europe. Alex Lebedev, multiple time European champion, who is based in Verona in Italy and has recently announced a tournament at the end of November there. So if you fancy a trip to Italy in late November, speak to Alex. Frank is someone I'm unfamiliar with, but But then there's that guy, Peter McNamara, rocking up in Russia, and famed host of World Championship this year, Spiros Novas, in Turkey.
Yeah, so we have according to Wardy, beginners board number 2. So just a couple of people fresh to this game. Alrighty. Let's kick this one off. Ed, if you want to take us through all of 01, we'll start with spring.
All of 1901. It's in
All
my
of
hands.
1901. All of it, the whole thing. It's all yours,
Got the
mate.
whole thing. All right, the world is mine. I want to look at the English opening, which the Churchill opening, which I like because it gives that army in Edinburgh opportunity to convoy to a couple places if it wants. And then standard German opening. French opening, you don't see too much of. A lot of trust in Germany here. And then we go to the East. Spiros, you never know with this opening. It used to be considered totally anti-Russian, and then it went into Sundstrom. And I don't know if this is anti-Peter or not, but I'm suspecting it is because I'm seeing Toby go to Romania here. It's a very unusual Austrian opening that I'm sure McAllis' opinions on, but I've never seen it work out unless it's an AT. And even then, it doesn't tend to work out well for Austria. So Peter McNamara has a standard opening, but seems to be under threat. But he did have the video on how to win as Russia, so I expect he'll win.
This is, yeah, like Ed said, this looks very anti-Russian. What I will say, Budapest to Romania, it's a very unusual move nowadays. The reason that it used to be somewhat more popular is because it was what Austria was meant to do when there was a key Lepanto. When Italy was doing Venice to Trieste to go to Serbia, well, what's that Austrian army doing? It can't go to Serbia itself. It gets in the way. So it used to open to Romania to do that. But Italy has not moved to Trieste, and there is not a Di Lepanto on this board. And that is good. Di Lepantos are bad. Do not listen to old articles. Fun is not the aim of this game.
Wonderful. With that, Ed, can you wrap up Fall 01?
Yes, I can. I went right to the east to see what happens, and there is no taking of Sevastopol, but Turkey does get into the Black Sea. I think I remember a game McAllis played where there was a similar thing going on, where he was Russia under threat here. Warsaw goes to Galicia, and Peter does get into Sweden, so he's going to be able to mount some sort of defense here. Let's see. Italy does this Tyrolia Venice move here, which could be anti-Austrian, and I smell the work of Peter McNamara if that's the case going on. So we have this, I think, IR versus AT versus Wintergreen. Meanwhile, in the West, ho-hum. France picks up his 2. England gets Norway, and Germany, supported by France, into Belgium and simultaneously bounces England out. So looks like Zimone is more than happy to help Alex Ledbedev, but giving Alex 3 builds is could be dangerous.
You don't see a lot of free build Germanys in 1901, and what Simon gets in return will be quite interesting here. A lot of the time nowadays, the only time you see France doing this is they get Germany to commit to building 2 fleets. And if Germany is building Fleet Kiel and Fleet Berlin, then I am more than happy to give them a 3rd build if I'm France, and they put all of those units down. If what you're getting here is 1 fleet and 2 armies, I'm not sure I like that deal quite as much.
All right. Let's see what we've got. We'll just speed this up a little bit, so I'll push through. Ed, if you want to make any comments on the builds.
Germany waived. I think that's notable. Every other build, I think I would understand, except maybe Army London. I think that if France made intentions to be anti-English, I would have expected a fleet in Brest, fleet in London.
I actually quite like the Army London. If you know you're being attacked by an FG, putting down more armies and saying this is going to be miserable for you, I don't hate that at all. I think that the extra fleet, it's not like England wins a war against France and Germany even with a fleet in London here. So trying to dissuade them from looking in your direction, I think is actually quite reasonable. I think that Simon will not be happy at all with that, with those German builds. Like, not only did they get a wave, but they also got Fleet Berlin and not Fleet Deal. So that's about as pro-English as that could possibly have been from Alex.
I don't think Peter will like Fleet Berlin either.
Nope.
They can figure it out.
Australian violence.
Michalis, you want to take us through Spring 02?
All right, Spring of 02. Serbia is still neutral and nobody is moving there because it's not an important place on the board. Why would anyone bother actually occupying Serbia? Turkey is going up to Romania to backfill the Austrian who moves into Galicia. This is probably all agreed still, especially as IR are directly cooperating against Vienna, but Toby sniffs it out and correctly cuts Tyrolia. Well done. Italy gets into Ionian, but has 2 fleets coming against them, so probably a bit of a stalemate position. This AT versus IR, they will get Sevastopol, but then the question is, and then what? And unlike the previous game we saw, Italy hasn't gone west to make a nice easy target. But they're okay because the west isn't resolving especially quickly either. France moves to Mid-Atlantic, doesn't go to English. So maybe what I said before about Liam's build dissuading the attack on them already reaping a little bit of payoff. And there's no move to Baltic Sea either, so no one in the West really does much. The one key move, I think, is Holland to Ruhr, which does still suggest that Germany is looking at France.
Very much so.
You don't see a lot of unowned Serbias going into fall 1902.
There was actually a game. There was actually a game in Melbourne. I think myself, Zoe Cameron, and Peter were on that board, and Serbia was left unowned until 06, 07. I think it worked out pretty well.
I don't think Australian games count.
That's fair enough. All right, I'll take that.
Yeah. Fall of 02, Serbia's still neutral, so very Australian. Yeah. And in this case, that entirely makes sense as well, right? So Galicia was cutting Ukraine, which meant that Sevastopol was guaranteed. So Turkey put the army in Sevastopol with double sports. But you had to cover against Ukraine going to Rum. So Budapest had to move to Rum. And Italy's in Tyrolia and Venice, so you don't have Trieste free to take Serbia. So despite the fact that they have completely bypassed it again, it once again made sense to do so. So well done by Toby and Spiros. Meanwhile, in the West, this is also looking very Australian because this is beginning to smell quite Tripoli. Germany is sending units eastward, sort of, goes to Silesia, now supports themselves to Baltic. England is convoying an army to Norway, and France is lining up fleets to go to the Med, but isn't committing to it yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Simone as far as I could throw him. This is exactly what he wants in the West. And I will say, just for newer players, really newer players, I like what Peter did here. He knows Sevastopol's lost, right? Can't win. So what can he do? He can take Galicia. Of course, he didn't anticipate these German armies going there, but ignore that for a second, right? Then he can get some play on, he can get Italy into Trieste maybe. There's things that can be done. So let's see how everybody reacts.
All right. We've got Army Kiel, Army Budapest, and Fleet in Smyrna.
Army Kiel is fun, because that doesn't look like it's going east, unless you're about to try a sneaky convoy to Livonia. Suggests that there's still some lingering distrust between E and G here.
Peter can't stop Livonia and St. Petersburg.
This is true.
All right. Ed, tell us what is happening though in spring.
Not that. But it ends up being anti-Russian in a way. Alex has taken Sweden and is pushed down into Bohemia, whereas England, Liam, I think, failed to get orders in. That is unfortunate. And, well, it is what it is. Meanwhile, Simone kind of says, hey, I'm kind of going after Italy here, going to West, but I have to support it because of Tunis, but doesn't try, North Africa. I think Liam here is going to be really lucky that he didn't actually get orders in, because if he had gone in fully the other way, he would have been pretty vulnerable. Meanwhile, in the East, look at Spiros, man, into Ukraine. Our army advances to Sevastopol here, lays off Peter on Moscow, into Ionian and East, where Italy, I guess, feared an Austrian, I guess, is trying to attack Austria here. I don't really know what Italy's moves are. I'm sure McAllis can talk about Frank. But I think Spiros and Simone are the ones I'm watching.
I mean, Italy has decided that Austria is their enemy at all costs, and Adriatic helps you try and take Trieste. The problem is that losing Ionian is much worse, unless that French fleet is there by agreement. And if you've invited France in, which might be why France only sent one fleet to the Med rather than two, then they can help you defend. You have a turn of guessing on Tunis or Naples this turn, but if you guess correctly here, you could potentially make some progress. Piedmont doesn't look friendly, but this isn't a hostile all-out attack on Italy by France, so it's eminently plausible Piedmont could backfill Tyrolia or something as well. So, yeah, there's ways for Italy and France to work some sort of agreement here, I think.
All right. What's going on here, Ed?
Trying to figure that out. AT is still together. Ionian was supposed to tap Adriatic, but ends up getting into the Adriatic. No worries, because Eastern gets into Ionian. Khan's coming down. I guarantee you it's an AT. Still together, still working at a highly coordinated level. Peter back to Moscow to defend Moscow here. And more good news for Peter, because Alex vacates Sweden here. And I smell some great coordination, because Peter gets this wonderful retreat into the North Sea, but he loses St. Petersburg. Oh, well. It's kind of like you look at one part of the board and then see the other. I guess it didn't work out so well for Peter. Simone does nothing, absolutely nothing. Maybe McAllis is right. He's there to help. Liam, never leave York. Never leave York, Liam. I'm telling you that right now.
Never leave York, but also don't leave North Sea. If England had taken Norway from Norwegian rather than North Sea here, that retreat doesn't really exist. Instead, it's blown up, and you can look at it and go, oh, Russia's had a terrible year, they're going to disband it. But actually, Germany has moved back out of Sweden, so Russia is on free. And Galicia got piffed, so Russia cannot disband that fleet. That fleet is staying there in North Sea to ruin your life. And yeah, no, there's no real reason why North Sea had to be the mover there. And if the concern was that there would be some sort of GR cooperation against Norway, then you can convoy in. You can do other things. The North Sea is much more dangerous to lose than Norway would have been. Also,
Definitely.
Italy got a build on Trieste, so well done, Frank. It didn't look likely in that position.
Whoa.
All right.
Yeah. It builds a
Cool.
fleet.
So we have Fleet Rome and Fleet London. McAllis, I think Spring 04 is all yours.
All right, Spring of '04, and this is definitely GR cooperation. So Germany attempts to take North Sea, does not succeed because England braces with them, but Russia moves North Sea straight into English Channel, and Simon decides that Mid-Atlantic, rather than covering Channel, needs to also join this big bounce on North Sea. And unfortunately, they don't actually border. Meanwhile, Alex is also taking Galicia, which alleviates a lot of the pressure on Peter in the east. So this is Peter also has England on his side, helping him defend Moscow here. So Peter is saying the right things to all people, despite his back being very much up against the wall. And AT don't really progress anywhere. So the one difference is that they're in Albania and can try and retake the Trieste that they lost last year, but they've lost Galicia, so even that isn't guaranteed. Italy is working with the French; it's quite clear. So yeah, no, not great for AT here.
Wonderful set of moves by Peter and Liam, by the way, for Warsaw to go to Moscow with St. Petersburg support. Moscow cutting Ukraine because Warsaw is getting cut by Austria there. This is, maximum tactical efficiency or defensive.
That's what you expect to Peter, right?
Well, I'm just trying to point out to others,
Yeah.
Even Peter in a bad position can teach us.
This is why Peter is known as one of the best tactical players in the world. It's moves like this.
All right. Michaelis, fall.
All right, fall of '04, and again, the anti-AT moves are all looking pretty decent. So Italy gets into Vienna despite losing Trieste. They now manage to get the French into Tyrrhenian Sea, which is where you want them when they're being the helper unit. Yes, France has followed a second unit in, but that's not necessarily that bad. Meanwhile, at this point, it's beginning to look like a sort of very deranged Western triple that Russia is on the side of. So Germany does now take Sweden at the cost of Belgium, which goes to the Russian fleet, because of course it does. That's the natural home of a Russian navy. So Germany is even, Russia is even. England hasn't taken anything for themselves, and neither's France. But in all cases, units that are not AT have moved further towards AT. One thing that they lost for it was Galicia, which Germany has disbanded rather than retreated, which maybe suggests that some of these moves that they just faced were not agreed.
All right.
You got my eye on England here. Let's see this triple breaks up.
Yet Army Munich and Army Rome.
Army Munich suggests that France is the thing that Germans more concerned about rather than England.
That's true.
All right. How does this pan out, Ed? 05's all yours.
Well, Germany takes Belgium back with French were supporting Belgium, so Munich cut it. So Michaelis right again. It looks like we do have Germany very worried about France. England goes to Skagerrak, though, which doesn't suggest England's anti-Germany. So the coalition is breaking apart here in the West. Meanwhile, in the East, it's too much. It looks like Turkey got into Naples and Austria got into Vienna. So pretty good turn for the AT, I would say, based on just looking at that.
Yeah, with Vienna getting blown up as well.
Yeah, but Apulia got blown up as well, and because the Ionian was braced between the two sides, that fleet that's in Naples looks very dead to me.
Yeah, this is the positioning.
Maybe French just takes Tunis here. Oh, well, I don't think they want to do that.
Well, what do they want to do?
Take Naples. There you go. That'll solve the problem. I was worried about a Tunis retreat if they attacked Italy, but they're still very much on side together. Simone doing that. Peter's still alive. In the East, AT does not take Warsaw. Why not? Because Germany is cutting. I don't know. All right. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but Galicia moved to Warsaw. Ukraine got cut. Meanwhile, what did English Channel order? Was that a convoy? Can't see.
Belgium to
Yeah,
Wales.
Belgium to Wales. That didn't happen because I think Alex would prefer to stay in Belgium and take the guaranteed die over Wales. But it does look like
France has pulled
EF.
back from Picardy. Yeah. Well, does it though? Does France pulls back from Picardy, which maybe they're concerned about Brest going to the Russian, but doesn't look like France has much of a follow-up on Germany when Germany's building. And if they really were anti-German, then this was probably the turn to do something like take Munich using Tyrolia. So I don't know. England and Germany seem to be fighting, but France is not really picking much of a side. Should be pointed out once again, Peter's tactics are the tactics that guarantee you can't lose either Warsaw or Moscow, if you know what Germany and England are doing there. But that's all coordinated to cut both things and defend Moscow using the St. Petersburg support.
Do we say goodbye to Channel here?
Let's see.
It would
And
be
we
a
got
surprise
two,
if we didn't.
and we got 2 for Spiros as well.
2 rebuilds, yeah.
Yep. Alrighty. Channel goes off. Spiros has 2 fleets.
Fleet Marseille comes down.
And Carlos, 06.
06. And now England is hitting Germany with everything. So gets this correctly to take Sweden and Denmark in the same turn as Alex unfortunately attempts to cut a support from Skagerrak and instead walks out of Denmark. That's not great. No units got piffed, so it's not the end of the world, but it's pretty unlikely that they managed to get both of them back. Elsewhere, France is in Ionian Sea using their Italian Janissary still, and Marseille is not following up. Marseille has gone to Spain. Marseille can choose to go in a different direction if that's what it wants, or they can take Belgium in fall with England tapping Holland. There's a few options for Simon here, but the AT, well, they've got Bohemia, and they are in Warsaw, and Austria will have to cover Romania, which isn't that easy when there's attacks on Trieste happening as well. So yeah, Galicia being friendly helps, but there's now got some unideal moves from Austria that have to be on the horizon. And Ionian Sea, this is a 3-on-4 fleet battle that the AT will not be winning.
All right. How about the Fool, mate?
All right. Fall of 06. Germany does get Denmark back, piffing the army that's there, but does not get Sweden back, and also does lose Belgium to the French. France takes it from Burgundy, which is the most pro-German way you could do it. Does say, hey, I only want Belgium. I'm not going to follow up. You can trust me, honest governor. And that'll be the pitch that's being set there. France is also in Adriatic for reasons, as Siobhan would say. And yeah, another bounce in the Ionian, but this is just France getting better position down there. This is pretty decent.
Everyone's going to scramble now. Goodbye, Tunis. Or goodbye, Rome. I don't know. We got goodbye, Venice. It's good for
We're
Simone.
coming up to our last year now as well. So this is it. There's our build, and we have Spring 07. Take us there, Ed.
Germany gets Sweden back, loses Skagerrak, but retreats to Denmark. Simone going to Ruhr. as we should say in German, and Burgundy gets into Venice on a walk because Venice is covering Rome. Also worried about Simone. Simone has to be worried about Ionian now. Thought that Tunis might go there, but that didn't work. Everyone's just scrambling for dots. I don't know who's going to win here.
Venice might be agreed, possibly.
Venice might be agreed. I'm a little surprised to see Romania go to Galicia. Honestly, I thought it might walk into Bulgaria in 1907.
All right, so the final
I
moves.
guess Priestland do that still, right?
Good alliance play. This AT that they never broke. In fact, Toby's hoping Spiros into Moscow. Goodbye, Peter, on the last turn of the game. Let's see. France does keep Venice. So anyone, Germany loses to Sweden. Oh, technically it wasn't his to lose. I haven't done the math. Who won, McAllis or Brandon?
I'll just let Brandon put the year through. 8-8 tie.
There we go.
Which, in this scoring system, we saw at the top earlier, Germany got 29 points, so 2 leaders getting 15 each is not really a great score. Toby will be pretty happy with the way that he worked at it. Spent most of the game fighting all of his neighbors bar Spiros, still came up joint top, which is good. Simon will maybe be a little sad that they couldn't sweep that one extra dot somewhere to steal the top, though.
Good
Yeah,
job,
that's true. But
Simone
we
and
saw,
Toby.
yeah, definitely, and the way they structured their alliances as well with Spiros and Frank respectively, like they there was a bit of respect there in the way they played the game, and it was really nice. Okay, I will pull up our last board. I'll add Brandon back as well. Pull up our last board for round 1.
McAllis through the trap door.
All right, we'll see you in a bit, McAllis.
Brandon, my DBN
Yes, sir.
contract says I don't have to commentate with Brandon Fogel.
Oh,
I don't know what you can do about that, but should I go to my union rep?
Sure.
I think you should just have to leave then, Ed. We'll just have to either that or I could be somebody else. Would you like me to be somebody else?
How's Brandon spelt in the contract? That's very important.
Yeah, I think you spelled it Brandin, so you're just out of luck, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Was Simone double boarding?
Yes, he was. Yeah, so Brandon, if you want to walk us through the players on this board, because we again have some names that we know.
Yeah, so we've got the tournament director, Robert Schupa, being forced to play in Austria. His score won't count, but he is a person of honor and is probably playing as hard as he can. Anyway, Christophe Bourget, I should say, as Ed mentioned, is one of the nicest people on the European Tour. Really nice guy. I've known him for almost, 7 or 8 years now. I played with him in Marseille in 2019. Really, really good person and a good player. France, David Alberti, I don't know him. Germany, we've got Wardy, Christopher Ward, DBN's own, making noise. Wardy always makes something happen somewhere on the board, either for him or for somebody else when he plays. So this should be entertaining, if nothing else. And then Simon Wesendrup and Philip Weisert are both common names. They've been around for a little bit. And Robin Oka, I don't know much about Robin. Looks like one of the Dresden crowd, probably gotten into the game by Robert Schupa.
Beautiful. One thing I've forgotten to do as well as we go, and my pronunciation is going to be horrible, but it is the board names. So this is Passau, which I'm 100% sure is the way you pronounce that. The previous board was Ingolstadt, and the first board was Ulm. So these are all cities that, like Regensburg, are located on the river. Danube, which I am sure that's how you pronounce that as well.
I'm going to guess they're all Bavarian cities. Bavaria is the Texas of Germany.
Love it. Beautiful.
We won't ask for clarification.
All right. Brando, if you want to take us through Spring 01 of our final board of round 1.
You know, if you're going to call me Brando, I'm going to have to call you Brando. That's just how it's going to be.
All right. Brando
is good. Brando is the new name for you.
I think Brando is fine. And I don't see a problem with Brando. So here we go.
I'm cool with it. Let's go.
All right. We have not a whole lot of interest here, actually. This is a pretty set of standard openings. The only ones I think that are worth pointing out here are Paris to Picardy, which is common, but not always done by France. Get a little purchase on Belgium. The English Channel was DMZ'd, so that's interesting enough. And then Turkey goes Smyrna to Syria, which is a popular way of saying, don't look at me. I'm not dangerous. And also, no Lepanto. Don't even try.
Alrighty. Very nice. Yeah, we have some experienced players on this board, so some of these moves will signal things like that.
All right. Now, as diplomacy games go, now we get some complexification, and this happens with Christophe Bourget getting supported into Belgium by the French, surely with the consent of the Germans as well. So certainly cooperation between England and France here, but potential for a triple, a Western triple here. I would look out for that. We'll check out the builds and see how it goes. We do, so despite Philip Weisert in Smyrna opening to Syria, we do get Robin Ilka in Italy convoying to Tunis. So that's fun. That raises the possibility of that Lepanto that I said Turkey was sending the signal to not do. Those are the major things here.
I would just say I very rarely see Kiel supporting Ruhr to Holland. You usually see Ruhr supporting Kiel to Holland. That is kind of a sop to France and suggests that Brando's idea of a Western triple might be in play. But I doubt it with a convoy to Belgium. See, it's all very strange.
Well, it keeps the fleet in the north, but we'll see.
All right.
They can convoy it right to Norway.
Yep.
Why not? There we go. We have our builds. Anything of note stick out?
The only thing that isn't obviously Western, or that might be a hitch in the Western triple joint, is the fleet in Brest. Otherwise, England's builds are very France friendly, which is also copacetic with a Western triple. We have Germany. I had no choice but to build the fleet in Belgium because of the way that they moved in the fall, but that is itself, I think, a suggestion that a Western triple is a possibility here. France's builds are not exclusive of a Western triple. This could easily be converted, and this might be a nice way to sort of hide that it's happening, but also could be used against England.
All right. Ed, Spring 02.
Yeah, doesn't look like super Western triple moves here. When Portugal goes to Mid-Atlantic, Brest holds. That's unfortunate because it gives Christophe Bourget a walk into English Channel and north. We do see anti-French moves with Kiel going to Ruhr here, but we also see anti-Russian moves with the fleet being supported to Baltic. Zimone's not playing. He's moving to Finland. He's moving to Livonia. He's not hoping things change in the north. He's the only thing he could have done differently is Moscow up north, but instead it goes down there because he goes to Seb, because Seb gets into black, which I take it as a RT versus AI defense. Indeed, that's a problem with Bulgaria being lost. Maybe it's an error because Romania is supporting Serbia to Bulgaria. Didn't even need to do that. So I see these things as I go along. Error might be a response to what the West is doing, or Simone just might be a bit of an opportunist.
This is nice defense by France here. I really like how France played this.
Also, too,
Except for Brest.
with Russia as well, double boarding. The first couple of years is where they sort of determine where their investment goes. So knowing the result on the other one, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about not moving Brest to the English Channel there. I actually think that's a decent hedge. If you're not really sure what's happening here, except that you're probably going to get a supported attack on Burgundy. If you want to give England a chance to show their colors, then not covering English Channel, I think, is a reasonable thing to do.
It's a good point.
Cool. Alrighty, Ed, Fall 02.
Fall 02. Well, we do see Syria and Armenia. Clearly, Philip is a little upset at Zimone here. And, ooh, this is interesting. Austria, Robert Schupa, he came here to play, even as host. He's going ahead and attacking Zimone with Budapest to Romania here and going to Galicia. Italy was like, I'm just going to go ahead and go against Turkey here. So doing the traditional Lepanto moves of Eastern and Ionian. Meanwhile, look at France here getting English Channel piffed. Oh, no, it goes off the board. It wasn't piffed. Okay. But does get to English Channel. I guess North Sea had a decision to support Norway or English Channel, and it chose Norway. Good decision, I think, to save the center. And France keeps Germany out of Burgundy.
Good tactics there. Picardy tapping Belgium. Like it.
Agree.
What's interesting here is David in France leads with Mid-Atlantic, not Brest. This is another choice that is an ask for England to work with him. It makes it much easier for England to turn sides here and work with France, not having that fleet in the Mid-Atlantic.
And I can easily see Christoph as one of these people who could be swayed by that. He's pretty flexible. He's so friendly. He's like, I tried, I failed. We'll do something else.
100%. Well, and taking that unit off the board allows him to rebuild it in Edinburgh, right? Rather than having to retreat to London. So things are happening in Houston, sounds like. Anyway, we could see a realignment here between England and France.
All right, cool. Builds for this year,
or not?
A couple of interesting things with fleets.
So much for all that theory.
Yes.
Alrighty.
But the other one is Fleet Trieste. We have got to talk about Fleet Trieste. So Robert Schupa came to play, and he came to play quite a lot. So he's looking to get.
It's unusual when you see Austria attack all three neighbors.
Yeah.
It's unusual. Usually it doesn't work out.
He's going for his money's worth. But if you're Turkey, you're happy to see that. My goodness.
Yeah. Got a nice comment in the comment section there. Robert going mad with power as the TD. He's ready to go for it.
It kind of makes sense with the Turkish disband if you think about it. If it is an AT here, right, the fleet sort of needed it, would release pressure off of Turkey a bit. I think it's pretty justified.
Why not? Just go for it.
Yeah, the question are the tactics now. How do you... Oh, he gets into the... Wow. Okay, so the question for me was going to be how do you ensure that you get into the Adriatic? If Ionian doesn't go to the Adriatic, you don't have to. So Robin chooses to give up the Adriatic and instead convoy the army back. And there's a real good argument for that. You get that unit into play. The problem is you just have to you have a fleet in the Adriatic now. Let's see. Elsewhere, we have Russia and Turkey now joining forces against Austria. I think they've gotten wise to Schupa's kaleidoscope approach to diplomacy in the first 2 years. And so this is not great for Robert to have all three of his neighbors attacking him, even if he is coming from a position of power tactically. In the West, we have France. I sort of gave Alberti a bunch of props for setting up the possibility of working with England, and the answer is nope. maybe if he'd built in Edinburgh, he might have, or maybe not. So
I think
England
that was a dream you had that was never a reality.
Yeah, it was a possibility. So it's not happening. England and Germany are still working together, combining to get into Burgundy. There was a guess here and they got it right. So for the moment, Belgium is still English. That's about it.
All right. Fall. Brando.
All right, we have, let's see, England and Germany, still no reason to not work together. We have France doing some creative tactics, but still losing position as England gets into Picardy. Germany follows up into Burgundy. There was a guess here. I see that France wanted to make sure they didn't slip into Gascony. So there was sort of a 50-50 whether Gascony or Picardy would be the point of attack. And David guessed wrong. In the East, we have
Awesome.
the sunset of Robert Schupa, the early twilight, I think.
The nadir.
Yeah, whatever the period before, just as dusk is about to start, that is what Robert Schupa experiences this turn as he loses Greece to Italy, Bulgaria to Russia, and Serbia to Turkey. He does, however, pick up Warsaw thanks to a collaboration with Germany, but that's never a good trade to lose centers closer to your home centers, gaining one further away. So, yeah, well done to the Eastern powers to work together here. And yeah, those are the highlights.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Here we have our adjustments. All fleets again. Another fleet, London. That poor Austrian fleet in Adriatic is gone. We have Robin building a fleet in Naples and Philip putting one down in Ankh, which is a shame because Black Sea goes, but I guess it was the only spot open for a build as well. So
it makes wanted to guarantee that he gets the black.
That's it, yeah. Ed, 04.
I think you have your answer, Brandon, that Simone's probably prioritizing the other game. But does get into Romania here, went to the east right away to look at. With Bulgaria's support. Turkey loses Serbia, but gets to Greece. But otherwise, Turkey kind of getting free here. This is Philip off the back foot in this situation. Italy, I guess, is going to go west. We see this Tyrrhenian and Tunis move, so I think some sort of détente was reached with Italy, but we'll see for how long. And Italy also gets Trieste, Robert Schupa into Moscow. Anyways, it's a jumble mess, but it's kind of funny. That's my review of the East. In the West, English Channel retreats to North Sea. Wales goes to England. Maybe this is another stop to England, but I think this is the only way they could have done it. Belgium is going to English Channel, I think. I don't know, not supporting it. All right, fine. That's all I got.
It's worth saying that the English and German attack on France has been a complete mess. It is now fall of 1904, and they can't guarantee that they get a supply center.
No, and now there's a couple of awkward gaps that have opened up to Christoph around Wardy centers as well. So we'll see whether that's tested. There we go. Ed.
Yeah. So, sorry, Wardy, Christoph, I had enough of you. Went to Holland. I think maybe tried to snag Denmark, or they said bounce, but it's but Bothnia doesn't move. So meanwhile, France goes to Gascony for, as Siobhan would say, for reasons. I guess because there was a concern that Burgundy would move there, because Burgundy's thinking there's going to be a self bounce of Paris and Marseille. Instead, self bounces in Picardy. And poor David. I mean, it's like 99 problems. I mean, one battle after another here. Now Italy's coming in. I don't know if that's to help or not.
Yeah, it could be worse. Italy could have gone to Lyon in Western Med. So I suspect this is invited, but it may be once he's there, France would wish that he wasn't. I have to say, I like what David has done this game. He's stalled the EG long enough that it fell apart because they weren't going to make any progress anytime soon. So,
I agree with Brandon.
That's good. Alrighty. Winter, a couple of minor adjustments. Philip getting another build there, which is really cool, down in Turkey. We see Shruppa going down 1, same with Simone. And Christoph is going up as well. Another Fleet London. And there
What
we
do you
go.
think of the army build, Brando? What do you think of the army build?
In by Turkey? Oh, I like it. I think that I think Italy and Turkey have a clear mandate to finish off the Austrian centers and also take whatever the Russian centers are there. So there's plenty of work for them to do together before they would have any issues with each other.
I agree. I think a lot of people build a fleet, but your enemy is going. I mean, Italy, your enemy's on the run, and Italy, your nominal ally, is shifting 2 fleets to the west. So it's good. You don't want to antagonize that.
I will say, if I were Christoph, I'm pretty sure I would have built Fleet Eddie here just to give something to David. You've now stabbed your ally Germany. You really need to go full force, try to win this game by getting those northern centers. But you need an ally in France to do that. So
maybe it was agreed by Wordy.
Maybe that'd be interesting. I doubt it.
Spring 05, Brandon.
Yep, it was not agreed.
Not agreed.
But that said, so Christoph and David, England and France are fighting each other still, and it's just bad. It's bad. It's bad for both of them. You're at a point in the game now where you need to be able to put your foot on the accelerator and grow in a time limit, a 1907 limit game. So that's not happening. But it's good news for Wardy. It gives him the chance of possibly recovering and maybe taking a swing at the board top. We do have Italy getting into Mid-Atlantic, so I think that clearly was not agreed upon between France, but Italy is saying, now that I'm there, I want my pound of flesh. So Portugal is gone. Spain may be as well. In the East, however, we have Italy losing Trieste, and that is because Turkey attacks Russia in Serbia, which wasn't even needed because Romania was tapping it. But Ionian taps Greece, which prevents Turkey from getting Serbia. So lack of coordination between the two of them, Italy and Turkey, suggests that our theory, or my theory, I guess, that Italy and Turkey have a lot to gain by working together, was not agreed by the Italy and Turkey in this game.
Maybe Italy thought that Greece was going to Serbia and Bulgaria would support, but that seems strange. I think it's stab.
Yeah.
I want to point out Tyrolia here tapping Munich for reasons. This is one where you definitely would rather be using Tyrolia to support
Trieste.
Yeah.
Or tap Vienna.
Yeah. Take a swing at Vienna,
Right.
Yep. Mistake by Robin.
Alrighty, in the fall.
All right, so it looks like Christoph and Wardy, England and Germany, have gotten back on the same page together. Christoph has agreed to give back Holland in exchange for a friend, which he needs, and that should benefit both of them. It gives Wardy a real opportunity here to take a swing at this board top. In fact, I think he'll be in the lead after this turn with 2 years to play. Except that Robin Olka in Italy takes both Portugal and Spain, manages to not lose anything else in the south apart from Trieste, goes from Tyrolia to Piedmont, probably in order to try to secure Marseille. But interesting setup for the final here. And elsewhere, we have not much happening in the east. Looks like a lot of dipsy doodle.
Alrighty, we'll push it through. see these adjustments. I think
Wave.
that's all pretty.
Oh no, it's only one build by Italy because they lost.
Lost
Trieste.
Trieste, yeah. That's it.
Christoph's
Alrighty.
disband is interesting here. I would have thought Liverpool would come off the board here. Liverpool doesn't. It has no offensive potential, but Irish Sea does. So that's a bit of a surprise.
Okay. Spring 06. Ed, kick us off.
So Christoph gets into Mid-Atlantic with French support. Christoph and David have reached an agreement here. Given the disband of France, that meant that Italy could take Marseille. Italy does take Marseille, takes it with the fleet. That's because Austria is coming, going to Tyrolia with Trieste support. So now Italy can support Venice, which is good. Italy also gets into Eastern Med here. Zimone hiding in Armenia. Turkey picks up Serbia. And Munich to Burgundy. I presume to help. I guess they're all fighting Italy now.
All right. Fall.
In the fall, England gets Brest. So Dayton for 1 year. Instead, given the fact that there's only 3 seasons left, you got to get your dots when you can. And Christoph went ahead and got Brest here off the French. David still lives as best I can tell. Meanwhile, in the East, bounced in Smyrna, presumably ranged of some sort. And we say goodbye to Zimone.
Man, Philip
Okay, you shared the board top in game 2.
Philip Weissert in Turkey just had to have a big smile on his face after these moves were revealed. Had a big guess in Smyrna and got it right. And now has, and also didn't lose Bulgaria or Serbia or Greece. And now has, I guess there wasn't a guess over Smyrna. This was, yeah, no, he covered both of them and this was impossible. But he managed to hold on to Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece. That's the big thing. And he still has a home center open for a build here. So he's going to get a unit on the board.
What do you think he builds in this position? Or what's your take on everyone's builds? We've got 1 year left.
I think Army. I think I want to kick out Armenia here.
I think Armenia's gone, isn't it?
Oh, right. Russia's been eliminated. Then Fleet.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to go after Sevastopol. It's a good question.
Potentially. All right.
I don't know what England builds here. That's probably Fleet. London.
Why not?
Where's England's builds coming from?
There's only 1 year. This is the last year too. It's worth.
Yeah, the last year. You got to think, what can I get to in 1 year?
Yeah. So Fleet, London. I would build Army Smyrna here and see if you can get Eastern Med to go away, so you can go after Sevastopol.
Cool. All right. Fleet London, Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna. Alrighty. We'll push it through final. Well, there we go.
All right.
We've got a draw. So we have a 3-way shared top between Wardy, Robin, and Christoph. So an interesting finish there. Do you reckon everyone should have taken this draw, or should have just played it out that final year?
If I'm Philip, I definitely play it out. I don't think you can really. I mean, I don't think you have anything to lose by playing it out if you're Philip.
I don't know. Serbia's vulnerable. Austria doesn't have anything to do except come after you, or he's not going to get anything out of. Yeah, but Trieste is vulnerable, which he needs to hit Serbia. Yeah, it feels like actually a sort of stable, if precarious, equilibrium.
Okay.
I think given the way this game has gone, this is probably a disappointing draw, but they're probably all fine with it as their, potentially third score if they're thinking about winning this tournament.
Yeah, well, what we can do now is we can actually have a look at the current standings. I'll bring Michaelis back to the stage. I'll pop this off for a sec. And I will bring this up. I'm not sure if we ran through the scoring system earlier. I think you're familiar with that. Are you, Brandon?
Yeah, enough. So it's one of these where the points are low. You get 3 points for surviving, 1 point per supply center. And then if you top the board alone, you get 6 points. If no one is within 2 points of within 2 centers of you, then you get another 4 points. And if no one's within 3 centers of you, then you get another 2 points. So it's one of these where the bigger the gap is between first and second, the more you get as first place. The thing is, though, that if you finish behind the board leader by 1, you still get 4 points. So the gap between a lone top by 1 and the second place in that scenario is only 2 points plus a center, so 3 points. So this is a scoring system that rewards topping, but not that much more than a close second. But a top that wins by several centers can get significantly large, and that's what we see with Gregory's score.
Yeah, so Gregory had that massive 14 center Germany in the first game we looked at, and yeah, we can see that he's almost double what second place has. So
this is more of a disincentive to split games. Like this is. I mean, these 2 other split tops. Look at this. I mean, with Gregory almost twice the next score. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's just because Gregory's score was big. Sorry, Michaelis, go ahead.
It's very Open Tribute-esque, the sort of gaps where the shared tops are miles behind the lone top when the lone top was bid. You can see this in VDL where like you could get a split top where you get 60, 70 points, and then a massive top like Gregory got would be worth 140. So interesting, unusual for Europe.
Yeah, there's a big caveat, a big difference between this and something like Open Tribute, which is that in Open Tribute, topping matters no matter how big the score is. So no matter how big the gap is between first and second. So it's actually the exact same score between whether you win by 1 or whether you win by 5. Here, Gregory's score is so big because he won the second place player was significantly far behind. So if a player had been within 2 centers, then Gregory's score would be 6 lower, or within 1 center would be 6 lower. So that's kind of where the big gap comes. There is not a huge penalty for sharing the board top. The bigger problem here is that these players didn't have big center counts.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we have a little video from Robert LTD from while round 1 was being played. So that just goes for a minute and will give us a little bit of a vibe of what round 1 was looking like for him as it was being played. I'll bring that up now.
One from RegensCon with board 1, the rookie board over there. Over here, a former world champion and a former world championship organizer playing on board B. Different people negotiating. Wardy waving to his fans, playing on board C, where the tournament director is creating chaos.
Yes, he's terrible.
He is. And over here we've got the other folks from board C. Those guys are very tightly allied, I believe.
Yes, totally. They're totally sent the German army in Burgundy.
And those guys are hatching plans already to kill poor old Austria. Let's see how it goes.
I'll talk to Germany first.
Yes, no problem. Take your time.
Alrighty. Beautiful.
Robert
Everyone,
Schupa does one back channel, and he already has better sound than I had.
Lots of smiles there. Looks like everyone was having a really good time surviving that heat wave. Looked like a beautiful day to be out there playing a game too. So, so really cool to see that. We love getting some extra content like that for to feature on our stream.
You know, when you said there was a massive heat wave, I was like, oh, that must, you know, from this American mindset, that must be annoying when they want to go out to get lunch.
Yeah, it's colder outside.
That's it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. All right, cool. So we will get into round 2, the first board there. I think it's Brandon. Are you up? Ed, you're up for a break?
I think it's me, right? Yeah.
It is.
I don't remember. All right, cool. Beautiful. We will catch you in a bit. And here we have our next game with a few more names. Brandon, if you want to run us through those.
Yeah, sure. Vesendrup, we've seen played a couple games in round 1 and has been around for a while. Robin Oka, we also saw in the game recently. Alex Lebedev, Francesco Conte, these are familiar names. The other 3 are new for this tournament. Stefan Meyer, Laza M, and Daniel Trubitson. So we will look forward to seeing how they fare.
Beautiful. All right. Did I have you on 01?
You did.
In the previous game? All right. Michaelis, I'll bring you up. Walk us through 01.
All right, spring of 01, we see another DMZ in Burgundy. Seems to be quite a popular thing at this tournament. A lot of France is opening to Picardy instead. We see a very Australian-esque opening of Germany putting heel into Helderland. Supposedly, this is to give them options on how to take Holland or Denmark. Could also just be a newer thing, a newer player thing, where they we know Daniel is less experienced. Meanwhile, in the east, we see again Smyrna to Syria, very Australian, very anti-Lepanto. Pretty confident that Lepanto is not about to head Turkey's way, as Italy opens to Tyrolia and to Venice. No holds barred. Simon, I'm coming for you, says Francesco in spring of 01. You don't see this very often, especially nowadays, so be very interesting to see how this plays out. It is a much stronger move when Austria misorders Vienna to Galicia by putting Vienna to Warsaw instead and lets Russia into Galicia. And now there is an army that can collaborate with those Italian armies, so I don't know if Simon is double boarding again or if this is just one of those things, but ouch.
I'm curious to see if we get the follow-up into Bohemia and Tyrolia and an army in Venice. I forget what that's called. It's something Crusher, like Alpine Crusher.
Bohemian Crusher.
Bohemian Crusher, okay.
All right.
I suspect when Russia's already in Galicia that it won't, and yeah.
I mean, even better if you can get Russia and Turkey to tap Vienna and Serbia for you. Oof.
Yeah, I don't know what Simon said and did in this game, but it looked like everyone else went, yeah, no. We could have played with you, but we don't want to. And so Francesco gets Tunis and Trieste. Turkey just taps Serbia just to screw Simon, gets nothing from it. So that's harsh for Simon. And Alex gets Romania with the army while already being Galicia, which is nice. The West, meanwhile, shakes out into a more normal-looking fall of 01, with Germany putting the fleet into Denmark and France getting the free builds, and also putting a fleet in Spain's south coast, which potentially is a little bit Western Tripoli, but Italy has, England has not moved North Sea to Skagerrak or anything, especially anti-Russian as of yet. So France may be just keeping some options open.
Yeah, cool. There we go. We've got our adjustments. A couple of interesting things, if you want to walk us through them, both of you.
Yeah, Fleet Liverpool jumps out. If we were looking to try to determine whether this is a Western triple or not, Fleet Liverpool suggests at least England doesn't think so. It's curious to build Fleet Liverpool with London open. So, we saw this last time with in the first round with England getting into the English Channel. So that'd be this would require a lot of conversation between Lasse. And anyway, if Lasse and Stefan, if Lasse had any thoughts of sending all those fleets south, I think there's going to have to be a bit of reconsideration of that. But you do have 2 armies from Germany and Daniel. So
yeah, I think France has some problems here. The armies, yeah, there's a world they go east. You can build 2 armies in a Western triple if you're Germany, but this looks to me maybe this is some sort of EG where they're pro-Russia, so they might be shifting both English fleets across to London and to North Sea to be able to force channel that way, whilst using Liverpool for the flank move. Puts a lot of trust in Sweden if that's what you're doing, but definitely an option for cracking France. Because we saw in round 1, we just saw an EG that really failed to crack France for most of the game after not using the flanks very effectively. So if you're going to do it, you're going to have to put a few more units in.
That's it. All right, Brandon, Spring 02.
all right. So we do have England and France successfully navigating this. I mean, if this was a way to hide the Western triple, well done, because it's a very unusual way to do that. So what we do have are very Western tripling moves here. France goes south into the Med, Marseille to Lyon, Spain to Western Med, and then pulls Brest in the Mid-Atlantic. And we have Liverpool going to North Atlantic, which can easily go over the top here, which would make sense given that England convoyed over to Norway, getting support from Germany into Sweden. So, it's all very Western Tripoli, but in a way that does not advantage, that works against Germany, who doesn't have a whole lot of security here. And with France already in Belgium, has to wonder what they're going to get out of this. Certainly by moving Kiel to Silesia, you're not going to at least deploy the units, which may be something that Germany wants. Maybe Germany wants to make it look like they're on board with the Western Triple and not get overextended. In the East, we have an effort to eliminate Austria by the end of 1902.
An effort that will probably succeed.
All right.
Yeah, I think for Germany, arguably they're better off with their units not having
moved. But here they do move, for better or worse. And France gets the prime position they need over Italy. Austria succeeds in surviving in, actually at 2, because Turkey, very interestingly, decides to hit Russia here. This is whether the strategic merits are worth this or not. The tactical choice here is poor. And the reason for that is that there's no reason to leave Serbia here. He almost certainly had to know that Russia was going to be hitting Budapest here. And so there's no need to hit Romania with 3 or to leave Serbia suspecting that Bulgaria will have a retreat here. So this is just a big, big tactical mistake by Robin. Whether the strategic decision to turn on Russia was a good one or not is an open question.
And especially given that Russia wouldn't be building anyway, so they lost Sweden, so they would have been even with Sweden and Budapest. So I think you could easily have waited a turn, just on taking Greece, guaranteed that, and got yourselves two extra builds by 02, and it doesn't change the situation on the board almost at all. So I think this was a bit premature to go after Russia there.
I'd agree.
Alrighty. Here we have our builds. And we will just push this along a bit. Carlos, Spring 03.
I did actually miss that Italy had snuck into Marseille, so some great guessing by Francesco there to turn that position around. Well done. Spring of 03, though, what we see is more Western Tripoli stuff in the north, where England is sending the fleets over the top, also sending Norway to Finland to guarantee lots of units are next to St. Petersburg, and that you can take it with an army, which is what you want in a triple. That pesky Italian unit that slipped into Marseille now retreats to Burgundy, however, because France didn't cover it off, which means that they still have problems with that Italian, and it's much, much harder to piff that than it was before, or to get it back the other side of the line. If you did that this turn and pushed it to Piedmont here, because Belgium had gone to Burgundy, then sort of problem dealt with. Now you've got a unit that's going to be annoying you for a very long time to come. So that is an unfortunate error on the French player's part. Then the East is not looking quite so good for Turkey, who is, I guess, trying to try to put Italy into Serbia, but at the cost of Romania going back to the Russians. Austria is tapping Bulgaria. This is that premature stab has come back to haunt Robin here.
All right. Show us how that pans out.
All right. Fall of 03, Russia does lose St. Petersburg to the army as expected. Retreats are still being interestingly utilized. So Germany takes Belgium with Italy support, which looks nice until you realize France is retreating to Holland. So that's just, yeah, a bit of inexperience there, I guess. Big brace on Warsaw, which is quite good for Alex, who also now takes Bulgaria, piffing a Turkish unit as Simon not only survived to the end of 1902, but somehow doesn't go down any further and is still on 2 dots, and now has 2 empty dots next to him at the end of the year for boot. So really well played by Simon this year. Italy is convinced not to go for Budapest or for an Austrian dot. So Alex and Simon and Francesco have really got on the same page for dealing with this triple, and they've decided that killing Turkey is what they need to do that, which is not an unreasonable take when there's a Western triple.
I like what Francesco's doing here. You know, he gets England and France and Germany to break up, basically to fight each other, and that has a chance of paying a lot of dividends in the future. And he's getting his fleets in position to do something interesting. He's weak on the backside, but you know, Austria is unlikely to leave leave Greece. You know, they can't build, and Turkey doesn't have any fleets down there. So I think this is actually a pretty good risk for Francesco to take.
Yeah, and Russia is way too spread out in the Balkans to be looking at Italian dots. So yeah.
Okay. Here we have a couple of adjustments again.
Francesco has to pull that fleet that, you know, I just praised him for getting in there. Elsewhere, we just get a bunch of armies. We get a fleet in from Turkey.
I quite like that disband from Francesco, though.
Yeah. I forgot.
Maybe Piedmont, but Piedmont is quite risky if Marseille does go into to fill its place. And we saw earlier, like in Italy, they got very punished when it overcommitted to a fight against France. And you see Turkey putting a fleet down here. Francesco is making sure that Ionian is not falling anytime soon this way. So good stuff.
If you have to disband, that's the right one to do it. I think you'd be tempted to disband Burgundy, but having just gotten Germany and France to fight, I think you want to keep your thumb in that pie.
Yeah, no, but Burgundy is the diplomatic mover on the beat. To be honest, Francesco's entire game right now is built around what that Burgundy unit is doing. So there's no way you're pulling that unit off the board.
Yep. All right, this is a good game.
All right. Brandon, Spring 04.
Yeah, so Germany had to go backwards here, send 2 units back. A little surprised at Bohemia bouncing Tyrolia. You would think that Germany and Italy would be on the same page here. And it's not like there was another unit that needed to go there. So maybe they just had nothing else to do with those units and decided that they would bounce there. But Piedmont could have gone to Marseille. Anyway, We do have Francesco recommitting to the east now. We have Robin Ulka in Turkey advancing against Russia. So Turkey's bouncing back here a little bit. It could be that now Italy and Turkey really do have some good reason to work together. It could also be that Francesco decides to try to use the remnants of Simon Wesendrup to make progress against Turkey. In the north, we have Holland slipping into Belgium. We have Stefan Meyer, who we haven't talked about a whole lot, but is in quite a secure position at the moment, advancing towards probably the German centers. Those are the ones he's in position to take a swing at. But Liverpool in Irish Sea, what is that going to do vis-a-vis the French?
Yeah, it looks like Fleet Liverpool was sort of a maybe a distraction build. It's like, hey, look, Germany, I'm obviously going after France. We're all good. We're all good. Oh, I'm in North Sea and Skagerrak. Maybe we're not quite so good.
Yep. It'd be interesting to see whether England and Germany work together on Holland here.
All right. What do they do?
No. So Stefan was coming for Germany, and he does indeed do that. Irish Sea stays where it is. So that Stefan is saying that he likes having it there and doesn't mind that it may feel risky to France. Italy loses the forward army, decides to pull it off the board. We'll be able to rebuild it back in the home area, though, because he has not lost anything. And he'll need that because Austria and Turkey have now combined to move him out of the Ionian. So the diplomatic and strategic situation in the East remains fluid. And, Francesco has a shot at the board top here and has not found the partner that he needs in the East to take the safer swing at that. But Russia and Turkey are now also back on track here. It looks like they've coordinated in such a way as to give Turkey some forward flexibility and Russia some defensive solidity. So interesting reorganization of this board. But it's worth pointing out that the net result of what happens in the lowlands is that France goes up one and Germany goes down one.
Yeah, this is a tough learning experience for Daniel there, but the unsupported move to Holland, in turn being bounced out by a French army that is taking Belgium because of the bounce, it's probably not the right way to go there. Little surprised they couldn't cut some sort of deal with Italy, but it did look like Italy had flipped on them anyway.
Yeah. Alrighty. We have a couple of adjustments here.
Small mistake from
really...
Francesco, actually. Retreating to Naples so that he has to build Fleet Rome rather than retreating to Tunis and building Fleet Naples there.
Yep.
We have another fleet from Stefan as well. And we have a Turkish fleet and a Russian army.
All those make sense.
Cool. Beautiful. Pushes through Spring 05. Michaelis, if you can do this, I am going to disappear for a second and I will be back.
Sure. All right, Spring of 05, and this RT, it wasn't an RT getting back together. They are just constantly fighting each other. Now, Russia is taking Romania, and nobody is taking Bulgaria behind them because Simon is self-bouncing there, because why not? Great for Alex, I guess, especially if he can somehow hold on to it for another turn. He also correctly predicts that Italy is about to slide into Galicia. Could be arranged, but it's very unlikely to be an arranged bounce. Otherwise, you're risking Italy slipping into Budapest instead. So I think this was just a very good read on Alex's part. And Italy not putting Tyrolia to Trieste means that Budapest is actually reasonably safe as long as the Austrian is still on your side, which they so far appear to be. Italy, meanwhile, does get back into Ionian Sea. Rome does get the follow-up to Naples, and Turkey, rather than retreating to Tunis, which looks cool until you lose it again in full, decides to retreat to Albania, maybe to start pressurizing Greece and looking for dots around there rather than a forward position.
I think the move that interests me the most here, or surprises me anyway, is Warsaw to Prussia. If you're Russia, why aren't you focusing on the Balkans? You know, if you want to get position, go to Silesia, drop Moscow to Ukraine. You know, try to get into Bohemia and then into Vienna and Galicia, of course.
It may be a diplomatic play just to get England to move the army out of St. Petersburg, which gives you so much more flexibility from the fact that they've done that. And if this was the cost, if England was like, I'll leave St. Petersburg if you move to Prussia, I think that's a reasonable deal for Russia to take.
All right, Michalis, we have the fall.
All right. In full, and Russia doesn't use Prussia to cut Berlin. They do notably spoil it. England does get Kiel anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, Russia not actually helping England take a dot. They're just moving in a position to get onto the line. They also go to Silesia and seem to have made some sort of agreement with Italy, who now puts Vienna to Bohemia and decides to go to the line, but also sends the fleet to Adriatic to get another one out to Ionian. Meanwhile, Austria takes Bulgaria, which Russia, I'm pretty sure that's a support that's just entered for the wrong coast. I'm pretty sure Russia was on board with Austria. Taking Bulgaria, so that's all by agreement or copacetic between the two of them. Maybe Russia was hoping that it would bounce with the Turks if they used cod and black. But given that Turkey has pulled out of Black Sea, you would expect that to be by some sort of agreement.
Potentially could just be a backstab error as well, since this is a face-to-face game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't have mattered on the sandbox, so there's no reason to go back and fix it.
Yeah. All right, so this is what Winter 05 looks like. Just with Stefan again, another build coming along nicely here in this game. Let's see what that is. Army Eddie, Brandon, Spring 06.
All right, it is I think all hands against England here. Punish England for all of their perfidy. France and Germany both they have a power of 4 against 2 to take Kiel, and Russia takes Berlin behind them. Elsewhere, we have Austria and Italy combining against Turkey to take the Aegean Sea. And for all of Russia's friendliness towards Italy, they get an army in Galicia, an army in Vienna, and the likely loss of Budapest.
This is a very European game in the East here. There's no real fixed alliances, and with 2 years left, people are just sort of trying to put themselves in position to take any dot they can get.
Yeah. Here's the fall. Brandon again.
All right, so Budapest does not fall to Francesco because Serbia supports it, and Francesco needs a bit more leverage in order to make that work, which he does not get because he can't pick up Greece thanks to a nice little brace, 2 against 2 by Robin Ulka. So a nice guess by Robin against Francesco. However, this is what I think is known in the scientific literature as a tragic error by Austria and Turkey. So Turkey moves Constantinople to Aegean, supported by Bulgaria, which, given that Greece is hitting Ionian, is guaranteed to dislodge the Aegean, which would leave it no place to retreat to were it not for the fact that Turkey has vacated Smyrna for no reason at all. None. There's no reason to make that move because Khan doesn't make it into Aegean if Bulgaria doesn't support the move. So there's nothing that can threaten Constantinople. This is just a tragic.
There is a reason if that Austrian support was hostile. If that Austrian support was not expected, that there was never a plan to dislodge Aegean, but you were worried that you were tapping Aegean, but maybe Aegean was hitting Greece and you would get in and you were worried Austria would slide to Con, then you backfill Con to stop that happening. And if Austria, who has not really been working with the Turk in this game, they've been working with the Russian, maybe sniffed something out here, that could well be one of the most devastating uses of hostile support that I've seen in a while, if that is what happened.
It's very creative, and I give you a lot of credit for coming up with that scenario. And if that is
Simon is the kind of player I can believe would do that.
All right, if that is what has happened here, Simone, well done. Elsewhere on the board, we have a convoy from Sweden to Prussia, which is fun and really nice for Stefan. Gives him some purchase over the German centers. But not so great for Stefan is the fact that we have France moving up into the North Atlantic and now has a walk into Liverpool. So
yeah, IRC has sat there not moving for years on end, and the turn it finally does move is the turn it probably shouldn't have.
Yep.
Which is always a bit rough.
And I believe that we are going to have a rebuild by oh no, England's going to have to pull one, or no, they had a disband.
Heel was piffed.
Okay. Yeah, so they have 7 on the board, 7 units.
Yeah, so that brings Stefan down. Now we've got 3 people on 7, and we have Russia on 6, not too far behind. So it's going to be close with this one more year to go.
Yeah,
it's hard to see a path for Alex. France has Liverpool in pocket. Francesco, because Turkey has a disband, is looking decent to take either Greece or keep Smyrna, but it's whether Francesco can find his way into something in the Balkans.
Yeah, I like Francesco's chances here.
Okay. Spring 07, this is you, Michaelis.
Right, spring of 07, Turkey is prioritizing going after the Austrian, which means that they take Bulgaria now. So whether or not that was a hostile support, it seems that Turkey was quite annoyed and has decided to go and take it. They don't care about trying to keep Greece, which is reasonable. Meanwhile, France, quite a smart play actually here. Probably not sure about whether England would. Actually, no. It's in case Denmark convoy back, that doesn't work. This is actually quite a risky move, but England didn't convoy back. So by blocking Irish Sea, you just call, I guess. They can take point full.
But this was even more risky because Channel could have gone to Wales, and then you got nothing.
Yeah, my initial thought was, oh, it's blocking that fleet so that they can't put 2 on Liverpool. That's quite clever. But actually, it worked out perfectly, which maybe there was some sort of leak so they knew what was happening, and maybe that was why they did it. Meanwhile, England does not get into Berlin or Kiel. Everything is defended in the sort of anti-English positioning up there, but we'll see what happens in fall. England is going to lose St. Petersburg to the Russians. So Alex has gone, that is the dot that I can take in the final year. That is how I grow, and hopefully that can get me some share of the top. So well identified by Alex.
It's all coming up Francesco here. Greece in the bag. Con is a possibility as well.
There you go.
Yep, Francesco gets both Greece and Con. Big win for him there. Simon stays on 2 to the bitter end, despite only having 1 unit left. Retakes Bulgaria with Russian support, which doesn't cost them Serbia or cost Russia Budapest. So this is incredible diplomatic work by Simon and by Alex there to do that. Tough one for Robin, unfortunately. But Simon, having dropped to 2 centres at the end of 1902 as Austria, has then stayed on 2 for the entire rest of this game. You've got to give a bit of a round of applause for that. That is an incredibly well-diplomed game to get something out of that after the very, very rough start. And yeah, England loses Liverpool, but doesn't gain enough elsewhere to to mate anything up, and Francesco streaks the top by 1.
Be interested to know the story behind Vienna not supporting Galicia into Budapest there. Looks like it was worried about Trieste getting hit by 2, but that seems awfully conservative. But well done, Francesco. This is a fun blender of a game.
Yep.
Yeah, and considering the play that he had in the West earlier, like an army in Burgundy, but now you look at the board, everything he's got is over in the East.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of fun to see how the board shifts even in a shorter 1907 game.
I've played with Francesco once or twice, and he is very, very good when there's a chaotic situation on the board of taking advantage of it. It's sort of that East was a very, very chaotic East for all of that game, and he came out on top. And I'm not too surprised that he was really at his forte there. I think
He's a
Never had a bad experience with Francesco. That guy is so nice.
top bloke, definitely. A lot of fun to play with as well and be around.
All right. I will see you in a little bit.
Catch ya. Here we have our next game. We have names that we have seen in round 1. Most notably Gregory, who is currently the tournament leader with his massive score as Germany. But then we have a few others that still made it up into that top 10. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. I will kick us off with you, Ed, if you want to show us what is going on in round 1. Spring.
I will say this is going to be interesting. Gregory, he had the newbie game and came out very well in it. Now he's going to have to make a very, very, very rapid learning experience of how to deal with being the target. And
in Turkey.
Yeah.
In Turkey, yeah.
And with Italy being second place in the tournament.
It's very true. Bit of a learning curve, possibly.
Possibly.
All right. Possibly.
The Germans like to go to Edinburgh. Or, I mean, in Germany, that might be, what they do. But, yeah, we see that again. Kind of like the French opening. You don't see it that often. And then we do see a Trieste, presumably lone, because we see Italy go to a Puglia here. And Turkey seems to be onto this with the move to Sweden. So, battle lines, at least we seem to think we have an AI.
Maybe. But there's also the tap on Serbia and the convoy to Greece as a possibility here as well, right? Like, this is how you do the most devastating IT opening, is if Italy is in Trieste in spring.
Good to know. Fall.
What was
Or you could do a key
saying?
Lepanto.
What was Mikala saying about key Lepantos?
Irrelevant.
I just want to make some point. This is a key Lepanto. It is exactly that something Toby Harris might do because it was around from his era. The traditional way to stop this, by the way, is I know we've got this idea of Bulgaria going to Romania to force Russia to put 2 on there, but typically Bulgaria would go to Serbia in this circumstance to stop a key Lepanto if you thought that was coming, which since they don't come that much, I don't know how Gregory would it be expected to know that. But nevertheless, it is a key Lepanto. And I mean, we've got Albanian, Ionian. We don't see that very much. There is a lot of trust. And Toby showed before he could trust in an AT. So let's see. Meanwhile, Germany gets 3 again. In Germany, the Germans must get 3 builds, period. And I think David is German, if I remember correctly. France with 2. Christopher Ward playing the game that Simone played in round 1, similar type. And poor Adam got bounced out of Belgium. So that sort of tells us we don't think it's a Western triple. We also,
Yeah, I mean, I believe David lives in Frankfurt, but he's a Spanish player originally, I believe. But yeah, no, this is the textbook Key Lepanto, and maybe this will be the day that I see Austria have a good game from it. I'm not feeling confident, but we'll see. Toby has good reason to do it in this case because Turkey is this runaway tournament leader, though, right? This is why this has happened. This is Gregory being targeted by at least 2 and probably all 3 of his neighbors. And yeah, Liam and Frank didn't have massive scores in the first game, but everyone aside from Gregory was very, very close together. So getting rid of when there's only one leader, it's very, very easy to target that one person. There's like 3 or 4 leaders and you're quite a long way behind. A lot of the time, people won't care that much. They'll be like, I'm probably not in contention anyway. I'll work with them. But when there is only one person to target, it's really in everyone's interests to do it.
I think bad news also for Turkey is that Vienna moved to Budapest and not to Galicia, and Warsaw went to Ukraine. So that does suggest the 3 of them are working together in an air.
Yep.
We have some adjustments.
2 fleets. 2 fleets.
This is what I said earlier about if you're going to give Germany 3 builds in 01 as France, this is what you should be extracting from them. The previous game, it didn't happen. In this game, credit to Wardy. This is probably the deal that he made in return for Belgium, and I like it a lot as France. So
I do not like it as Germany. There's no way I'm building 2 fleets. And now you risk Bohemia and Silesia. If there's an air, they might go after Munich. Apulia might go to Venice. Let's see.
The air pushes on Munich are a lot less common than they were a few years ago. I've done this 2 fleet thing as Germany and done all right.
Not everyone is you, McAllis.
Yeah, but I love being in Bohemia, and when you're doing this, you're not going to Bohemia.
All right, walk us through O2, McAllis.
O2, this is so far big FG move, so straight into Helgoland. Doesn't go to Baltic Sea. That is a little bit surprising when you've got 3 fleets. The general logic is you're going to go after England and Russia and don't care if they work together, but in this case, being a little more patient. Big range bounce in Burgundy. France is pulling up to Mao and getting in position to look at Channel. Interesting stuff is the other part of the board. Some big things here, actually. So, yes, Bulgaria is taken by the Austrian army, which blows up the Turkish unit that's there, which was almost guaranteed. Yes, Smyrna could have supported it back, but in that case, you lose Eastern Med as well, and your position is even more cooked. So, I don't really think Gregory had a good order set that you can do in this position, but diplomatically, he's got Russia to not go to Black Sea. That is significant and gives him a chance of being able to turn this around. And the other big thing is Italy, maybe assuming Ionian was going to get into Eastern Med, has not gone to Tyrrhenian Sea, which means Italy cannot take Tunis this year. So if someone's going to take Tunis, it's going to be the Austrian, which is unusual.
Man, if I'm Italy here, I understand Khan can cut Aegean, but you would think it's supporting Bulgaria. I'm like, I don't want to cut Khan. I want to support Ionian to Aegean. I want to support Ionian to East. That's what I want to do. Especially if I'm going to This is a big problem.
I think that what you just do is Naples to Tyrrhenian. I think that the chances that Austria's move in this position would have been Ionian to Naples to stab you is so low when you're in Serbia, where your armies are where they are. You have your boot on their throat so much that they cannot effectively stab you. So just get the fleet out and go and take Tunis.
Here we go. Here's the 4 moves.
All right, in full. It all works out okay, though, because they get to take Constantinople. Austria puts them into Con. The fleets all total line forward as Turkey makes the wrong guesses entirely in this turn, loses Con. nothing moves to Eastern Med, and yeah, ouch. Sorry, Gregory. Russia is now also in Black Sea, so that one little faint bit of hope that they had seems to have gone. Meanwhile, in the West, not really much happening. So there were moves guaranteed. The English Channel was taken by France, but that's basically it for the year. Kiel not going up to Baltic Sea hasn't stopped Russia from working with the English so far. So if what you were hoping for was sort of Russia getting on board with it, you haven't had that, and they haven't cut Norway. So Germany doesn't get into North Sea, which is bad for their tempo, but they got the free in the first year, so a lot less of a problem than in an FG where France is the one with Belgium. And if France has Belgium and then makes the tempo against England, Germany can very easily be left behind. I like this setup a lot more for them because they have Belgium.
Russia has a choice here to make. It's always difficult. Pile on England or help balance. So we'll see what Russia chooses. Frank's got a big decision. I tend to prefer balance, but it's always board dependent.
Yeah.
Okay. Some minor adjustments there. Unfortunate disband for Gregory. And yeah, build for Austria and Italy. All right. Ed, spring 03.
Russia picked a pylon by taking Norway. Gets a retreat to Norwegian as opposed to Barents. All right. England loses North Sea. FG positive moves. This time Marseille does get into Piedmont, no bounce. Looks like there is AI dysfunction. Let's call it that. This is not good for Toby. Toby does snuff it out a little bit here. He's supporting himself into Trieste. Loses Con. But yeah, Toby's going to have to go to Tunis now, right? Yeah, that's definitely going to have to happen in the fall.
He's not next.
Oh, he didn't make it because Aegean bounced him. Ooh, it's horrible.
Yes, I don't get this order set from Toby at all. Austria, sure, this is about as good a stab as you could write. Whether it's a good stab is a different matter, but if you realised relations had broken down, then I don't think you could really write a better order set for Liam that turn. You've successfully bounced Ionian, stranded an Italian fleet in Eastern Med, and blown the other one up in Con. Cool. Tactically, that's job done everywhere. Strategically, you've probably got a Russian coming, and a big issue there. But for Toby, like, Trieste cannot have been agreed, surely. And if you really thought that Austria was going to give you Trieste in this position, then I'm very surprised. So if that's the case, I just don't understand that move to Eastern Med at all. Like, if you know that you're about to fight Austria, why are you not going to at least to Albania to do something that threatens Greece? Eastern Med is such a weird place to put that fleet, and by not being in Tyrrhenian Sea and not able to take Tunis, it's really bad turn.
Brandon, what was Khan's order? Support Bulgaria. Yeah.
Support Bulgaria, yeah.
I think Liam's going to find out. I think Italy can maybe hold out a little bit here, but this is bad news for Liam with the Russians in.
I mean, I think that Frank is the big winner from all of that, really. Like, you now have AI enmeshed in a horrendously sort of messy war. Turkey is probably going to recapture Con, but I don't think that really matters to Frank. And Frank is going to be the one who gets to reap the diplomatic reward, whilst also getting Norway in the north. So really, really good turn from Frank.
Here you go, Ed. Full.
Yeah, not a great turn. Spring looked okay for Austria. Fall, not so much. Loses Trieste. Toby's able to get Piedmont to go to Tyrolia. Germany goes to Bohemia. So the FG's now got presence in the east. Italy does get to the Ionian successfully. Turkey does take Khan back. and Italy in the Aegean. So Italy sort of rescued himself from the vise here. In the west, convoy to Wales is successful. England will be on 3, but it's good FG going on right now.
So we've all been in that Austrian position where you've been attacked by all 3 of your neighbours and you're sat there, and it can be quite a disheartening and rapid experience. Few of us will have also been in the experience where Germany joins in and you're actually attacked by 4 neighbours, because a lot of the time, attacked by all neighbours, it's just Russia, Italy, Turkey, and Germany's just left there alone. But occasionally Germany comes in and helps. Being attacked by 5 countries when one of them isn't even a neighbour, this is a new low. Ouch. Like, France and Tyrolia to join in an attack to speed up Austria's demise is pretty brutal. But like you say, this is fantastic FG positioning. Let's go and try and take advantage of that chaos that was happening in the east.
Okay, Gregory gets a build. He's back up to 3. And yeah, all right.
And what I said about Key Lepantos and Austria never having a good game from them.
Another notch on the belt, hey? All right.
Don't
there we
do
go.
keys.
Michalis, Spring 04.
Spring of 04, and Vienna is lost to the Germans as FG decide to put the final death knell in Liam, who is not only losing all of his centers in spring, but actually all of those units are piffed as well. This isn't a, I've had enough of this, I'm just going to go. No, those are full-on piffs. There is no retreat for Vienna. There is no retreat for that army in Albania. And there is no retreat for that fleet in Greece. So even if Liam had wanted that one extra turn of fighting to the death, he was denied it. Sorry, that is, yeah, harsh.
I have faith that Vienna will go to Trieste, supported by Tyrolia, and that he can build.
The rebuild is still possible, which is even worse. That means you have to spend your time still there, but you can't leave.
At least you don't have to negotiate with anybody.
This is true. Meanwhile, FG is just looking great, right? And it's basically FGR. It's not just FG. So Russia's down into Galicia as well. Turkey's into Bulgaria's south coast, which is fine and quite nice for getting the units moving away from Russia. And Liverpool and Edinburgh both full. So it may well be that Adam doesn't actually outlive Liam in this position. Both of them have been rather ganged up on by their neighbours.
Fall, Carlos.
Well, in fall, Germany doesn't keep Vienna, so correct read from Ed that it wouldn't be Germany in Vienna. But actually, we're seeing an FR. Fun, cool. Don't see that very often. So Russia takes Vienna, and France takes Munich, and France takes London, utilizing the last of their German support effectively, whilst also putting England back into Edinburgh. So Adam does live. Yeah, that's really, really well worked. If there wasn't a German army in Belgium right now, you'd be saying that was an incredible stab. Not in Belgium, in Burgundy. So... but France is building free, so it's not as big a problem as it immediately looks. Yeah, and Germany is disbanding only one, because the other 2 that they lost were things they hadn't actually taken yet. They'd moved it in spring. But yeah. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Serbia getting into Bulgaria as Russia immediately flips on Gregory. So Greg, after looked like he'd done some great diplomatic work to turn around that awful 1901, it's the hope that kills you, I guess. And the wintergreen is now coming for him. And in 1904, Toby has finally gone, you know what? Maybe I should take Tunis.
And
That
he'll
is
be building
unusual.
3 as well.
It's a good turn for Toby. I don't know why Frank didn't open up St. Petersburg for a build here.
Yeah.
It's a little
Especially
unusual.
when you're stabbing for Vienna, you probably want to be putting St. Petersburg to Livonia and building Army Warsaw and going that way. But also, given that Toby has passed up on tuners every year till now, I'd probably argue this is the year that it made the least sense for him to not take it. So you're going in on Turkey. Don't you want to be in a GNC? Don't you want to be making sure you follow up quickly there?
It's not often we see a 3-build France and a 3-build Italy on the same turn.
This is true. And for neither of them to be topping after that turn.
What do we think? Army Paris, Army Marseille,
Yeah.
Fleet Brest, Army Venice, Fleet Naples. I don't know what you do in Rome.
Wave.
Army Warsaw.
I might actually
Wait.
do Army Rome, Fleet Rome, Army Naples here.
There's an
Ionian's not being contested. You can only move one through there at a time. So I'd quite like the ability to convoy to make up for your unit shortage that way, but you probably still want the 3rd fleet in the long run. So I don't mind Fleet Rome, Army Naples from that perspective.
Cool. All right. There we go.
Pretty normal builds though.
Alrighty.
England keeps Edinburgh rather than Norwegian, which suggests that they're not going to be used to some sort of janissary role. They're just trying to survive, which probably actually gives them a lower chance of surviving.
No one's going to attack
Right.
it this turn. Next turn is a different story. You can see Wardy tries to work it out with Germany, offering him Edinburgh, but Germany did not agree to that. Instead, decides to take Munich back with a retreat to Belgium and retreat to Ruhr and a walk to Belgium if Wardy wants it. Russia here, Skagerrak, Norway, Sweden. Looks like he might be part of the pile on after he took Vienna. I don't know what David did to everybody. Toby, Aegean, Ionian, not much else. Doesn't even support Venice with it because Trieste maybe could have been cut, but definitely makes a move against France here, which is notable, I think. If he's going to Tyrolia and cutting support for France, why doesn't Tunis go to West? Interesting.
And even if the argument is, I was trying to get to Tyrolia, I want to use it in the east, like, just support yourself in. A bit curious, but Wardy, I think this was far too conservative with those armies. The self-bounce in Gascony, you're like, Germany going to Gascony, it's horrendous for me. It borders so many of my centres. It's one army, there's no follow-up. One of those armies going to Burgundy and being aggressively used to take German dots is so much more valuable in this game than over concerning yourself with what that one unit can do. Like, yeah, you're going to get Belgium as a walk, but it's only a trade for unit. Instead, you should have walked to Belgium and taken Holland. Really put yourself in the driving seat whilst you get Edinburgh as well. This is much slower. I think that actually that one German army is, if anything, if it wanted to go and walk to Spain, you let it. You go and trap it in Iberia and then kill it in Portugal at the end of the game. Great.
All right. Still you, Ed. We've got Fall 05.
I was going to say, Russia was looking kind of scary. Italy gets to Budapest, Venice interest, so working with Wardy here. Bounce in Western Med. But Russia here does take Bulgaria. So it's not horrible. It looks like there's some détente between Russia and Turkey just at the right time. So looks bad originally for Russia, but now I see Russia's in the North Sea. Not bad. And Wardy's going to get Belgium. Thank you very much. And takes Edinburgh and can defend London, but I guess he's got to move Liverpool to Eddie to Liverpool now. Anyways, he's got some issues to think about.
No, England will be dead, so they don't, because this is a full turn. So
it's a full turn.
Eddie goes off the board. But I mean, the big problem Wardy had there is Germany getting into Holland with the fleet, which now means that you've got a lot more trouble to deal with fleet-wise, given that Germany and Russia are openly cooperating. If you're facing a GR, then the way to beat that GR is to trap the fleets the other side of the North Sea, further away from you. And then if France has all the freedom to move and GR are trying to slowly get their fleets through the bottlenecks of where they're built, then France has the major initiative advantage. But that's not the case here because they're already getting the fleets around where they need them to be. A lot of dipsy doodle in the south, though.
Alrighty, a couple of small adjustments again. Fleet Breast, Army York off the board. Adam, good game, but it hurts. Sorry, mate. All right. There we go. We have a draw. Thoughts on that?
That is a surprising draw.
I don't like the draw for Toby. I mean, I know he's vulnerable in Budapest and stuff, but just from a tournament perspective, he still hasn't caught up with Gregory. But maybe Russia wasn't going to turn on Gregory now, but
I mean, if anything, Gregory, I think, is the person who should be happiest about this draw.
Oh, yeah.
He's managed to survive on all three centres as Turkey right to the end, which is really well done. And gets a score that his lead is only cut by 10 points, which, yeah, okay, that's quite a lot. But he had more than a 10-point advantage, so he's still going to be ahead of everyone in this game and in contention come the final round. So that's really good. And like you say, I think Budapest is super vulnerable, but you're probably getting, surely you can get some Turkish dots to make up for it. Vienna is very risky or very difficult for Russia to hang on to here. I don't see the huge risks on either Italy or really France continuing this game.
Why is France quit? I mean, Wardy, you got to win this, man, to get it back in the tournament. A split top isn't enough.
Yeah, there are points on the table for sure. Like Army Marseille can easily go up to not just against Germany to go that way, but you could also dive in on Italy if you think Italy's going to lose the war with Russia. You can go and get a share of that. So there are centres that France isn't. They're not going to win in the Scandinavian area. That much is clear because they've lost the fleet battle, and by the time they win the fleet battle, the game would be finished. But there are dots that aren't in Scandinavia that France could have taken in this game.
Alrighty.
But yeah, I think the two people who are under attack there are the two people who should be happiest about that draw. So well done to Gregory and David.
Definitely. Okay. We are on to our final board of round 2. I think it is Ed. Is it your turn for a break? I can't remember.
No, it's Michaelis.
To be honest. Michaelis. All right. We'll catch you in a bit, mate. I will bring up our final board for round 2. Here are the players here and their places currently in the tournament. The two people of note for most of the contention are really Christoph and Philip. And Spiros not too far behind because I think a lot of their placements were pretty close point-wise. So it'll be interesting to see how they go with it. And let's just get straight into it. Brandon, I'll get you to kick us off in 01 when I pull the things up. There you go.
All right, we got the Crusher again. Philip Weisert going right up into Tyrolia. Peter McNamara has to wonder whether he forgot to put his deodorant on this morning. Christophe Bourget in Turkey. We do the Armenian fist bump, popularized by DBN's own Sabia Huja. And in the West, pretty copacetic. Got the bounce in Burgundy, which is often arranged. But thanks to Yelta going to Picardy, it's not automatically for England, who this I almost missed.
Oh, yeah.
England, Spiros Dovas creating a whole new opening, never before seen in any game of diplomacy for reasons that we can leave unsaid. He does not go to the North Sea with either of his fleets.
I think he just had a brain because Liverpool normally goes to York, right? So he probably just put but he didn't put them both to York. He wouldn't have been to the North Sea no matter what. But he might get Norway. He might be okay, believe it or not, after all this.
Yeah, he's got Norway in the bag, and he's got nothing's threatening north. So he just has no purchase over Belgium, which that's not the worst thing. Let others fight about it.
Yeah, let Yelta get 3, which he's going to get.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's see what the fall is looking like.
Yelta does, in fact, enter the orders correctly, enabling him to get 3 builds. 01. Spiros ends up with Norway and does make it into North Sea this time. Congratulations, Spiros. We welcome you to the game. Philip Weisert gets Trieste here. So Peter McNamara makes the decision that much better to get his units moving forward and to see if he can convert Philip Weisert into a friend. Time will tell if that's the case. Alessa M takes Romania with the fleet. So while it looks like Turkey and Russia are cooperating quite well, this is actually not a move that is in Turkey's interest. This is a move that is in Austria's interest for Russia to take Romania with the fleet. So this is either an ART or an RT in which it's really an AR rather. So I think if you're Christoph, you just have to make sure you understand what the purpose of this putting this fleet into Romania is. If you think you're going to be attacking Austria with Russia's help, then think again.
I was going to say Alexander, I guess, had a choice to make. He could bounce Sweden or North, chose to do neither, and did not move Munich. So we'll see what he builds.
I believe that is known as keeping the gun in the holster. I'm speaking Texan for you, Ed.
Well, that's not Texan. We don't keep our guns in the holster. That's called a useless gun.
Paperweight.
We're laughing, but it's not funny.
All right. We have some builds with a wave from Yelta as well.
Yeah, I like that. First trouble he gets.
If I was Germany.
Depending on what you're trying to do. Yeah. If you're trying to do a Western triple, not so bad. We'll see though. Spiros puts one in Edinburgh. We get 2 fleets out of Philip Weisert in Italy. That's kind of the headline here. So I'd be curious if you're Peter McNamara, you're probably happy to see that, and you may think that you have successfully converted Philip into a friend. And time will tell.
That's it. All right, Ed. Spring 02.
Spring 02, I went to the West. It indeed was bad news, partially for Germany, with North Sea going to Helgoland. Yelta not committing. Yelta and Simone are the kings of not committing. So we'll see where France develops. And this, meanwhile, in the East, I do see Moscow going to St. Petersburg here. Bounce in black, bounce in Armenia. That's probably not good unless you're Peter. Greece gets into Bulgaria. Turkey trying to tell Peter to go to Ionian is amusing. And Italy in the Ionian and Albania. I guess maybe that's the play. Go take Greece while I go to Bulgaria, something like that. We'll see if that works. Peter self-bouncing Galicia is of note. Not attacking Russia.
Yeah, this has the makings of an AIR. So either the situation wasn't as Christoph thought it was in 01, or it became this in 02.
Alrighty, we have our full moves. Ed, again.
I note in the comments that Spiros did send 2 units to York. The Yorkshire Pudding Mini in there. So in any event, it didn't matter. Peter McNamara takes Trieste, supports Ionian to Aegean. Why does Aegean? Yeah, there's a bounce in Greece. This is Peter McNamara written all over it. Really good by Peter, although I think he doesn't have he doesn't have enough home centers to build in. Let's see. Meanwhile, Russia in the black. France and Italy playing nice with each other. Yelta sort of committing, putting Spiros into Holland while going to Burgundy. So it definitely looks anti-German here from Yelta. That's all I got. Oh, and then Russia takes Norway, which I think is of note. Bad news for Spiros.
That's it.
What a masterful turn for Peter McNamara.
He knows his stuff. +2, gets to build 1, not bad. Italy being able to disband as well, gets rid of Albania. Is very handy. Yeah, that brings us up to spring 03 and back to you, Brandon.
All right, so Peter now gets back on side with Italy, interestingly. This is a lot of strategic tap dancing that Peter is doing down here, which you often have to do as Austria. But he's clearly made the choice that if Philip is willing to work with him, then using Philip to further weaken Turkey is better than simply going and getting Venice. In the north, we have Russia and Germany cooperating, England butting their way into Helgoland, but losing north for it, which is probably not a trade you want to make. And then France just kind of sitting it out. That's about it.
Cool.
Masterful by Peter. This is just really good.
Yeah, and if anyone thinks that this is going to blossom into a game-long alliance between Italy and Austria, has not seen Peter McNamara play.
Or Philip, to be honest with you. Philip was crafty as hell. Oh, it's you, Brandon.
Oh, is it?
Yep, we're into the fall. Yep, sorry.
Sorry. I was daydreaming about playing Peter McNamara. Here we have, in the north, we have Russia and Germany continuing to work together. And we have Germany successfully defending Kiel here, but losing Ruhr in the process. That can be immediately rebuilt thanks to this being the fall turn. But Russia gets into the Norwegian Sea, so there is an advantage here for Russia and Germany. And you see the consequences of England losing north in order to take Helgoland. They're getting spread out, and that just will not be good. In the south, we have Peter McNamara getting the Turkish fleet piffed and getting in position to do more damage in the east, while Philip Weissert successfully holds on to Constantinople, which was guaranteed thanks to all 3 units around it being tapped. So good tactics by the AIR.
I'm unsure why Spiros is going for Kiel. I guess going for the home run play as opposed to taking back north.
Yeah, you'd rather be in north here, for sure.
Okay. Sorry, I got to get rid of this first. All right, a couple of adjustments again. Fleet Kiel, Army Vienna, and Army Naples. I think that gives us Ed, Spring 04.
Spring 1904, I just looked at Peter right away. Peter is going to Tyrolia and Bohemia. Doesn't appear to be anti-Italian. I think this is all probably agreed at some level. Peter does try to take Khan, but it's a brace because of the Turkish orders. That might be agreed, although I don't know what Khan is doing. Okay, fine, doesn't really matter. And then this time, Yelta, the Dutch opportunist like Simone, takes Holland, convoys to Wales. England loses Edinburgh here, so Yelta is getting all the benefits of this situation here in the West. It's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, and there's a tragic retreat here for Alexandra.
Oh,
Holland retreats into an open Kiel that could have been blocked by Munich. So it's another case where if you've got a unit that could do something useful, write the order. Oh, and also they're going to lose Munich because Peter McNamara is playing next to them. Unless Burgundy helps out. We'll see if Burgundy helps out. Probably will.
Venice could get Tyrolia. It doesn't do that. It supports Munich.
Yep.
Friendly.
Oh,
Ed, yeah.
Okay. Peter takes Khan, loses Greece. Certain this is by arrangement. Although Italy does take Smyrna. Goodbye, Christoph, because Russia takes Ankara. So what happens next is a pretty important question here in the East. In the West, Yelta tries to get to London. That does not happen. Would have been nice if Edinburgh would have cut York, but that didn't occur. And England goes up to Denmark. Denmark gets into the North Sea. Again, we see a lot of players moving their pieces away from their home centers. But it's probably as good a deal as any for Germany right now.
yeah, that's not bad for Germany. Be nice to get a bill, but he has an ally, which he didn't have before, so that's good.
Calling Yelta as an ally. Oh, my God.
All right. A couple of adjustments there. We got a couple of fleets down. That gives us Brandon back into spring 05.
All right. The real question is whether, for me, whether Germany could manage to retake a dot without losing one. And they have at least succeeded in doing that in the spring of 05. So I'm talking about Denmark here. France takes London and also taps Norwegians. That's interesting. So Germany is now fighting Russia as well, who Edinburgh supports North Atlantic into Norwegian, but also gets support from Norwegian. So interesting, fun little tornado that Alexandra has become. Elsewhere in the south, this is where the action is. We have Peter McNamara taking Romania here. And we have Philip Weissert getting in position to do some damage in the west, namely against Yelta, who has left the south wide open for probably a turn or two too long. So that question here is, how much damage can Philip do before he has to worry about Peter McNamara either turning on him or simply running away with the game?
I tell you what, this is all because of Alessa's decision to build in St. Petersburg. It gave Alessa had a choice: trust Peter McNamara or go for growth in the north, and didn't work out.
All right. See how it follows through in the fall.
All right. We have Peter McNamara guessing right over Munich. 50-50 chance here. And Peter wins that one. I have a feeling that Peter wins 50-50 chances considerably more.
The odds allow.
He has a secret weapon known as the TI-8000, which is really just another name for his brain. In the north, so everything else in the east is static here. We don't even have Alessa trying to exact any kind of revenge, which would have been futile anyway. But we do have England and Germany combining to put Germany into Sweden, which very cleverly walks Germany out of one of England's dots. So England's going to remain on with one dot here. England also puts
That's not the only cooperation between the two of them.
Yeah, England also puts Germany from North Sea into London. So Germany has now turned on France, taken the support from the dying embers of England to try to make a play for something. So Germany's picking up 2 here. We'll get up to 5. Oh, I'm sorry, but loses 1. So we'll get up to...
And only has one place to build.
To 4. So I think we know what he will build. But everything's coming up Peter McNamara here at the moment.
And Peter needed it.
But he doesn't open up another home center for a build. So that's with only 2 more game years left. That is a very big factor here.
All right. Here we go. Ed, Spring 06.
Peter's playing nice, and he's getting Italy to move west. This looks really good for Peter. Peter's in the Black Sea. Apparently, Italy didn't know that was coming because Smyrna's supporting Khan. But yeah, Peter's going for those Russian dots. He's looking at Warsaw and Sev right now. That's what he's going for. Giving Munich to guarantee Warsaw is perfect. Meanwhile, in the east, it's a lot of Germany back in Helgoland and north. There's some détente with France. Look out for Edinburgh, Germany, if I were you. Oh, and I missed Italy getting in a walk into Marseille. And with the taking of Western Med, that looks bad. But I think Yelta can defend Spain.
Yeah, he can defend Spain, but he can't retake Marseille. He'll have to retake Western Med first, which he can do. So there's a bit of a guess here right now about whether to use Lyon to protect Western Med or Marseille. But then there's Khan, right? What happens in Khan here? I'm fascinated to see that.
I'm going to say a bounce. Anchor in Smyrna.
That's what Peter would want. He got the advantage for that in Greece earlier, so let's see if he gets it again. Nope. Cooperation. Now Peter is wishing he slipped into Venice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it'll be okay for Peter. He picks up Warsaw and Sev, does lose. He loses Munich and Khan, but he has a build coming, right? So he's going to. Yep. I think I do see Spain being lost.
Actually, yeah, really. Yeah,
So
a really
it-
nice play from Philip there around Spain and Marseille.
Yep. Philip's up 3 here.
Yeah, that's really good for Philip. Bad for Peter.
Yeah. I'm surprised
Philip
Peter
needed
didn't.
one. Yeah,
I'm surprised Peter didn't slip into Venice here. This is the sort of move that Peter would do. You know, he's a fast enough tactician to recognize that Philip is, you know, at least going to go up 1, possibly 2, and then he had to know that Khan was vulnerable. So
okay, I'm going to play Peter here.
yeah,
Budapest is going to Serbia for a reason. I don't think he thought Spain was lost. Builds in Trieste, takes Venice and Greece in the last year, I think is what he was thinking.
it only works if Italy's not building at all. But Italy was guaranteed to build 1. So we'll see.
That's what it
It's not over
Yeah.
yet. It's not over yet.
Had the build in pocket.
Yep. So Greece isn't lost permanently. You know, he can take it in the spring, but he might lose it again in the fall.
Alrighty.
Get Moscow.
Yeah, for Peter to win this, he has to take 1 off of Italy.
This is back to you, Brandon.
Okay, so so the key things actually this actually works out well for Peter. So he gets Moscow, which was more or less guaranteed. He slips into Armenia, so that's quite a big deal. Supporting himself into Bulgaria, tactically very smart. He's guaranteed 1 of Ankara or Khan. He is not going to lose Trieste, so that's good. I think that the difference here is that he's really not able to put force onto Greece, which he would have been able to if he had another unit. But you know, he'll go up 2, and Philip is definitely going down 1. And France is going up 1. If France can avoid getting another, if Peter can avoid France getting another one, then he should top this board.
I think he just takes Khan here, right? You want Italy to go down.
Yeah, that would be the sensible thing to do. Well, Italy's going down anyway. So covers Vienna, easy call. And wow. So he takes Smyrna here. So this is also a clever set of moves here. I think that if he thought that Ankara might try to slip into Smyrna, well, no.
He had it either way. He had it either way, right?
Yeah, this set of moves still guarantees him 1. He actually could have gotten 2 if he thought Ankara was going to slip into Smyrna, then he could have gone to Ankara here, which also would have been a clear set of moves. But anywhere elsewhere, not a whole lot happens except Germany picks up Norway here to get back up to 6. So well done rebounding there, Alexandra. But otherwise, this is a Peter McNamara show.
Really, really. I just want to say one thing about the game on Peter, which is this was a hostile spring 1901 for Peter.
Yeah.
And he showed he didn't freak out about that like so many other Austrians would have done. Just handled it in the gentlemanly way he is in person. But on the board, he's a viper.
Yeah, it was real crucial to get Italy on side. So he managed to take that really hostile opening move and convert it into an AI that worked for a while, and then at the right moment it broke down in a way that he was able to take advantage of. But a lot of Austrias would go scorched earth in that scenario, and Peter didn't, and that was the key to the early part of the game for him.
Definitely. Alrighty. That wraps up our round 2. So I'll pull up the standings at the end of round 2 there. I don't think Michaelis is.
You guys can see Michaelis passed out. I mean,
Yeah.
this is bad. You got to put him on the screen. We got to just show what we're looking at.
Yeah.
I won't. You guys can do that though.
Oh,
You can put. All right. There we go. This
Come
our
on,
world champion.
He's dreaming
okay.
about winning the world championship.
This is the
He's
first
gonna
time
get
we've
it.
ever seen
He's gonna get
McCallus sleep. It's only 8 o'clock there. I mean,
Proof
yeah.
he sleeps. proof McCallus does sleep. This is great.
Oh,
right.
McCallus, where are you,
All right.
man?
Oh my god!
Alrighty.
The funniest thing I've ever
There we
seen.
go. There, now we
On
get the
BVN. That's got to be the screen capture for this broadcast.
That's great, actually. All right.
He probably hasn't slept since he won the tournament.
We should leave him on the stream. We have to leave him on the stream while we cover the next game.
Okay. All right. So here's the standings currently at the end of round 2. We still have Gregory in the lead, but he has lost the massive lead that he had before, but he has still retained it. So he is very much still in this game. But looking at that top, well, actually, the whole, the top five or six players are still well within contention of each other.
Hey, where's Peter?
Oh, there we go. Number 11, just one short. So he's on 15. So Peter's on 15.7. That's a few points behind 10th place, which is
He got eliminated.
Alexandra.
Yeah.
So he needs a big score. But remember, so the way this works is your top 2 scores count 100%. Your third score counts 50%. So, playing 3 games is an advantage, but not as much of an advantage as it would be if they counted 100%. So those players with, just 1 score, they're still in this.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. What I do have to do for a second is just quickly reboot Dip TV. So,
take your time.
You do all that. Brandon, why don't you tell us why McCallus is an overrated world champion?
I'm not a good liar, Ed, so I don't think I can do that.
Is wearing the belt just overcompensation?
I mean, he put it in his name as well, so that's a bit of showing off. The belt.
If I won that belt, I would wear it
all the time,
all year.
Would you
I'd wear it to court.
Yeah,
I am a champion.
You would shower in
it,
take it to the bathroom. No, McCallus has, I think, established himself as the premier player on the tour right now. He has now won just about every major title there is to win. Has he won VDC?
Yeah, I think he just hasn't won. Well, did he win North American DipCon or EDC?
Yeah.
He didn't win EDC. I know that. That's left.
But he's won North American DipCon, he's won World DipCon, he's won the BVN Invitational. I believe he's won VDL before as well.
He's definitely won VDL. I don't know about VDC.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. We'll see. But I mean, is there another player who is as accomplished on the tour right now? We have
actively playing.
But even the people who like Andrew Goff, right? He's won 3 world championships, 3 world DipCons. Some of those I think doubled as North American DipCons because we used to do that. But McCallus has now won such a wide variety of tournaments. It's hard to. I think you can't argue that he's not the best player in the world right now.
I think he is the best player in the world, and the best sleeper in the world too. I mean, it's a remarkable trifecta he's got going on here. If he wasn't so mean, I could root for him.
I know. And it's just the way that he just drips venom all the time. It's like you can't have a conversation with McCallus without him saying something personal and abusive. And it's, we keep him around. I'm not sure why.
Robert Schupa points out Sahuge. That's definitely someone to consider.
Sahuge is in the conversation, but so he won a 2nd World DipCon recently. Hasn't done as well, and he's in terms of face to face in person, he's definitely up there. But in terms of the virtual world, he hasn't done it in the way that McCallus has. All right, so we got
Okay,
some
so-
kind of here.
We actually have. So I'm going to double check this before I put it up on the TV.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's
Ed, I
all right.
want to ask you. So you were in Athens. How was McCallus's victory a surprise there, or did it seem like he was sort of running on 100% from the beginning?
Well, I mean, he topped his first board. He was off to the races from the first. I mean, here's the thing. He gets a lot of respect. And I think he gets a lot of respect because of the way he plays, which is, I mean, he very rarely is on the offense early. I mean, he does do it, but he seems non-threatening. He generally lets the game come to him a little bit. He's very good at reading the board. What he's incredible at is reading the board so quickly. All our viewers can see that on DBN. No offense to Brandon, who sees everything right away, but McCallus is not just reading the moves and talking about the tactical guesses, but also talking about the strategy of what this means for the game at large. And I've noticed that in his games, he deploys that to be able to say things to players that sound authoritative, but always seem to cut in his favor just a little bit. And, you know, when you're talking on the margins, and it's exactly what he did to Bradley, who I can tell you I love Bradley, even though he just gave me a C on my top board performance for last year. So I can shit talk him a little bit, but you know, he kind of lulled Bradley in there just enough to get the advantage in the West. So he's just at the top of his game and being able in the diplomacy part and convincing people that he's not trying to screw them, and that they do things over and over that help him and help his allies, just help him just a little bit more. And it's a good lesson for everybody wanting. I mean, he's several levels ahead, but if you want to improve your levels, it's not about who's the best liar, because I don't think McCallus goes into games thinking about how he can trick people. He just doesn't give them all the information that he sees. It's a little different.
So what you're saying is don't let McCallus lull you to sleep during the game.
Problem is, what can you do about it sometimes? I mean, you know, he is sort of helping you, and he just has good position. It's what I ran into at DBNI. You know, I got me, McCallus, and Jamal in the West. Tough three groups, or three people. Brandon, are you still uploading?
No, I'm good to go. So just in the comments there, we're seeing that maybe some of the scores are just slightly off.
Like what?
But it looks like the positioning of Gregory in first is correct.
They have him at 35, according to the Peanut Gallery.
According to the chat, he was at 35 with Toby and Wardy on 30, which is correct. And I think Francesco's score is meant to be a little bit higher, and Philip's score maybe a little bit lower. But we will roll with it. I am going to give McCallus some privacy and remove him from the screen, from the stream, and we can go into the first board of round 3. So we just have 3 more boards to go. This is board C.
We're not seeing it, by the way.
That is interesting. Okay. I will try this because it was just showing the scores, but it stopped as soon as I swapped it to the map. All right. Give me a sec. I'm all over it. It's not actually displaying it at all. It's not coming up as a window that I can bring up.
Maybe switch to one of the other games.
All right.
It might be that C is the problem.
Might be that game itself. No, that's still not coming up. But what I can do is share the entire screen, so I can do that. If that works, not quite.
Yeah.
Good enough for me.
Good enough.
Okay, cool. We ball. All right. Brandon, if you want to lead us through on Spring 01.
Yeah, so let's see. My eyes are looking for things that are non-standard, and I'm not finding anything. Except for Italy, who opens up to Tyrrhenian Sea and Tuscany. So this is sometimes a prelude to a convoy into Tunis with the fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea, which is fun and different. Though it doesn't necessarily end up leading to anything different in the end, it at least gives Turkey some breathing room for a couple seasons.
All right. All.
Oh, and Russia got into Galicia. I think that was probably worth pointing out.
Oh, they did actually, yes.
Yeah. And so we get the follow through here with Russia taking Romania and staying in Galicia. So any diplomacy that Austria, that Ingo and Austria tried to work with Lhasa didn't amount to anything. It's worth pointing out that Galicia could have taken a swipe at Vienna or Budapest here, that taking Romania with 2 wasn't likely to be necessary unless they had a strong feeling that Austria and Turkey were working together.
Yeah.
What's
Go
up?
ahead, Brandon. No, I'll comment afterwards. I thought you were done.
Okay. So Italy does convoy into Tunis as expected. And in the West, we have Germany getting into Belgium with the support of the French. We have a failed convoy from Simon Wesendrup. Looks like the convoy order was written for the wrong unit. But it doesn't matter. It wouldn't have gotten in anyway because it wouldn't have stopped Frank from getting in Germany. But Frank lets Russia into Sweden, so we'll see what Russia builds.
I was going to say two issues, which is one, this is the 3rd game out of 7 we've seen Germany get 3 builds. A little unusual. And 2, I like Russia's play here by not swiping Vienna or Budapest, because you don't know if Turkey's on side, and you don't want to make 2 enemies right away. But I think this black issue is a huge problem. Russia should have realized that Turkey either has to move Khan to Smyrna and Ankara out, or was going to the black. And because you did not need 3 units to support Romania, moving to the black would not have been an awful move here.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. You don't need 3 units for Romania, so at least use 1 for something else productive.
All right. Builds. We potentially have a German wave.
We've seen that before too.
Yep, German wave with the fleet in Kiel. Lots of flexibility, but France has nothing to worry about as far as Burgundy goes, at least in the moment. France puts down 2 fleets, which is good news for Germany, and they could be pointed either north or south, but not east. England, interestingly, puts down an army in Liverpool, which can't do anything.
Well, it can be a message, right? I think, but.
Ed, lead us 02.
England works together with Russia here, seeing this potential FG, which is an FG, by supporting Sweden into Denmark here and going also to Skagerrak. So this is a Russia that wants to balance an FG, which we haven't seen before. France is getting units in position. Italy not bothering France is going to Ionian here. Meanwhile, there's an attempt on Galicia, which succeeds because Warsaw bounces Silesia. does not support Galicia. Moscow didn't move. Moscow could have gone to Ukraine. There could have been a retreat to Bohemia, but that didn't happen. So it's a bit slow pace here for Russia, but taking Denmark is useful, and getting a friend in England is useful.
All right.
Interesting that Tunis did not convoy, or Turanian didn't convoy back in that turn. Turanian wasn't doing anything. I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity there. In the fall, Italy takes Trieste. Suddenly, the Australians have transported themselves into the east, because we see as many holds as we normally do in an Australian game. Nothing happens other than Turkey bouncing Italy out of the Ionian. Russia does not keep Denmark, vacates it intentionally, and then there's a brace. I think this is an attempt to try and
Germany gets in from Helgoland.
Germany gets in, yeah. Oh, because English Channel. Well, wait. Oh, because there's 3 on Denmark with Baltic.
That's right.
That's the missing piece. But Christoph is all in against Simone, and what we've learned from prior commentary is once Christoph has made his decision, he's sticking with it.
That's it. All right.
I'll be curious to know if, or to see if the transfer of Trieste is agreed upon or not. I'm suspecting not.
I don't think so.
The army bill tells me it's probably not.
Brando, Spring 03.
I am now very confident that the transfer of Trieste was not agreed upon between Italy and Austria. But we do have what looks like Italy giving a mea culpa. And now we get the convoy back from Tuscany, which actually, this is when it's oddly timed as well, because you would want, I think, if you're going to try to pivot west as Italy, to send Terni and Sea to Lyon so you can pick up either Spain or Marseille. We do have Italy also going to the Aegean Sea here, so clearly there was a guess between Italy and Turkey, and Italy, quote unquote, won this.
Greece doesn't support it, though. Interesting.
Yeah, Greece doesn't support it, and now that Turnian Sea Fleet is going to have to go to the Ionians. So, if in that sense, it's better that it didn't go to Lyon, but in an offensive sense, I think you'd rather be in Lyon. Then you could cover Ionian from Aegean. In the west, we have lots of other stuff happening, which involves France taking Belgium. So France is now, after getting a position to move on England, has decided, I'm going to go after Germany instead. Unless this is just a prelude to Belgium going into the North Sea and walking out of that. So that's always possible. With Christoph, I doubt it, but you never know.
It's 50-50, really. All right, full.
He tried.
And it would have worked. The Norwegians supported it.
I have to say, if I were playing in this game, if I were Germany, my spidey sense would be tingling over this order set between England and France. Like, this just looks like France went to England and said, "Hey, let's make it look like I'm trying to get out of Belgium, but tap me in English Channel." In other news, Germany takes Sweden, and England is actually going down one here, losing Norway, and we'll have to disband, but they have an extra army on the island that they never really used. In the south, we have Austria successfully opening a home center for that build that they're getting from getting Trieste back. And that's kind of about it.
All right. Couple of small adjustments.
Fleet goes. Fleet. What do you know, Brandon?
I I like Zimone. Zimone's just having fun. I think what should happen here is that they should arrange for North to get dislodged and then disbanded and then rebuilt as an army. I think
I would like. Go ahead.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
I'm sorry. I was just excited that McAllis is not dead. He is alive.
Yeah.
I can report that he's alive.
Yeah, just don't ever watch the stream, McAllis. Definitely don't go back and watch what happened while you were sleeping.
Definitely not like 3 hours, 25 minutes in. All right, let's keep this rolling. Ed.
It's me.
Yep.
Oh, well, Christoph gets the North Sea now. That's all good. That's the only thing that really happens in the West. In the East, Italy got into Smyrna here. I mean, Ukraine doesn't even go to Romania, even though Romania is tapping Bulgaria. Warsaw doesn't move. Still a lot of Australian play in the East.
Australian flag, eh? You're welcome. There we go. Full.
In the fall, we've seen an attempt on Smyrna, but that doesn't work because everybody supports each other. We do see a move here. Austria did take Romania this time. I guess knowing that TAP was coming, Austria saw that there was an opportunity, and indeed there was. Four-way bounce in Tyrolia, utterly pointless. And then we see Germany making a move on France, going down into Ruhr. And note that Munich didn't even support it, instead finding the Tyrolean bounce more important. And getting into Sweden with the fleet and Skagerrak, where France attacks Norway but vacates the North Sea to do that. And I guess Christoph is back on the anti-England bandwagon here temporarily, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Christoph his play is a little bit reminiscent of Peter's last game here, sort of flipping alliances in a way that allows you to sort of gain greater position here. And his position is quite good. He's got 4 fleets already deployed in the north, and he should end up with all of the English home centers. But Germany is not permanently harmed yet. So,
alrighty. Couple of builds. And going forward into spring, back to you, Brandon.
All right, so there's a battle over Burgundy here, which smells a little bit arranged, if I'm being honest. There is no evidence that France and Germany are fighting, and that's buttressed by the fact that Skagerrak and Sweden do not hit Norway, and Norwegian pulls back. So I think what we're seeing here is probably a joint effort to dismantle England, and then they'll deal with it afterward. And Ed can speak later to whether, when Germany has the decision of to turn east or face Christoph, what he should do. In the east, we have Russia succeeding in getting into Romania thanks to some help from the Turks. So this shouldn't happen. Austria and Italy have great position over the RT, and the only reason that this happens is because of some conservative tactics. They have Bulgaria guaranteed here, but instead they take a pointless swipe at Smyrna and lose.
There's no reason for Greece not to tap Bulgaria.
Yeah. Yeah, really none. Instead, it's supporting it. Also, Galicia. There's no reason for Austria to be losing Romania without even taking Galicia. So this is just Austria and Italy just aren't using their position to move forward here, which is great for Christoph.
All right, full.
So Christoph succeeds in getting into Wales here, finally, thanks to some good supports. And Germany does not take Belgium. I would have thought that the deal here was that if Christoph is getting an English dot, that Germany would get Belgium, but that's not happening.
Indeed, Holland moved to Belgium in the spring and did not move there in the fall.
Yeah, but it's worth noting that Germany does get St. Petersburg here, so Germany is getting something out of the alliance. So this is good negotiating on Christoph's part. It keeps Christoph ahead by 1 rather than being behind by 1. And Germany is going to have Edinburgh next year, while France gets London. Elsewhere in the east, we have Austria and Italy combining to take Turkey, take Turkish dot in Bulgaria. But again, you should be taking a swipe at Galicia here. So I think it's just some inexperienced play going on in the east.
Again, just some minor adjustments. We get Fleet Marseille. And yeah, we'll push this through. Ed, 06.
06. Nothing happens in the east except Italy presumably wants to be in Silesia and goes to Silesia. And Venice, right at the time when France decides to sort of kind of make a move against Italy here. Can France take anything by 1907? I don't know, but Christoph does take London here, and Simone does prevent Germany from taking Edinburgh, at least in the spring. We'll see what Christoph wants to do with that in the fall. Christoph acting at least like his next dots are Italian, and they might be. Maybe Tunis.
Yeah, it's tough to see what Christoph would want to go after next, if not Tunis. I mean, Edinburgh is kind of the only real option given the time constraint. But Tunis feels like he should be able to guarantee it, unless Italy is able to get a build here.
Can they?
No. Oh, the convoy to
Yep.
Tuscany. Nice.
Yeah.
Is this me or is this?
No,
this is
me.
Ed.
So,
This is
so
Ed.
yeah. So instead of Tunis, he'll get Rome. I note that Italy does try to attack Greece here, which did not work. Italy is going to get a rebuild here, so maybe he won't get Rome, right? Because he didn't lose anything, so Rome's not even guaranteed here. Let's see. Okay, England dies. Sorry, Simone. That did not work out. Next time, don't split a top in round 1. I got nothing else.
Christoph
the battle for Italian dots.
Christoph should be able to guarantee Tunis. He'll get into Tyrrhenian Sea in the fall, and in the spring, and he has another fleet coming down. So
Cool. All right. Brandon, this is yours.
all right,
So right there.
Yeah, Christoph had a number of tactical options here. They all kind of led to the same place, which was that he was either going to get this in the spring or in the fall with that Mid-Atlantic fleet coming down. And now he, with that Tuscany army, he now can take a swing at Venice, which he'll get unless Austria comes to Italy's rescue in Trieste. But he may think he has better things to do with that Trieste army, though to be honest, he doesn't. Elsewhere, we have Germany not trying to do anything tricky. If they'd slipped into Liverpool here, then they would have been able to keep it. But yeah, Germany and Austria and France are not trying to take each other's dots. Germany is going to get Warsaw here, however, which will get them up to 9. But Christoph is going to be at 10 or 11. So
Christoph, I think, should have moved to York here, London to York.
yeah.
Because if Edinburgh does slip into Liverpool, we get it back, and then just to take a swing at Edinburgh.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I missed that that Germany had 2 on Belgium here. Oh, he got it because of the convoy was successful back into Holland. So Germany does steal 1 here. Also gets Warsaw. So does that actually give? Oh no,
Look at Venice.
Yep, Christoph gets Venice here. So I believe it's going to be a tie then. Yes.
Yep, tied 10.
Okay. Oh, you need to hit game over, by the way.
Awesome. Cool. There we go.
Yeah, just go back to the winter now.
All right, cool. There we go. Awesome.
All right. Congratulations to, I want to say congratulations more to Frank than to Christoph. Frank really snuck out the tie in the end, unless it was negotiated between them. But Christoph played a great game to sort of keep everyone guessing and growing steadily. But to get the big score, he needed to find a way to move on Frank, and he didn't do it.
Comments say it was arranged, but this was a very well developed FG. Couple of hitches along the way, but well played by both.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Hey, Christoph. Welcome to the chat.
I'm just going to welcome Michaelis back to the land of the living.
I have spent years cultivating a reputation for never sleeping. And then you get ill for a couple of days and you have to live on a normal schedule, and it really ruins everything. Like, if I hadn't had a cold for a couple of days, I'd have been waking up at 3 p.m. like a normal person, raring to go for this. Instead, I've seen a morning, and bad things happen when I see mornings.
Are you sure that having to lift that belt and carry it around all the time hasn't just exhausted you, sapped you of energy?
Given one of the previous holders ran a marathon in it, I'm not sure I can quite put myself at that level. But of course, the great weight of success is always bearing down upon me.
All right, my turn to take a break here. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
well,
it's me, but it doesn't matter. Whatever you want.
Well, before either of you go, I've had Robert in the background. He's flicked through what the standings are after this game that was just played.
It might be you, Brandon.
I think it is.
I'm frequently wrong,
It's
never in
usually.
doubt.
You're good at that.
All right, cool.
All right, I'm gonna.
All right, cool. Too easy. I'm going to bring up the standings. These are accurate as of the end of that game. Robert Strupper has the TD, just flicked them through. I hope that's clear for everyone to see. So yeah, this is after that round 3 board and including the rest of the tournament. So not including the other 2 boards that were played in this round 3. We see Gregory still in the lead on 35. Our top 7 are Gregory, Frank, Christoph, Lass, Toby, and Wardy. And Peter McNamara has crept up to 7th place as well. So,
So 3 big contenders still in it, and then some people that with big results, sort of like how Gregory had in the first round, very much still turn those sort of high teens, mid-20s scores. And anyone from sort of Robin upwards with a good score could probably still take it.
yeah, given the way that the spacing works on this system as well for the scoring.
Yep.
All right, so this is our round 3, board 2. Yep, there's definitely a few names in there that were in that top pretty much 14 that are still in the running. So let's have a look at this one.
I just want to note that Philip and Peter just had a really great AI, and now they're an FG.
This is true. Will that play out? Ed, take the lead for Spring 01.
Well, we do see Philip go right to the channel. Right to the channel. That's the first thing I know. And a supported move into Burgundy, which Makes sense. I guess Peter will give him Belgium, or he'll just take Belgium. Another Syrian move by Turkey in this game, and nothing else is really leaping out to me to comment on it. Liverpool to Wales, obviously, Alessa sent something from France.
Okay. Ball.
Well, so Philip does help Alessa into Belgium, does also conveniently get the army off the continent, but England will be building two. England has dove in against Peter, going in Helgoland for going, North Sea. That's very interesting. France only getting one build, so this is pretty selfless play here by Philip. A crafty player might have just moved to London here in this situation. That's always the risk when you do that. Meanwhile, we do see some RT cooperation with the Bradley move set here of Syria to Armenia, putting 2 on Armenia, leaving Black Sea clear. Convoy to Tunis. Vienna going to Trieste does suggest that all's not copacetic between AI. We shall see.
Yeah, quite a sign of trust between AR, really, with the DMZ and Galicia in the fall there.
All right. We have our builds. Yeah.
Nothing.
So
I just France only getting the one build, and Army Paris with that build is a bit of a sign that they were not thrilled with Germany giving England Belgium.
fair enough. Michaelis, Spring 02.
All right, Spring of 02, and Germany is not working with England, is blowing up Helgoland, taking that back and dealing with the problem that was there. We also see a lot of trust between AR because, in fact, Austria is going straight in on Stefan. So, yeah, the East hasn't really. Rat usually is a little more disengaged than this. That is a lot of units just sat there staring at each other for this to really be called a rat, where you still have units all up on that border, no attempt to really disengage them. But they all seem to have gone, we can't work out which of us three is the one who needs to die. Should we all go after Italy instead? Yeah, okay. We can put off making an actual decision and we'll go this way. And unfortunately for Stefan, it looks like he'll probably lose Venice for it.
That move to Picardy, Paris to Picardy, tells me, and that Burgundy was not attacked, it tells me that Philip and Peter are back on side. If I'm Alessa here, I'm not feeling good.
And in Italy's case, this is why you don't leave the army stranded in Tunis, especially if you're not moving fleets actively out of Ionian Sea. Tunis is just a bad place for that army to be. Fall of 02, yeah. Italy loses Ionian Sea, loses Venice. Now they've convoyed back, but it's turned too late. They don't get into Marseille, so pretty catastrophic year for Italy. Philip sort of fixes his position, taking Portugal, getting back to the number of units you would want. GR attack England, so Germany gets into North Sea and Russia gets into Norway. Good cooperation between the two of them. But Philip has actually left the English Channel, so especially now that there look like the potential hostility again around Burgundy, Germany doesn't go for Belgium. Maybe expecting that France was going to be getting Belgium, and France then chose not to take it. I'm not too sure how to read that move. I can't imagine that Peter didn't attack Belgium, assuming that England would not would be keeping it. So Peter's got to have expected Phil to be taking Belgium there, and perhaps a little bit surprised that that's not what happened.
All right.
Fleet North Coast is fun, and what you're doing if there's an active GR, so like the build. Does mean that Toby is still quite weak in the center of the board, though, which, when there's active AT to operation, remains a little bit dangerous. Fleet Marseille is about as pro-England a build as you can get.
I mean, what could England do if he built in Brest? I'm not sure I love the build.
I mean, Italy has pulled Turanian Sea, so maybe you think that you need it not as a actively I'm going to prop Italy thing up, but as the only thing that slows the AT down, because AT have free entry through Ionian Sea, Tunis, Turanian. So maybe you do need a fleet down there.
All right, back to you, Ed. 03, spring.
Okay, so Austria gets into Tyrolia, goes to Rome, could have retreated there anyways. Turkey goes to Naples, not Tunis, and backfills in Ionian. Oh, Turkey, just like, one battle after another, looking good, but Russia does get into the Black Sea, which it could have done anyways, but not able to handle that. Interesting in a rat that's the move. I don't think I would like that. I was Turkey. Meanwhile, Russia gets convoyed by Germany into Yorkshire, which is awesome. Sweden to Norway, up to Barents. So this was a really good turn for Toby. He ain't a world champion for nothing. And he needs a result.
Choosing that, offense is the best form of defense there. So there's an AT to operation that you're not really doing anything in. I'm just going to go to Delicia, go to Black Sea. I may look a bit weak in positions, but at least all my units are further away from my home centers now. So if you do turn on me, guys, it'll take you a lot longer to take stuff, which I don't hate at all. And if you can get one of them to flip on the other here, I'd probably be more inclined to do the attack on Austria, if I'm honest.
He doesn't want Turkey building too, right? That's the problem.
True, but you didn't win a war against Turkey if Turkey's building too.
No,
because Tunis is still there in pocket, and they're not losing Naples. So
no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying why Austria might be the bigger victim than Turkey here, because what is he going to do against Turkey?
Yep. 403, Ed.
What do I know? Take Bulgaria, take Armenia. Yeah, this is a good moveset, and it's not like Austria is helping Toby here. Turkey does get to build, taking Tunis here in addition to Naples he already had. Sorry, I have the hiccups. And then Toby is helping Germany into London. Denmark gets to the North Sea, so this GR is kind of rolling in the north. It's like Toby's just taking on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if this was 1906, you'd be saying you love this for Toby. Like, everything's coming up everywhere. It's 1903, and things can turn around very quickly. And as David Hood would say, an 8-center Russia is the same as a 5-center anyone else. So it can be a little bit precarious to get this far out of position. And yeah, Bulgaria's fallen, but the problem with taking it for Russia is that, I mean, it looks like Austria potentially thought they were going to get it. They haven't. And if Austria will win that war against Italy sooner or later, like Italy is going down to 1 unit this turn. And if all of those Austrian armies then go, well, what can I take? And everything next to them is Russian, that's a diplomatic problem that needs to be solved in the next year, because you can't even offer them Bulgaria very convincingly if you're the one who's taken it in the first place.
Very true. We've got a few adjustments on the board here. Have a look at them.
Quietly, that was an incredible year for Peter as well, right? Getting the 2 builds out of that, and making sure that he's the one getting London before anyone gets Edinburgh.
And now he has an army. He had an extra build to be able to do that fleet, that third fleet as well.
Yep.
Crucial.
And a justified reason that you can sell to either France or Russia. Like, if you're working with Russia, you're like, oh, well, I need an extra fleet to go after France. If you're working with France, you know, look how big this Russia is. I need a third fleet. So when you can build that third fleet as Germany without upsetting any of your neighbors by doing it, that is a huge diplomatic win. I mean, it's one of the things that won me the World Championship was building a third fleet and being able to get away with it by in a similar sort of position. Neither France nor Russia was too upset by it.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Slight tech issue, but I think it's all right. There we go. This is Michalis, 04.
All right, Spring of 04. And as I said before about Russia's position being a little precarious, this is sort of bearing a bit of fruit here. So Germany is all in, all east. Silesia, Prussia, Baltic, Denmark by convoy. Really nice little convoy as well. Solves a little problem where you don't want to leave North Sea, but want to get extra units next to Edinburgh whilst putting more units next to Sweden. So another thing of Peter doing what Peter does best there. And yeah, he's got French units that are very stretched out and all over the place. France has left Burgundy. Without moving over to Clyde, so France isn't really looking like good growth out of this. This just looks really good for Peter and just Peter. In the east, you do see Russia solves their little Bulgaria problem of by convoying it over to Ankara, which is a nice little move. Outguess Turkey, because Turkey, this was always 50-50 on which one Turkey would use Spurns to support, and huge win for Toby. That would have been a piffed army in Bulgaria if he got that guess wrong. So salvaging a very strong position out of what could have been a very, very bad one. Must win guess for him there. Well done.
Beautiful. All right, we're into the fall.
Okay, into the fall. And Alex is taking Romania whilst not covering Serbia, because that's a thing that you're allowed to do. Sure. For Toby, despite the fact that he's lost Romania and not managed to make peace with Austria, he's also completely outguessed Turkey again. Poor Wardy is having a bit of a rough one this year, so loses Con and Sperda. Ouch. Toby also loses Sweden. So Toby is -3 +2, only down 1 for the year. Austria is +3, just +3, so really strong year for Alex. The one downside is that Tyrolia has covered Vienna from nothing. Oh wait, he's still building 2 because of Serbia. Never mind. So he's not blocking a build. And Germany is just quietly improving their position by taking Sweden and putting England back into Edinburgh, killing the Russian army that are convoyed over there. So Toby doesn't actually get to choose a disband, which means Norwegian that's now and now has to stay on the board, which is probably quite good for Peter. He'll probably be quite happy that fleet's still up there, but doesn't take Warsaw. So
Everybody wants Alessa to live, so Alessa lived. And the move to the English Channel, I think is super interesting.
Yeah, I think maybe Phil going, well, the big Russia's been dealt with, but it looks like Germany's about to blow up, so making some balancing moves on that front, and then Peter deciding to try to take the gas out of that balloon by not taking the guarantee on Warsaw, not going for Edinburgh himself,
Right.
slowing down.
All right. Bunch of armies. And Wardy keeping his stuff around his home centers. Cool. All right. This is Ed for Spring 05.
Wardy gets into Khan, but loses Ankara, but Wardy does get into Smyrna, so really great turn for Wardy here. against Toby. Toby, hilariously, that Romanian army retreats to Serbia. Now that Serbian army retreats to Greece. There's not many places for an army to retreat to after Greece, but we shall see. Toby gets into Romania. Germany goes to Galicia from Bohemia here. So there's clearly anti-French. He's got a French problem. Peter's aware of it. Convoys back to Holland and to London. And I note that Russia is supporting Edinburgh to Clyde, so that might not be good for Philip.
What was Norway supporting there?
Edinburgh to North Sea?
York-
Denmark to
to
Holland.
North.
Support-
Okay,
I meant
so-
Yorkshire to
Yorkshire,
somewhere
North
else.
Sea. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's an important little order in that it shows that Russia is pro-Germany, right? Like that he was trying to help Germany, even if Germany didn't write that order. So Galicia potentially is there to help Toby. Looks like GR have managed to put the band back together, and that's going to make holding Belgium very tough for Phil here because London can cut Channel, Munich can cut Burgundy. Yeah.
All right, 4. Take the lead, Ed.
Well, Alex Ledbedev doesn't like Peter's adventurism, so supports Philip into Munich. Philip gives up on Belgium because he decides to take London. So that's a swap, but Germany goes down, having lost Munich. Meanwhile, Philip also takes Tunis. I note that Alessa does not take Toby's support into Liverpool, instead just goes to Edinburgh. Alessa could have been building here. Didn't trust Toby.
What a turn for Phil.
What a turn
Like-
for Phil. He gets 2.
Guesses correctly on taking London, taking Munich, walks into an empty Tunis, and somehow Liverpool is still French from all of that. So that's an incredible turn. GR get the guesses wrong everywhere, really. So they're squabbling over Warsaw. Oh dear. Great turn for Austria as well. Finally dealt with that Russian army that was behind the lines. Gets Romania back at the same time, and Turkey is still there on 2 home centers. Has actually managed to gain a home center over Toby this year.
What is Ruhr's order?
Further back.
Supports.
Ruhr to
Just hold.
Burgundy.
Ruhr just
It
holds.
didn't move, so
Yeah.
Peter ran out of time or forgot to write an order, and that would have cut the support. Oof. Rough.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Winter. Big year for Phil. This is really good.
Big year for Phil.
Big year for Phil, big year for Alex as well, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the 2 countries that were looking really good both had terrible years. And that second disband for Peter is brutal as well, right? Galicia, you can say, it's not doing that much. I don't mind taking that off the board. But Sweden, you're so vulnerable up there to Russia now. It's really hard to see Peter turning this into a...
He had no other choice. He had to do it,
Position.
but it was a horrible choice.
Yeah. For
Going
sure.
back to the fall. Robert in the chat is saying that Peter misordered Ruhr, which is a crime at this tournament.
Well, he was certainly punished as if it was.
No. All right. I am doing something that I am not wanting to do. Where is this? All right, there we go. Spring
I'm
06.
loving this game, loving the up and down nature of it, of who has the upper hand. This is very cool.
Yeah, right now I'd say it's Alex Ledbedev.
Yeah. So spring of 06, Alex, having put Phil into Munich last turn, now goes, Phil, you had a good year. Let's undo that.
I didn't
Control
know
Z.
you were building 3.
Yeah, I didn't like that quite so much. So, Peter, welcome back to Munich. So Peter retakes Munich with Austrian help. Does lose Belgium along the way. GR have put the band back together. So now North Atlantic is attempting to get into Mid Atlantic, failing, but blocking that fleet at this stage of the game from getting out of Brest is quite useful. So don't hate that as a move anyway. Norway has gone to Norwegian rather than gutting Peter for all he was worth, and Toby is giving up on Ankara to try and buy some peace with Turkey. Whether that works or not remains to be seen, but he's blocked Galicia for now. Does have France in Silesia, who is probably hostile, so does still have to worry about Warsaw anyway. But it's for Alex, he gets into Ionian. He's still sat next to Naples, but not taking it, which is really nice, obviously. And if you can get into a position where that's giving you leverage to keep working with Turkey, that might make the difference in the end.
You might take it now in the fall.
Does he?
Nope. So fall of 06, he chooses not to take it, which is interesting given that Turkey was covering Smyrna and can't build from it anyway. So potentially he probably should have taken it, but chooses not to. Elsewhere, Toby is even as he dives into Edinburgh, and Alessa once again doesn't go to Liverpool. Phil is doing some incredible diplomatic work with England to keep convincing them not to walk into his open dot. I can only assume Toby believed that England was taking it. Otherwise, the North Atlantic Ocean obviously would have moved to Liverpool. So, yeah, this is great diplomatic work again from Phil, who has traded Munich and London, but not lost Liverpool for another year. So got one more year he's got to make that tap dance work for. And with the 2 fleets in the south, it's quite unlikely that he's going to be kicked out of Tunis by the end of this game. So, decent year for Phil. Alex, I don't like how few armies moved that turn, I think. This time it's him trying to take Munich, but with French help, but he doesn't get in. Peter remembers to order units correctly, and Trieste and Budapest are just sort of stuck there.
So sorry for
that's rough.
That's really rough. Yep. It happens. It happens. All right. There mustn't have been a build phase because I think everyone stayed the same.
Well, Turkey went up 1 at the expense of England, but couldn't build it effectively.
Couldn't build, yeah. Cool. There we go.
That's a normal way to describe how a year goes.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Ed, this is back on you.
Spring 1907. Everyone's just making a play for something. Alex gets Naples and can hold it. Alex making a play, I assume, for Warsaw here. Wardy just gripping the steering wheel tight, hoping he doesn't lose anything else, and I don't think he will. Peter didn't lose anything. Toby's going to take Liverpool.
Toby's going to take Liverpool. What did Peter did a convoy order with North Sea there. What did he try and do? He tried to convoy swap them.
Okay. That would have been cool.
Sure.
If it worked.
Is it though? Surely that's a horrible convoy swap to actually go through if it happens.
Nah, let them in. They can have Kiel and Denmark and whatever. It doesn't matter.
That's catastrophic if that goes through. Sure. All right.
Cool.
The interesting thing will be, can Alex keep hold of all of the dots that he's in? There's Rum and there's some defensive guesses down there. Greece as well.
All right. Last move.
Last move. Alex keeps Naples, does not lose Greece, does not lose Romania, and gets Warsaw. Why is Toby going to Silesia here? Anyone's guess?
I assume that was a unwanted support, right? Because there's no way that you're treating that up as a wanted support.
Yeah, that is Peter asking to tap Silesia. So Munich
For
can be
reasons.
saved.
Peter was perfectly able to tap Silesia itself with Berlin. So I don't really know what he sold Toby on, or why Silesia needs to be tapped by Toby.
I mean, he did that. I mean, he could have just supported Munich. Instead, he'd rather Toby go down one. That's there must be some blood because he takes London from Philip. Ugh.
Well, either way, yeah. Philip had been doing the great tap dances around on England, but in the end, just about loses out on Alex.
Massive
Really
game
well
for
played game.
Alex. Yeah.
Like everybody else who went up in that game got knocked back almost immediately afterwards. And you look at Alex's line, like it's just up, 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 up. Look at them. Look at them. They're the threat. Russia's the threat. Germany's the threat. France is the threat. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Peaked at the exact right moment. Beautiful game from Alex. I love it.
Beautiful.
Peter tried to defend Warsaw.
Oh, maybe
I think
that,
France
France and
think this
Austria
is
were going to
sarcasm.
cooperate.
Maybe.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Sure.
strange. Anyways, good game from Alex. It's a hell of a game.
And good for Wardy as well, hanging in there. Like, considering what his position was around his home centers for a bit there.
Yeah.
Played it
Yeah, I
through.
mean, this was a stacked board, and Alex played it to perfection, and Wardy, did a very good defensive job. Everybody else, they all were good in moments, but it wasn't the right moment. It's an 07 game. They all peaked a little bit too early. Alex, masterful. Love it.
All right, then.
Alrighty.
Where does that put him in the scoring? Because that's pretty decent
That-
scoring game.
Is
Got a nice gap at the end.
this is it? That puts Alex up into first after that game.
Nice.
And yeah, like with a decent 6-point lead as well on top of Frank in second place. So
So we're looking at Greg, Francesco. I mean, that would have to be a hell of a score from Francesco, right? 34, 35
Ooh.
points.
No,
Yeah,
no,
anyone.
no, 23 and a half, which is doable. We've seen a 25 and a 20. I think anyone within 27 points has a shot.
Yeah, I mean, Alex only had one more point than Francesco going into that round, so Francesco
can't
just
do much.
needs 1 point more than Alex. I think Francesco and Robin, it's certainly still doable from 18. I think from like Yelta, it would be a lot harder from 13 points to.
Doable.
Those are the four you're looking at, right? For David, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
I think
Francesco,
so.
Robin,
Gregory got a 29 in round one, so, and that was a 14.
And the fact that your worst score gets halved when his worst score is a 6, it's not really. So you're not losing a lot of points from that getting halved. So he's on a net 32, so he needs a net 10 points.
doable for a newcomer.
beautiful. Alrighty, so that is the standings as they are without this final board. Here is the final board.
Austria is probably not the country he was hoping to roll.
Is not ideal. Beautiful. I believe Ed, you're off for this one, or cool, he's gone. Beautiful. Alrighty. Brandon, do you want to take us through Spring 01?
Yeah, now that I've had a nap with my camera off.
Sneaky.
That's not what people do. That's so old-fashioned.
All three of us looked down after the previous game ended, and we were all looking at you in the green room when you did this. You went, You were like this, and then you were like,
There's a couple of head nods.
I will blame it on the heat wave here. It is very, very warm in my room right now. Hasn't helped.
All right, let's talk about this game. So we have got some 0-1 moves here. Looks fairly standard. We have a successful DMZ in Galicia and a bounce in black. We do have Warsaw going to Silesia, which is always fun for spectators. Usually not fun for Germany or Russia. So we'll see how that works out. In the north, we have the northern opening from Francesco Conte in England. Gets away with it because France does not go to the English Channel. France does do the Maginot opening, sporting themselves into Burgundy. So Germany's got a funny situation here with units in Burgundy and Silesia. Not ideal. Not ideal. We'll see if Russia gets Sweden.
I'm going to dust off my DBN contract, and every time I see this, I'm obliged to talk about it. Vienna to Budapest. We did this big statistical analysis a few years ago on openings and success rates. Vienna to Budapest had the highest elimination rate for Austria out of like any common opening, but also the highest top rate. It's a go big or go home opening. If you don't get jumped on and you do it, it gives you so much more influence on Romania and can lead to a really good game. And Gregory's gone, I trust my neighbors. I'm not worried. And we'll see if it pays off. Two of them have moved towards the line immediately, which makes me wonder if, in fact, he was meant to be moving to Bohemia.
It's possible.
All right. Fall.
Well, he gets the Russian fleet into Romania, which is great if you are Austria. Just great. Not good if you're Turkey, and it looks like David in Turkey understood what was happening, and launches against Russia, so into the black in Armenia. We do have Italy convoying over to Tunis, so keep your eyes out for the classic Lepanto. And Russia, knowing they weren't going to get Sweden, goes to Baltic, causing Germany to go to Sweden, which is not great. It's a way to be pulled out of position as Germany. Though if they can get away with it, we'll put them in decent stead for later in the game. However, since they only got one build here, not looking great. It does go back to Munich with support from France. I don't know if that is welcome support or not. Either way, who's going to get in? And we do have England convoying into Belgium with just one hostile army around. So this is actually quite a good opening, I think, for Francesco. Gets two builds, has Russia and Germany already in conflict, and just needs to navigate that and see what he wants to do with France.
I love this from Francesco, not just for that, but like you're probably expecting, given that Russia's open to Silesia, the Baltic thing to happen. It's the normal follow up. It's very easy for England to go, all right, I'll convoy to Denmark. I'll go that way. You potentially know that Germany is covering Munich and that Holland is open. So you can convoy to Holland. You have two places, therefore, that are a pretty guaranteed convoy. And instead, Francesco has gone, you know what? I really don't want France to build free here. So, sorry, Spiros. I could go for builds elsewhere, but I'm convoying to Belgium. And you want to take advantage of this German position? You've got to let me in. So, it's quite forceful, I think, of making sure that this is all England getting the benefit rather than England and France. I like this as a way of immediately making sure that Francesco keeps the upper hand in that relationship.
I agree with that. The only issue is that it also potentially puts him and France in conflict sooner rather than later if France wants Belgium. But we'll see.
This is true. But, of course, you've not pissed off Germany, so you can...
Exactly. Strategic options.
Even if that's a problem, it's not as much of a problem as if you convoy to Denmark and then find yourself at war with France and Germany.
I agree.
We've got our 0-1 winter adjustments.
Fleet Berlin, because screw you, Russia. Valid.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Francesco has a big decision to make here. Really big, early strategic decision.
Okay. This is Michaelis, Spring 02.
And Francesco has actually chosen to not make a decision. So the decision Brandon was talking about there is, do you go for France or do you go for Germany? And Francesco has gone, ooh, St. Petersburg's free, and walked into that and put off the moment of making any decisions. Delays it by a turn, just picks up the free build. Cool. No reason not to. Why make the big move too early? We saw that in the previous game. A lot of people were making their big moves and then being paid back. Francesco has decided to play a bit of a holding game. Meanwhile, in the south, this is I don't know what Romania ordered. I assume it was some sort of attack on Bulgaria that wasn't entered. So this is some not great coordination between AR. Supported Serbia to bull, which yeah, okay, so that's unfortunate, and wouldn't have got in because there was the bounce to Gian anyway. But this is a pretty bad turn for Daniel, and in turn for the air, because if Russia goes down too quickly, Turkey doesn't have to defend from Russia, and then Turkey can defend reasonably effectively from an AI by itself. So yeah, they've got a problem that the West might end quite quickly and the East might not.
Cool.
All of 02, and the move of the tournament seems to be taking Romania but leaving Serbia open for retreats. So it's good to keep that theme going. Austria takes Romania. Puts Russia into Romania rather, but Turkey retreats into an Austrian dot in Serbia, which could have been covered from Trieste and wasn't, which is an unfortunate oversight. Whilst taking Bulgaria, but somehow it means that Turkey's lost Bulgaria but gets to build. So really nice from David in Turkey. Thinking on his feet there and going for Sev, knowing that if there was an attack on Rum, he probably wouldn't have predicted that he'd get a retreat, but would have been able to predict that he would get Sev. So good strategic thinking, like to see it. Meanwhile, Francesco still doesn't really make a decision, but Spiros does and goes, no, I am taking Belgium, and you can retreat it into Holland. You don't have to make a move anywhere. And Francesco doesn't try and defend Belgium, so I guess it is some sort of decision, but it is. This is kind of nice diplomatically to make it look like France is the real aggressor. Like, France is the one pushing me to you. I didn't want to come to you. So I think Francesco is managing Robin very well.
But also Holland is neutral, right? Like, it may be considered by default a German sender, but it's not a German sender currently. And Francesco supported Spiros into Picardy in the fall, which wasn't needed, and it was just meant to tell anyone who was watching, maybe us, maybe other people, that he was okay with Spiros going to Picardy. So I think this is just a little bit of theater. And also, it forces Spiros to use Burgundy to take Belgium as well. So there's a little bit of tactical noose there. But Francesco is going up 2, or no, going up 1 rather. So really nice positioning here from Francesco. I'm with you. I like this play.
Yeah, and diplomatically, even though like retreating to Holland and moving to Holland is the same thing, he can still say after this year, look, Robin, I didn't move any of my units towards you. I didn't want to come there, but obviously, I know it's neutral. I wasn't taking anything, but look, France is moving units towards you. I tried not to. If it comes down to a decision and Robin has to choose which to defend from, I think Francesco is playing the long game on making sure that Germany is more concerned by France than by him.
Yeah, doing it really nicely. Now, Francesco does face that decision now, though, that we were talking about before. Does he want to go after Sweden, Denmark, win the North? Does he want to try to use Robin as a wedge against Spiros? Let's find out.
Okay.
Can't tell much from the builds here. The one build of note, really, though, is that Marseille, Spiros puts down a fleet in Marseille. So this suggests that he is willing to commit himself to the south.
I think Italy is committed for him, though, right? Like, Liam has sent 3 of their units west. I know North Africa is an army that isn't a threat, but you are still signaling that that's where the war is. So I think Spiros would have had a lot of difficulty in being able to do anything other than Fleet Marseille there.
In any case, it creates...
Francesco,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Francesco building Fleet Edinburgh potentially risks France obviously sailing up to Liverpool, but when Italy's in the position they're in, you're probably quite confident, even if you didn't have an army, just go and cover just in case.
Yeah, Spiros was committed, and this made Francesco's decision relatively easy, actually. And you might think that France committing south would make France a more inviting target, but it's actually just the opposite. It means that Francesco can clean up the north, can win the north with the units that France has up there to help, and then can pivot. Hopefully, Spiros hasn't made progress, but if Francesco is thinking about a big score here, winning the north first makes more sense, and that's what he's done. Moved to Skagerrak, moved to Helgoland, backfilled into north. The move from London to Wales is just keeping Spiros honest kind of move, just in case Spiros got ideas going to the Irish Sea here. He wouldn't get Liverpool, so it's nice. Francesco's going to get at least one here, possibly two. It depends. There's a Baltic that could cover Sweden here. Elsewhere on the board, we have North Africa going back to Tunis and we have Eastern Med now moving west to the Ionian. So it appears that Italy, Liam has accepted that the Western confrontation is happening, whether he legitimately wanted it or not. And elsewhere so Germany is now moving their units eastward, which again is great for Francesco. So really good diplomacy there, getting Robin to do that. And Turkey is just getting in position to try to win something else in the Balkans.
Yeah, David in Turkey has turned this around so well, right? Like the position was looking very, very bad. AIR had all made these big aggressive moves, and then that one thing, going for Sev, getting the retreat to Serbia. Yeah, he's braced Serbia. He's not going to hold Serbia, but that's not the big thing here. The big thing is Italy pulling away. Like he's got Black Sea, and there's no Russian fleet. He's now got Aegean Sea, and the Italian fleet's gone. Like David is just strong, and it's a 1907 game. And in a 1907 game, if you don't kill Turkey early, you probably have to work with them. It's you ain't going to kill them at the end of the game very easily, or very often at all. So David is making himself necessary, and that is the sort of foundation you need to build to then turn that into a good score as well. So both witches playing very good games here.
I do wonder, in spring there, Black didn't support Sevastopol into Romania. I can see that being a deliberate decision, that it might be better to be in Sevastopol here in the fall, rather than in a more vulnerable central position. But I'm not sure about that. I have to think about it a little bit more. Do you have a thought on that?
I certainly wouldn't want to be in Romania than Sev, but I probably would have wanted to support Serbia to Bulgaria. I think that the brace is nice, but the PIF would have been much better.
That's what
yeah, that's what I would have liked to do there.
All right, 4.
Oof. Yeah, so is this me? This is me. So now,
yes.
So now we see the consequences of Black having been unutilized in the fall, which is that not only is David not able to retake Bulgaria here, but he's going down one. So he's not able to stay even. He actually goes down one. And that's, he's still in good defensive position, but his ability to expand is now going to be hampered. Elsewhere, we have a surprise from Francesco. This is a big surprise, actually. Does take one off of Germany, could have taken 2, and instead makes the move on Spiros, swiping Belgium, getting into the English Channel. I don't know about this. I think this might be 1 year too early. With Spiros planning to get more committed, he was at least a year away from getting a dot down there. Pick up Denmark and Sweden, get rid of those 2 fleets up there, and then move on Spiros. That would have been my instinct. But those are the basics of what happened here. Austria's going up 1, Turkey's going down 1, England's going up 2, but may have potentially 2 enemies now in the north.
Italy convoying back to Tuscany is a smart little move as well, just making themselves a lot more defensively secure against Austria if Austria tried anything. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that one disband isn't enough for Germany if you're England here to be moving on France. You want two. You want the fleets gone. I mean, when the fleets are gone, you have free reign to do whatever you want. You don't need to fight for Kiel in that case. You can, like, I don't care if Germany is stuck there on 3 centres if I'm taking all the coastal centres and winning the game. So I assume that this is potentially coordinated with Robin. Maybe Robin has agreed to make a favourable disband of one or two fleets, probably Bothnia, but I'm still not anywhere near as comfortable about this as I would be if both of those fleets were coming off the board.
And go back for a second, because Skagerrak doesn't need to go to north here. Skagerrak isn't needed for the stab. Just take Sweden here. You go up 3, and then you're good to go. So this seems like a mistake.
Go up 3, and if you're in Sweden and Denmark, Germany probably goes, well, I'm not going to get in Scandinavia back anyway, and probably pulls the fleets. So,
whereas now you're outnumbered up there. Actually, he'll be able to take, because presumably North is going to do something against France. So,
is there an argument?
I mean, it's possible it could convoy to Norway.
Is there an argument of not taking Belgium? You go to Sweden, Denmark, and put North into Helgoland instead.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't have stabbed France on this turn, but what you could do is, if you're supporting France to Kiel, it's not going to make any difference. So that's obviously a different case entirely. Though. Like that argument is, I'm not stabbing France. I think that, like Brandon said, that it was potentially too early to be stabbing France. But
the trick with this is really about, there's two aspects to this. One is, how is France going to react to me going up 2? So if I take Sweden and Denmark, I'm now going to be 2 bigger than them. Is that going to make them mad? Is that going to make them worried about me? And are they the kind of player who's going to turn on me in order to keep the balance of power? If that's true, then the incentive to stab now is significantly higher.
There's a bit of context in the chat as well. Francesco is saying that this was all agreed on, and he had to make a move now to keep Robin or Germany on his side without taking more than one of their centers.
Yeah, I think the question there is, why does he think he needs Robin on his side?
What I will say is, actually, I think that David in Turkey, he went down 1 there, but I think that year was actually fine, because the way that Austria had to take that dot from him meant leaving Bulgaria. And given that Italy's moved away, Russia isn't really a thing anymore, and now Austria's had to move away. This is such a natural position to AT from. You can fix this quite well. So I think actually diplomatically, looked like David in Turkey had a bad turn, but I actually think that turn was fine.
Yeah, take Bulgaria with the fleet, or negotiate to take Bulgaria with the fleet, put Austria and Romania, and then you build an army, and then you're good to go. Yeah,
go for Ionian.
This
is also why.
So go ahead.
So this is also why I probably wouldn't have stabbed France that year, is because France and Italy were enmeshed in a war that France, they weren't going to win, but they were going to progress. So if you wait a year, those French fleets were probably North Africa or Turanian Sea. They're just that bit further away, and that can make such a difference for stabbing France.
Yeah, that's the argument for that. Like the second half of this equation is, how much are you going to get? How quickly are you going to be able to progress against France? And that's the answer is much faster if Mid-Atlantic is gone, if France is overcommitted into the south. So I'm with you.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and we should be clear. McCallus and I'm sure both agree that this stab could still work really well.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of ways that this could go from here.
I think it's unquestionable that Francesco has one of the 2 best positions on this board right now. But yeah, could it have been better? And
would you choose Austria or Turkey for the other good one?
Probably Austria, just because I think that all of his neighbors need him, and that is really nice diplomatically. I don't think there's a single neighbor on this board who is going to be looking and going, I need a big fight with Austria right now.
Yeah, their growth potential may be a little bit limited, more limited than England's is, but maybe not.
Yeah. Tactically, England has the best position. Diplomatically, I think Austria has the best position.
Now, it's worth pointing out, too, actually, if we start looking at scores, right? I think we calculated that Francesco was needed 24 points to pass, I think, or 23 points to pass Alex. But that would assume that Greg doesn't pick up any points, right? If Greg gets 10 points, then he's equal to or pass or just passed. So
yeah, he passes Alex by half a point if he gets 10. So at the moment, he is 1.5 points ahead of Alex.
Okay, so for every point above 9.5 that Gregory has, that's more points that Francesco needs. So
yep.
But he's got 21. So if 23 was that number, then he needs 24.5 to pass to win. So not that far away. All right, you can continue.
The other nice thing is that if Francesco is thinking tournament-wise, before we continue, I'll delve into this even more and drag it out. But if Francesco is thinking tournament-wise, the other reason why maybe you do stab Spiros here is alleviate pressure from Italy to make Italy a harder stab for Austria. And then if Italy can disengage, because maybe actually, yeah, it makes your job attacking France harder if you're attacking France earlier. But if you pull France off of Italy sooner, give Italy more play in this game, that does make it harder for Austria. And so from that position in the tournament, you really want a strong Italy if you're England here. You want someone to contain this Austria. And it isn't going to be Russia. And Turkey doesn't really have the units to be doing much more than taking the ball.
Yeah, so in that case, it's a really nice point. In that case, you're trying to thread the needle between giving yourself enough runway to get the points you need while giving Italy enough runway to keep Gregory. So yeah, this is the sort of thing we watch for, is this grand strategy, these grand strategy calculations.
Beautiful. All right. We have Michaelis for Spring 04. Well, both of you just go for it. There we go.
All right, Spring of 04, and England is getting help from the Germans that they wanted, at least in this turn. So Germany's going down to Ruhr. They're pushing the units towards Spiros. England also convoys into Picardy, gets all of the units moving where they want to, so that's all very nice. Arranges a bounce in Sweden, which is very clever because it's always a bounce in a German dot, and Germany can never stab you on that bounce. So if they do something different, you're just getting Sweden. So nice little clever play there. Meanwhile, in the east, we do not see an AT forming. There seems to be still some sort of maybe anti-Turkish thing, although Turkey doesn't really enter any moves, and this could be backed out of in full quite easily. But either way, Russia is in Bulgaria for now. I will be amazed if they are still in Bulgaria at the end of this year. Italy has not moved any units back, though, so maybe Italy thinks they can get Marseille, which quite viable, actually, with that self-bounce in Venice. Assuming that something is cutting Burgundy, which is a pretty good assumption, Italy will get Marseille here, which is quite relevant.
Yeah, it's funny. This calculation that we just talked about sort of swings the other way now for Gregory. If Italy is going to be helping France collapse, is that something that Gregory really wants to happen? And does he need to do something to try to keep Italy from doing that? May not be much he can do, but it's a thought that he could have.
It's also a reason to potentially try and buff Russia to do something against England. But England's put another unit up into Norway, which makes that little move up to say retake St. Petersburg much harder. So Francesco has closed that off in advance. But this would be somewhere that Francesco, good experienced player, played in a lot of tournaments. Gregory, we know this is their first tournament. So if Gregory is able to make the same calculations at the same level, then that will be incredibly impressive. I suspect Gregory will be thinking about his own score because that's the obvious thing to do, but possibly not about Francesco's, especially as Francesco wasn't like second or third, was quite a way back.
Yeah, Francesco, I mean, the thing that he's done, which is extremely impressive here, is he's in position to still get Sweden, right? He's in position. He's not using Robin as a force multiplier. He's going to get mid-Atlantic here. So France is going to fall very quickly. And our concern was that Germany would be able to work against him, but he has he's prevented that diplomatically. So really, really fantastic work here.
He has, but he's also, even if that's not the plan, like putting that army up to Norway lets you then put it in St. Petersburg, which, okay, you're not taking Moscow in this game. That's not the path Francesco is going down, but it might deny Austria Moscow later. That might actually turn out to be incredibly relevant 2-3 years down the line, having an army in St. Petersburg here rather than a fleet. So long-term strategic planning as well.
All right, full. Michalis.
In full, not quite so good for Francesco. Does get blown up in Picardy, but and doesn't get into Channel, but is in Mid-Atlantic, and Italy is winning the war against Spiros. Gets into Marseille. Germany's in Burgundy. This is all fine. The PIF is not catastrophic. It slows a little bit of momentum, but not horrendously so. Doesn't put the army into St. Petersburg. I think that is potentially a bit of a missed opportunity, but beyond that, Russia does. Fair enough. Well done, Daniel. Keep Bulgaria, which I am shocked about, but Austria decides to support them there, take Rum, do a little trade for the centers between the two of them, and Russia recaptures Sevastopol. So Turkey is going down one again. This is harsh for David because he's been put back in the box. I don't see any of them really being in a position to kill him, but his path to getting a good result has been heavily closed off by this year. This feels like one of those games where you get put in the box and have to sort of spectate from then on. Yeah, Italy has 3 units in the west and isn't being punished because of this war. So there's also a little path opening up to Liam to get towards some sort of good score in this game as well.
Yeah, I think David in Turkey has a difficult disband here. Probably black if you just want to survive at this point, but it means you have no chance of recovering unless Austria decided they wanted you to.
I'd be tempted by Con. I think you can self-bounce there until you need to not do that.
And just hope there's
that AR fall apart. Yeah,
because Bulgaria could support Aegean to Con. I mean, as long as you don't lose Aegean, you're
even if you do lose Aegean, though, when it's the only fleet next to you, it's still very hard to prosecute the follow-up after that.
In a guaranteed fashion, but there are guesses, and you're the lose. You eventually will lose. What do you disband if you're France here?
Who are you more angry at, England or Italy? That's the question. Italy came west first, but England stabbed you.
Yeah.
Probably Spain. I think I'm probably more annoyed at England than Italy, but if it's the other way around, I guess Picardy. It's unlikely Germany's the one you're most annoyed at, so I don't think that you're going to pull Brest and keep the armies and the fleets in Iberia.
Yeah, I think Picardy for some reason is going to come off here, but it's really a pick your poison.
Spain is very, very likely to get piffed, so that's why I probably pull Spain.
All right.
Or Paris.
Because why not? It doesn't really force a guess of any kind. But, Italy building fleet Naples, interesting. So that I wouldn't be surprised to see that going east now to help out against Turkey.
Which will start changing Francesco's thought process as well, because if Italy uses their position to help Austria grow, all of a sudden you're not pro-Italy at all. now you have to be concerned.
Yeah. So we do see Spiros in France wanting to punish England more. So supports himself into the mid-Atlantic, giving up Spain to the Italians. And we have Francesco and Robin sort of doing the straightforward thing here, which is to support Belgium into Picardy, and that will give them purchase over Paris. The convoy from London to Holland is interesting.
Stab,
And
right?
potentially, so Norway to Sweden suggests stab. It's also possible that it will get convoyed into Prussia. I think this late in the game, you probably would rather be making a move here than just trying to get into an alliance-wide position. Francesco's issue here now is that St. Petersburg is vulnerable to a teaming up between Daniel and Robin, although Daniel didn't enter any orders there, so it'd be interesting to know what's going on there. But Francesco doesn't really have Paris is available, but only with Robin's support. So Francesco may be deciding here that he does not want to rely on Robin and just wants to take the dots himself.
And he's moving as far away from Italy as possible as well, right? So that pullback from mid-Atlantic is saying, Italy, I do not want to fight you in this game. You will have free reign to do stuff in the east. So he is trying to still bargain, I think, with Liam to do something about Austria.
All right, so we do get the convoy not into Prussia, but into Livonia, while Livonia takes St. Petersburg here. So, and Prussia was supposed to, Picardy was supposed to support Burgundy into Paris, not the other way around, which was the guaranteed way, assuming that Marseille didn't interfere. So this is surprising that Germany was supposed to get an extra dot here. I guess Denmark takes Sweden here, so they're exchanging St. Petersburg and Sweden. But yeah, this is interesting and maybe not awful for Francesco if
maybe he knew this wasn't going to work and that was why. Yeah, of course I'll stay on your side, but
not a problem.
Oh, it didn't work. I'm so sorry. We tried.
And the consequence now is that Spiros has to disband another one. Francesco's units stay in places that are good for him, better for him than for other people. So better to be in Picardy rather than have a French unit threatening Belgium. Gets to stay in Holland next to Kiel. And he'll be able to retake St. Petersburg when the time comes. So this is still very nice positioning for Francesco. It is worth noting, though, that Francesco needs to not just top this board, but top it by, I think, 3 in order to get the point separation from Gregory that he needs. Can you go back, though? I didn't finish this. In the south, we have Bulgaria falling to the Turk. And why is that? That's because Greece didn't do anything.
Greece didn't do anything. Rum didn't do anything. But Austria looks like they only had half an order set there, which this is bad. This is a year where they've essentially done nothing while Francesco has improved position. And it's possible Gregory doesn't realize he's in a race with Francesco because Francesco is so far down the standings. But I think Francesco very much does realize it. And yeah, Gregory needed to do something. Whether that was work with Turkey and go into Italy, go into Russia, go into something. 6 centers isn't enough. We know that it is 0.5 point or no 1.5 points more than what he needed to cover Alex, but you can't predict what was happening in the other game with hindsight either. So that game had a lot of countries going up and down and all over the place, and it would have been very hard to work out exactly what score people were going to get from that. So I think that this is a real missed opportunity to not move, or even arguably on Germany. Like, Germany's working with England, Vienna to Bohemia, and charging up to go for Munich isn't an outrageous decision either.
I think that Greg's dots, the only real source of dots that he has available to him now are Russian, and it's just the geography of this, and so he needs to create a way for himself to go after Russian dots. Ironically, Turkey taking Bulgaria actually kind of does that, because now Bulgaria is available for Austria without a stab. As long as Ionians willing to tap Aegean, they can guarantee it. But yeah, he needs to find a way to get up into Ukraine and get Warsaw or Sevastopol, and that's not going to happen now that the Germans are up there.
If you can convince Italy to use that build on another fleet, Venice is still there. So diplomatically, if Italy doesn't build a second army here, which is quite plausible, like they do seem to be anti-Turkey, if you can sell them on Fleet Naples, then you keep Venice open. But I really think that actually Germany is where I would have wanted to send that army there.
Might make it too easy.
Not only
Well,
you're not guaranteed Munich, but what you are guaranteed is that Burgundy has to defend Munich. And if Burgundy is defending Munich, then England's attack on what's left of France is really weak.
Yeah, but doesn't that also just make it easier for England to stab Germany just by drawing units away from, say, Kiel and Berlin?
What units?
whatever you might have.
What are you pulling away?
Yeah. So I see in the chat that Greg says that this was arranged with Turkey, and then the next question would be why? How does that get you to a bigger score?
I thought for an 80 a year ago, so maybe it was just it took them a couple of turns to get there, but they both worked out that, like you said, their path for more dots isn't through each other.
Apparently, as well, this year there was a secret draw vote called with three vetoes, as in the 3 vetoes were secret as well. So,
who's the third? That would be the question.
Turkey. I think Turkey vetoing is quite reasonable. I think Italy veto. Who's accepting? Germany and Russia and France? I'm shocked that got to the point of needing private draw votes. That's quite funny.
If Austria has a sense of what's happening in the other game, then they might. But I don't think they know at this point what they would need. So
yeah.
All right, pushing through. Yeah. Winter adjustments. Paris gone. Fleet Naples. Fleet Smyrna.
Fleet Smyrna is good for Austria. Fleet Naples is good for Austria. So good diplomatic work in both directions.
Yep. Right. And we learned that Spiros hates Paris.
Yeah, second time. All right, this is back to you, Brandon.
Is it?
Pretty sure it's me.
No, Michaelis, sorry.
All right. We look very similar, so.
Yes.
Austria takes Sevastopol with Turkish support, so this is that AT. They are moving that way. They're up into Galicia as well. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Can leave Serbia empty because Bulgaria's a fleet, so really good for Gregory. The question then is, what's Turkey getting from this arrangement? So far, nothing, but maybe they're going to give up Greece. Maybe that's part of the plan here. Austria won't get Venice, even though it looks like they were gearing up to do so, because Italy has cleverly moved Naples over to Apulia. Well done on sniffing out that danger. The downside, of course, is that if you're going to defend Venice, you will lose Ionian, but it's 3-on-2 anyway. You're losing Ionian either way. So that is the East. That is a good turn for Gregory. In the West, what do we see? In the West, we see... What are those English fleets in Irish and English Channel supporting?
France, I believe.
Rest, Mid-Atlantic. Okay, so England is anti-Italy. That's clear. Like, either way, you're trying to kick Italy out of Mao. They didn't move the unit that they were hoping they moved, so maybe Italy has cut a deal with France. That might well be what happened in that position. But either way, England has decided that Italy isn't going to help them against Austria, so why am I going to help them in general? Germany gets the walk into Paris, which will probably mean that England gets Brest anyway. They're also in Ruhr for reasons. It's just in case Austria goes to Munich, honest. So that's nice to have an excuse to be there. And Germany does not get Moscow because Warsaw cuts Livonia, so a good guess from Russia, but that is sort of fighting the inevitable up there.
Yeah, Portugal going to Mid-Atlantic here rather than Brest is interesting, and it's really I could see an argument for that either way. If you're France, you don't want to abandon Brest, but you're going to lose Brest anyway, so maybe make Brest the mover and then support yourself into Spain. Although with Marseille there, it's not going to work. Yeah, This is just great work by Francesco. I think the question is becoming, can he get enough dots to stay ahead of Gregory?
Yeah, I mean, if Gregory is only going up, then obviously every dot Francesco needs gets higher each time. So it's turning into a race between the two. But Francesco probably will be aware of what's happening in the other game, even if he doesn't know how many points Alex ends up on. He knew that Toby was big in that game, that Peter was big in that game. So Francesco must know that he's going to need quite a lot of dots to win either way.
I think the most important thing for him is to maximize the gap bonuses, which means winning by 3. So if he can get one more,
getting to walk into Munich for free in 1906 is definitely one way to do that.
And Brest picks up Brest here as well.
It picks up Brest, but I think Brest was sort of expected and in pocket. Munich, I'll cover it in case Austria goes there, and then Austria doesn't go there. That's a huge win.
And
very significant turn.
Silesia supports Livonia into Moscow, which it cannot do. So instead of bouncing Munich, if presumably they knew about that. So this feels a bit like Robin is saying, if you get it, you get it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Robin is getting Paris. He's not actually disbanding. I think Robin is very clearly on Team Francesco here. Gregory does get Sevastopol and keeps it, and also gets up into Ukraine, which, even if you're not guaranteed to be able to take one of Warsaw and Moscow, probably forecloses the chances of England taking one of them, which is not irrelevant. Turkey has pushed forward into Ionian Sea and will probably start to help you against Italy, but I don't know if if Austria has had that game-long relationship with David in the same way that Francesco does with Robin. I think it's quite clear that Robin is Team Francesco. I think it remains to be seen if David is really Team Gregory.
I wonder if Robin simply got St. Petersburg and Silesia mixed up, meant to have St. Petersburg supporting Livonia to Moscow. It would have gone, right? And then if Silesia goes to Warsaw, then it would have been guaranteed here. As it turns out, Warsaw didn't even support Moscow. Yeah.
Potentially.
Fascinating turn here.
I mean, at the moment, Francesco is doing enough, though.
Yeah. So he's at 25, 15 ahead of Gregory. That's enough to win the tournament.
Not bad, given he missed the first round.
And he builds 2 armies, which he can convoy into place right away. Oh, this is you, McCalls.
No, it isn't.
Oh, is it me? Okay. Then what we see is just Francesco getting in position to take all the dots he can, which is Paris and Kiel. And St. Petersburg as well, if he wants to take a swing at it. So he's got Sweden, which could be an issue with Baltic if Robin cares. Munich also needs to be protected from the Austrian who's coming for it. Turkey gets into the Adriatic to probably do nothing. Could take Greece if he wants to. So there's a bit of drama here. I don't think a whole lot, given Francesco's overwhelming strong position, but if
Francesco has definitely Kiel and Paris in pocket, and probably St. Petersburg. Austria has this potential for Venice if Turkey helps you. Moscow is takeable if England goes for St. Petersburg, so that's probably why England won't go for St. Petersburg. If St. Petersburg is just going to defend Moscow, then there's no point going for it. Yeah. Warsaw is almost certainly not available.
Yeah, I would think that Austria would take a swipe at Munich here. Venice isn't. Venice is gettable because, to guarantee it has. But to guarantee it, Adriatic has to be the mover. So.
No, you can move from Tyrolia.
Same. All right.
Not guarantee us, but there's a slight chance if
no, Adriatic to guarantee it. To guarantee it,
Adriatic is guaranteed, but This, yeah.
Yeah.
Depends how well you think Italy will defend the perfect tactics or not.
Yeah,
Especially as Italy might want to cover Marseille as well.
I think Austria's only chance here is to get Munich. They need to get one and pull Francesco back one. Because that would even that, if Francesco's picking up Kiel and Paris, that wouldn't be.
I think Austria's only chance is to get 2 or 3, which
one of which
just
being
about plausible. Like, yeah, you can take Munich. If Turkey cuts Puglia, you could potentially take Venice as well. If Ionian did that, and then you somehow find your way into one of Warsaw or Moscow at the same time.
Yeah,
it would take quite a collision of good fortune, I think.
I think if he gets Munich and one of Warsaw or Moscow or Venice, I think he does do it, unless Francesco takes St. Petersburg as well. But the one wild card here, which is probably not that much of a wild card, I might be making drama here, is just that Robin might be mad that Francesco got in position to take his dots, and I doubt that. But
well, you also, the problem with taking Munich is it potentially retreats into an empty Berlin either way as well. So unless Berlin is covered, then taking Munich doesn't actually pulling down one.
Good point. Yeah, it's only if Robin is on board here does I think Gregory have a chance.
All right, want to see it?
Yeah, let's do it. And the answer is no. Germany
does
not
take
on board.
Venice.
Does get Venice here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Piedmont covers Marseille here rather than protecting Venice. But Francesco does take Paris, does take Kiel, doesn't go for St. Petersburg. So in the end, Francesco doesn't really stab Germany. I'm going to assume that Germany was fine with him taking Paris and Kiel. So this is going to be a whopping big score here, 12-8.
Yeah,
which is
12-8,
which will be enough.
May be enough.
Yeah, well, I will note Gregory convinced Turkey not to take Greece at the end there. Like, you saw Turkey had the order, the support in to take Greece, and then didn't do it. So Gregory has come up short, but diplomatically has done very, very well with Turkey there. And for a first ever tournament, still deserves a lot of plaudits for that sort of performance. But yeah, Francesco, brilliant.
That's good stuff. Show the standings. Let's see if it's showing correctly. It probably isn't. I think ending in winter is. Oh, I see.
I've been flicked this, which is correct as far as I know.
All right, so Francesco wins with 45, just beating out Greg. Man, it's 1 dot. If he takes 1 dot off of Francesco, he wins. Or if he gets 2 dots off of somebody else, then he ties. And then Alex, Frank, Toby, Wardy in 6th. Well done. And Peter McNamara in 7th. Nice. It's a nice top board.
Yeah.
Huge
Francesco
shout out to
that game really well.
Yeah, definitely. Like, love seeing a really good England game, and yeah, he balanced that well. I think in the comments as well, like someone said, Robert was saying Robin was fine with the way it was in the end, eventually at least. So Francesco really managed that relationship with Germany well, taking a dot when he needed it to still get that momentum, but without completely pissing Robin off. So.
Yeah, I think the calculation that we weren't making when we analyzed the stab was that Francesco was keeping Robin on side. So we were assuming that Robin was going to be mad that he was taking 1 dot, much less the 2 that we were recommending, and that turned out not to be the case.
I wasn't necessarily assuming that, because I did say I think that it was probably arranged to a degree. It was that he would be able to keep Robin on side all game. Because even if you can sell Germany on that turn, like, I'll take 1 and move on France, you can probably convince Germany to go along with that a fair amount of the time. It's that you can then keep them on side later, that France can't flip them, that I think was the crucial factor.
That's very, very well done, Francesco. We all salute you and congratulate you on your tournament win.
Yeah.
And also just like an absolutely stellar dude. Like, Francesco is a lot of fun to be around, to be in a game with, and like before and after rounds as well. Like, it's really cool to see a dude with good vibes pull out this win and play such a massive game as well. It's really good. We actually have an interview of Robert talking to Francesco as well, which I will bring to the stage.
Now I'm here with 2026 RegensCon champion, Francesco Conte. You have been a member of the hobby for a long time, then you took a big break and came back like 2 years ago or so?
Correct.
And am I right that this is your inaugural tournament, or was it just one way back when?
Yeah, I mean, there was a small win like 15 years ago or whatever, but this is a real tournament that I feel like I deserve to win or something like that.
You certainly deserved it. It was well played. I mean, everybody watching will have seen it by now. And yeah, tell us a little bit about your experience, because you had to sit out round 1. So how did that come about, and how did you go to round 2?
That helped me a lot. In the beginning, I thought it would be a big problem to get a good result, because basically by the scoring system, what really matters is how many centers you score during the sum of the rounds, because the position doesn't matter in the end, right? It's just how many centers, or if you manage to get a big win. So I felt like, okay, I have no chances. But that pushed me to play aggressively since the beginning.
Okay.
Yesterday and today. And since yesterday went in the end pretty well, complicated game that just turned out to be good just in the end, because I insisted and rejecting the veto, beating the draw and going for it. In the end, it clicked. So today I didn't check the standings because I thought that it wouldn't be possible for me to win.
Okay.
At some point during the last round, Spitas told me, you know, that you're in for a win. And I didn't know that. I saw it, I thought, oh, to win, I need to stop my ally. And I felt like, I hate doing this, playing for the tournament, but in the end I did it, and
okay.
It helped me a lot.
So you probably wouldn't have gone for that move hadn't you known that there was this very real chance.
Absolutely not, absolutely not. But the other thing is that I was competing with a guy on the board.
Yeah.
And I couldn't definitely attack him. I was England, he was Austria.
Yeah.
And there was nothing I could do. People wouldn't listen to me. So I had only my ally there. I said, okay, I'm sorry. I have to do it. I have to do it.
You went for it, and it was a photo finish, but it was just enough. How did you experience? I mean, it was a big mix of some very new players. Actually, your rival Gregory for the tournament victory was fairly new as well, just his second tournament.
Yeah.
Very impressive. But then also very experienced players who have known for years, players who have won WDC before and stuff.
I mean,
how did you approach that?
I need to be honest. I felt like I avoided most of the best players every single time. I felt like, okay, this could have been way worse, given the players around here.
Yeah.
So I must say that I came here feeling, okay, I can win this. When I came here, then I had to skip the first round, and I said, okay, not this time, maybe next one. I must say there is not much to. I mean, there is not much to eat. I just literally played one turn after the other, trying to get as many centers as possible, because that is what the scoring system pushed me to do.
Yeah.
That cleared my mind from any calculations, anything.
Well, that seems like a very good approach. Once again, big congratulations.
Thank you.
You're a great guy to have around. I think everybody's very happy to see you being the champion. Well deserved, well played, and I very much hope to see you soon at another tournament, and hopefully your win streak will
You at the very least in Verona and Chesterfield.
Great, sweet. All you come out to Verona and Chesterfield. Once again, congratulations, Francesco Conte.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
There we go.
He's very what you can see there is that he is aware of the larger tournament situation, maybe not in the detail that we were, but aware of what was at stake and how he had to change his gameplay in order to take advantage of it. So really, really well done, Francesco. It's just really good tournament play.
Yeah, you could see in that final game the way he was helping Italy, hoping to boost them. And then, he mentioned in that interview, he's like, "Oh, nobody else is going to do anything about Austria, so I've got to take the dots myself." And that's very good, strategic thinking in the tournament planning stage there of how to win. So
yeah,
very nice.
I think that's good gameplay just for any single diplomacy game as well. I mean, it's how he maximized his score. Austria wasn't just the tournament leader; he was also the main rival on the board for the board top. So the tournament standings were a sweetener, I think.
Definitely. And yeah, little shout out to Spiros there as well. It sounded like Francesco was just going to come in and have a nice solid game and run a good alliance, and then Spiros sort of spells his own doom by saying, "Oh no, you actually you stand a chance for winning." And then Francesco's like, "All right, let's make this happen." And
never remind someone they can win by getting a big score. Don't do that.
That's actually the very first tournament I won, Cascadius. Someone told Jason Mastbaum said, "Hey, if you kill me, you might win the tournament, and I won't." So I killed him. It's a true story. I didn't even know what was going on at the time. Jason told me that I needed to kill him.
This is it's true ally behavior. Let's
it's not
the depth of Spiros's alliance play shows right there.
No, absolutely amazing. A really good tournament for us to cover, and a huge shout out to Rob as well for running a really good event. From some of the chats online and even the feedback that we've had in the chat today, sounds like everyone had a really good time. Looked like a really nice venue too, lots of smiles, and in that little video that Rob took during one of the rounds, that was really nice as well, just to see the good vibes everyone was having there. But
yeah, Rob's he's been building that scene in Germany for 2-3 years now, and has been doing a really good job. And you can see not just quite a few locals there, but he is getting people from out the rest of Europe to come and travel to those events, and a couple of Australians that are maybe a little less predictable that will show up, but they do seem to just crop up everywhere nowadays. But Robert is hosting some very good tournaments, and Heckstetten is the next one in Dresden in October, so probably go along to that.
Heckstetten, you get a dead fish. I didn't see any dead fish in this tournament. I don't know.
What a selling point.
Wonderful.
You get a pretzel.
All right. Brilliant. Well, I don't think there's anything else other than just again a massive shout out to our top three, Francesco, Gregory, and Alex, all doing amazing. It was very tight in the standings for those podium positions. Everyone played really well, and yeah, even having a whole board of new players in round one as well. Huge shout out to them for coming to their first face-to-face event. We love bringing more people in, and we're really glad that you guys tagged along, and we hope that you come to more. But yeah, unless you guys have anything else, I think we can wrap it up. Sign off.
The winner's got mustard, apparently. Robert's just put in the chat. So mustard isn't something that I realised was Bavarian, so fair enough. Learn something every day.
And Rob has said a board game for the winner. I wonder what the board game was.
Risk.
Gotta love it. Beautiful. Well, I think we're all good here. Mr. WDC Champion, would you like to sign us off?
All right. From everyone at DBN, thanks for watching, and stay safe and stab well.
Get some sleep, McAllis.